Thursday. I know. I'm going to call us to order. I know that Mayor Pro Tem Bivens is also remote. Calling to order our budget work session related to the FY 2024 budget. Looks like we have a packed agenda this morning, so I'll let David Cook kick us off. We're also going to have our next scheduled meeting, unless we need tomorrow if we bleed over, is Thursday, September 7th. And I'm going to work with David Cook and his management team and department heads to utilize that day to really work through our current proposed tax rate as proposed by management and what it would actually look like to get to a no new revenue rate. Because it is an incredibly complicated topic, and I need you all to understand what those budget cuts would mean for the city of Fort Worth, and more importantly, the impact to your INS rate and ability to actually build infrastructure in the city of Fort Worth. So put that on your schedule as the 7th. It'll be a long day, but I think that's the best way to transparently work through that as a council and kind of minimize the back and forth that I know is currently happening with council. So that's our game plan. Sound good? And I'll turn it over to David for today.
Thank you. Good to see everybody this morning. We do have a full agenda. We're starting off with our enterprise funds outside of the general fund, which have rate increases as part of the recommended budget. We'll start with water, we'll do stormwater, and then solid waste, and then we'll get back into some of the general fund items. But the first three presentations are really about different rate increases in our enterprise fund. Also, as we get toward the end of the presentations, we have a number of budget responses that we'll be sending to you also today that are more information related to the budget based on questions that have already come up. But with that, I'm going to turn it over to Chris. He's going to get us started. What's that? Yeah, there'll be plenty to talk about. I'll also mention that we've had 4 of our 16 community meetings, and we have another one tonight, and then one on Saturday. Chris has been a popular figure at some of those community meetings. So, Chris, take it away.
All right. Thank you. Good morning, Mayor and Council. Today I'm here to talk about the proposed budget and then the recommended rate increase. And I will try to move quickly. I do know you have a very packed budget, but also it's a large fund. We're recommending a rate increase, so I want to be able to have time to answer your questions. So I won't spend too much time going over an overview. I do need to get into the budget summary. Some of the significant changes, there's just 7 categories that I'm going to talk about in terms of the significant changes. Briefly talk about the decision packages, the 5-year capital improvement plan, as well as rate impacts on our customers. So we do serve a regional population, both wholesale customers and retail customers. 8,000 miles of pipeline, 5 water plants, 1 water reclamation facility, 1 water reclamation facility in design. We also have a reclaimed water system. We have 291,000 metered connections. These are our retail customers. And I want you to keep in mind that our retail customers are included in both the city limits and outside the city limits. So we serve probably 5 or 6 municipal utility districts: Morningstar, North Star, Tradition, Alpha. And these customers, they get a rate of the city rate with a 1.25 multiplier. So they are a 1.25 the inside city rate. We operate a regional water system. We have 33 wholesale contracts. These are uniform contracts in that all of the general provisions are identical amongst all of our water wholesale customers. So those are 20-year term contracts that expire in 2031. If you look at the top of the screen, you'll see this designation CCN. That's Certificate of Convenience and Necessity. That's issued by the Public Utility Commission. You'll see that that's 450 square miles. You see the city limits is 359 square miles. So what it means is we have the exclusive right to
Chris, will you step closer to the microphone? I'm just having trouble hearing.
Okay.
And they say it's up as high as it will go, so.
Okay. Anyway, the CCN boundary is over 100 square miles larger than the city limits line, and we have the exclusive right to serve that area. So you can see that our utility is positioned to grow, provide retail service in our ETJ as the city limit expands. We also operate a regional wastewater system. You'll see that there is no CCN there, and we've never acquired a CCN. We've used our city limits as our boundary line, and really we don't see that we have much competition for wastewater services. So really we've never pursued in depth a CCN from the Public Utility Commission. We've done that once, and they came back and said use your city limit line unless you have development agreements you want to provide to them. Again, our uniform wholesale contracts are 20-year terms. These expire in 2037, and we currently have 23 wholesale customers that we provide wastewater services to. One other thing I might mention on this is that we also provide reclaimed water from our Village Creek plant. We have 3 wholesale customers that we provide reclaimed water to. That's DFW, Euless, and Arlington. And with the Marys Creek plant, we'll be looking at trying to expand our reclaimed water system out on the west side. So when you look at the revenues that we received, the majority of the revenues come from retail and wholesale water service and wastewater service. Reclaim is very, very minor in terms of the revenue. When you look at the charges, fees, assessments, those assessments and fees and charges, those are based off of cost of service principles, just like we do when we do rates. So if we have a tap fee where our staff goes out there and actually installs a tap, that's based off of an assessment of what it costs to actually build that tap. So pretty much everything we do is cost of service based. So this revenues from these different categories go to support not only our operating budget as well as our capital budget. So in this year's budget, we looked at kind of 3 big blocks that are going into this budget increase. The first block that I want to talk the most about is keeping pace with growth, but also reinvestment in our existing asset base. So it is a challenge with the amount of growth that we have to get lines extended, get plants expanded, get storage tanks and pump stations built to support that growth. That's a challenge that we've been able to meet, and it's something that we have plans to make sure that we meet in the future. One of the biggest focuses that we have now is reinvestment in our existing infrastructure. And just, you've all seen the press releases, you've all seen the news related to water main breaks. We have water main breaks when we have inclement weather, whether it's cold weather, extremely cold weather, or extremely hot weather. And that's not good for our customers, it's not good for our reliability, and it really stresses our staff. So we really feel that we need to aggressively invest in infrastructure replacement, and this budget will address that. We also have these partnerships in place that have contracts related to them with the TRA, the Trinity River Authority, and the Tarrant Regional Water District. They have boards. They go through rate process as well. They recommend rates. When those rates are sent to us, we have to make adjustments in our budget. And then lastly, we've talked about inflation and supply chain issue. Those have been issues for the last 3 years. They've lessened in terms of the upward trajectory of inflation, but there's still issues. And I would say one other additional item to that kind of goes with the first block is the increase in interest rates. You know, we use a lot of debt to fund those growth-related projects, and interest rates that we get matter. So let's get into the details of the proposed budget. We are recommending a $59.3 million increase in our budget from $515 million to $574.8 million. That increase is spread pretty much identically between water and sewer, about $29 to $30 million each. As far as the revenue, I'd mentioned earlier that the majority of our revenue comes from retail and wholesale water and wastewater services. When you look at our revenue, that consists of over 90% of it. Impact fees are about 5%, and if you remember, impact fees are dictated by Chapter 395 of the Local Government Code, and they are based off of a 10-year capital plan that also looks at the growth, and they basically take those costs associated with that capital plan, and they put together a maximum allowable charge per connection. Council then sets what the actual collection rate is for those charges, and then we collect them not only in our retail service area, but as well as within our wholesale service area. Connections, miscellaneous, and billing together, those encompass less than 5% of our revenue. I just might mention on billing services, that's associated with the allocation to stormwater and environmental related to the billing work that we do, where we actually send one bill out for those three different components: stormwater, environmental, and water and sewer. So let's talk a little bit about the expenses associated with this budget. You can see that capital encompasses 35%, Tarrant Regional Water District, TRA, about 21%. Supplies and services, we probably have hundreds of contracts in place related to supplies and services. Some of the biggest contracts are related to chemical purchases for our treatment plants. Biosolids is another big supply or service contract that we have. Utility repairs and rentals, that's the majority of that is electricity costs and natural gas costs. Corporate support, those are allocations related to IT, risk management, administration, but it's also associated with our street rental. And our street rental is based off of 5% of our gross service revenues. So as our revenues are projected to increase, as our budget increases, that street rental charge also increases, and that is transferred back to the general fund. So I mentioned that really, when you look at that $59 million increase, it is fairly easy to explain because there's these big block categories where that explains 58 of the $59 million. So the TRA and TRWD expenses are expected to go up by $15.8 million. That's spread almost equally between TRWD and TRA, meaning the TRWD rate is expected to go up by about, expense is about to go up by about $7.9 million, as well as the TRA. The TRWD rate is only projected to go up by 4.8%, but because of our growth, we also anticipate actually buying more water from them. So it's kind of a rate plus an additional demand. On the TRA side, we send wastewater to two of their plants. One is the central plant that's on the far east side of Fort Worth, as well as the Denton Creek plant on the north side. The TRA central plant rate is expected to go up by 14%, and the Denton Creek plant rate is expected to go up by 58%. 58%. So it's an 11 MGD plant right now. They're planning on expanding to 18 MGD. And one of the things they will be doing is they will actually be, as part of their expansion, putting in membranes for the entire plant. So it's a huge capital investment. I think that I saw that their debt service was expected to go from $17 million to $29 million, but that puts a lot of stress on our budget when you have that kind of a rate increase. So debt transfer, we are having to stay in front of growth. So in order to do that, we have to put in regional facilities. And we are increasing the amount of debt that we actually are issuing in order to support that capital plan. And again, we're issuing that debt at higher than previously issued interest rates. So I can think about the debt we issued maybe in 2019, 2020 at 1.7% on a revenue bond is now 3.8%. So that makes a big difference when you're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars of debt. So I do want to focus a little bit about PAYGO. PAYGO is the investment in rehab and replacement of our existing infrastructure. So you know that we have a TCQ agreement for SSO reduction. It's our SSO agreement. That obligates us to replace at least 10 miles of high-risk pipeline per year. In addition to that, after the February 2021 storm, we put in kind of an internal performance metric of replacing at least 20 miles of cast iron pipe per year. We would like to aggressively move and try to accelerate that. We have 800 miles of cast iron pipe. replacing it at a 20 mile per year rate. That's 40 years.
Repeat
So-
that one more time, Chris.
We have 800 miles of cast iron pipe. If we replace it only at 20 miles per year, that would take 40 years to do it. So, you know, inflation does hurt us on this type of thing. When you look at, I remember giving a presentation back in 2018 about our replacement costs, and I was $1 million to $1.5 million a mile. We don't get that anymore. It's probably closer to $2 million a mile. But when you look at, and I'm going to talk a little bit about when we look at the 5-year CIP, we have projections in that to increase the PAYGO investment every year, probably at about 10% per year.
What would you like to see it increase to? You said 20 miles currently by policy.
Well, so let me tell you what we've done. Is you can't just ramp up from doing 5-10 miles a year to doing 20 miles a year overnight. But what we have done is it looks like we will hit the 20-mile mark this year. But we have over 100 miles of cast iron pipe replacement that's in design right now. So we are kind of laying the groundwork so that if we can get increased funding, we are going to put that to infrastructure renewal and replacement. And not only that, but you know, we have had some pretty hot summers last 2 summers. So actually the amount of water that we sold has exceeded our projections. So that revenue, of course, we have to cover our operating costs, but we've also tried to roll some of that excess revenue to PAYGO to try to, again, accelerate the cast iron pipe replacement. So moving down in terms of
Go
the
ahead,
list.
Elizabeth. I think, sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Councilman.
I'd like to go back to that cast iron replacement. I just want to make sure that I'm understanding correctly. The 20 miles a year was a policy decision that I guess was set a while ago?
It's not a policy decision as it's an internal goal.
Okay. And so is that 20 miles, because I heard you say that we have 100 miles in design.
Yes.
But we have the capacity to do 20 miles a year of replacement-ish.
With the funding that we have right now.
Okay, so is that goal of 20 miles a year in place because that's what we have the capacity, like the literal people capacity for? Or is that because that's all we think that we can fund within the budget you're recommending?
It's more, well, I guess it's a little bit of both.
Okay,
So when you look at our capital program, the capital program has our ability to actually appropriate capital, which means the staff needing to manage projects, build projects, inspect projects. That has increased significantly over the last 5 years. So our capacity has increased.
okay,
Our funding has increased as well. But when I look at the actual funding that we have in place, the funding that we have in the 5-year CIP, the 10 miles that we're obligated to do every year on our SSO agreement with the TCQ, plus the 20 miles that we have in our PAYGO funding, that's pretty much what we can support. Again, we can put more money to it if we have a hot summer and we actually make a little bit more revenue. But when you look at our funding, maybe we can go up next year to 25. Maybe we can go up to 2026 and to 30. But we also have inflation at the same time. So, and then it's not just inflation, it's also the contractor capacity, right? So if we're getting 1 or 2 bids, we're not getting the same value that we may get if we had 5 or 6 bids.
okay. Do you know approximately, and you might have already said this and I missed it, the cost per mile to replace these cast iron pipes?
Yeah, so like I said, it's probably close to $2 million a mile, but it depends on the size of the main. So that's small diameter. So when you talk about large diameter pipe, and you know, we want to get the large diameter pipe out as soon as we can, because when those break, the consequences are on our customers and our system are extreme. So that could be close to $4 million a mile.
Okay,
And then on top of that is, we do not want to make the mistake that we made 20 years ago when we were under an administrative order from TCQ related to our sewer overflows. So we had an SSO agreement where we went out there and we were obligated to replace all these sewer lines. And so what we ended up doing, because we were so focused on the sewer replacement, is that we replaced a sewer and we left a cast iron pipe right next to it. So we're not going to do that again. So if we go out there and replace a utility that's right next to another utility that may be 40 or 50 years old, we're going to replace both of them.
Okay. Can we get a budget response on how the rate would change if we wanted to theoretically change that goal from 20 a year to 25 or to 30?
Yeah.
Just so I think we can have a better understanding of if we wanted to increase that, what that would look like.
Okay.
And then probably for work session, it would also be helpful to just get an IR presentation on the prioritization of what we're replacing. And I think, fortunately or unfortunately, you have the pleasure of giving us the water budget days after we had a major cast iron pipe break for the second time in the city of Fort Worth. And so I think that now is really the most appropriate time to have a discussion about if 20 miles a year is where we want to be.
Yeah, I thought the timing was actually pretty good to have
Yeah.
this discussion.
It worked might work in your favor then, huh? And so, yeah, we've been talking about cast iron replacement, and I know Councilman Flores, I think, brought it up in a previous budget session, and I appreciate that, because I think when you look at the districts that are most impacted, it seems to be a lot of the older sections of the city where we've got that. But I don't want to see, we never want to see a break, but, we had a pretty scary break, and then it broke again. And I think what's the cost of repairing that from an emergent situation? I just don't know if, I would like us to have the discussion on accelerating that cast iron pipe replacement, because my hunch is if our budget guru geniuses that David Cook are building in the lab did an analysis, I think we would probably find that the money that we spend repairing these massive breaks, and I have no idea what that cost the city, not just in repair, but in the water loss, we might want to make a long-term decision to speed that up, because I don't think 40 years, I don't think we can do this for another 40
Yeah,
years.
and water loss is something that, we track that related to main breaks, because that is another cost associated with main breaks. So going back to the,
Well, before we leave that topic, going back to what I had brought up before, I mentioned the 50-50 funding match, right, that the water department has with TPW. At the suggested, rate of replacement, 20 miles per year, that's reflective of a $20 million shortfall on TPW's side, correct?
yeah, I know that the $20 million was what was
Okay.
actually,
I mean, you're funded, your department's funded, and that's not the issue. But if we increase the rate of replacement, which, I'm supportive of, my concern is, well, that gap gets bigger, right? TPW comes in later, they do a permanent patch, right, the smooth patch. What the water department does is you put in a temporary patch, right?
no, so, and, Lauren may want to weigh in on this a little bit, but
Do you want to?
if there's no 50-50 funding available and it's a high priority for the water utility, we would go ahead and do the work. But what we wouldn't do is we wouldn't be doing curb and gutter replacement. We wouldn't be doing sidewalk replacement. We wouldn't be doing driveway replacement. We would go in there and do a permanent patch on the road, potentially an overlay, but there wouldn't be the full street reconstruction that you would get when you have a combined TPW water department
So
project.
prioritizing our complete streets approach specific to the repair area.
But I will also say that ends up making the cost of the water and sewer replacement more expensive.
Interesting.
Yeah, so we've estimated about $1 million per mile of sewer, or of water line replacement, and that's because there would be 2 lane miles each way that we would be replacing. it's our opinion that this is probably one of the most cost-effective ways to do these streets. These streets are old streets. They're ready to be recapitalized. So it's either do it now or put them in a bond down the road.
Okay. Maybe this is more of a question for David. Reprioritizing the repair as you described, does that, how should I articulate it? I know it puts us behind to a certain degree, but maybe the question should be, is there any possibility of any additional fund allocation to help? I don't expect us to make up that gap in funding, but at least to close it a bit in light of what's being suggested?
Well, again, yes. So those, again, choices as part of the budget, that would come out of pay-as-you-go. And the equivalent of essentially 20 million added to pay-as-you-go would be 2 cents of the property tax rate. So we can increase pay-as-you-go from 7 to 9 cents, and that would cover that additional 20 million that TPW had asked for.
And Mayor, I have a comment when everybody else is finished, just to add.
Yeah, go ahead, Gina, and then to Councilmember Beck.
I think it's important that you all know the conversations of removing cast iron, lead, anything underground is not new. It's always been about priorities, just how much money and time can we put in place. But you have to remember the utility industry as a whole, that being beyond the city of Fort Worth, everybody really wants one cut. They prefer one cut. That way, water goes in, gas goes in, Encore goes in. And so you really have to have a coordinated effort. And so don't think it stops with us here. The PUC governs Encore, the Railroad Commission governs Atmos, formerly known as InSearch or Lone Star Gas, and then you got cable. And so you really do have to coordinate. And when you coordinate, you're able to get the benefits of coordination. And so that's my input to share with the team.
Yeah, and I'll just make, I think that's a great comment because that's one reason why we actually went out with a lot of the design work to try to get ahead of the construction, because the timing of releasing these projects is dependent on coordination with Encore, coordination with Atmos, coordination with TPW, but also easement acquisition. So if we have a good backlog of engineering in progress, we can be releasing construction contracts as they become available.
Well, and I'll say we've coordinated nearly all of our 2022 bond neighborhood street projects with the cast iron program. And just for your reference, we have about 50 lane miles in the 2022 bond for about $80 million. So if we're looking at replacing 800 lane miles, that would take a lot of bond programs to get through.
Yeah. Elizabeth.
Thank you for bringing that up, Carlos, and initially about the 50-50. And I know that spurred a conversation that I had with David Cook about, that 50-50 is something that we have decided as a city how we're going to do it. But if we are arbitrarily hindering ourselves with that ratio, is it something that we need to, I know Chris is like, wait a minute, you're just talking about giving me more money, now you want to take it away. But, is that the best policy, and does that hinder our ability to move projects forward? And I know one's enterprise and one's not, and it's a little different. But I'm hopeful that we can have that discussion, and maybe, again, with the lab, we can determine if that's best moving forward. Particularly, it sounds like there is a will to want to expedite that cast iron pipe replacement.
There's always the will when you see us on the news.
That's right. Twice.
Go ahead, Chris.
Yeah.
Well, I think I've talked through the PAYGO. Personnel costs, we all know about the difficulties in recruitment, but also the pay for performance. So there's been some changes in terms of compensation just over this year. So this will incorporate those changes into a full fiscal year, as well as pay for performance. Other contractual, a lot of this is maintenance related at our plants, but the other thing I might add is that we've added a lot of work order contracts to help us get leaks repaired quicker and breaks repaired quicker. So what we have is last year we had a lot of vacancies, especially related to equipment operators. Those are the gentlemen and the ladies that go out there and fix our main breaks and our leaks. When we have a lot of vacancies, that means that we get a backlog. And when we have backlog, we have situations where people call in a leak and they don't see any action for a week. So we don't consider that to be acceptable, and we put in a lot of contracts in place to supplement our capacity. Allocations and corporate support, I think I've already talked about that a little bit, related to ITS, risk, administration, street rental, and then chemicals and electricity. These costs are going up just because of the projected usage increase. So we are recommending 6 positions be added into the budget, addressing regulatory capacity and just performance levels. So I'll get into each one of those 6. 2 utility line technicians. These, would move our goal forward of responding quickly, but also support our goal of reducing water loss. And one way we want to do that is through proactive leak detection. We're looking at adding 2 engineers in our strategic operations group, which will help support our team that's currently doing study reviews. We'd like to get those study reviews done quicker, but we also would like to be communicating with the customers as we're reviewing the studies. We're adding a sampler into our laboratory group. And we see a lot of increase in terms of the requirements for sampling related to the lead and copper rule, as well as PFAS testing. And then we're asking for a additional cross-connection technician that will help with backflow testing. And one of the things we'd like to really focus on is the same-day testing, which we actually have a fee for. So we think that in terms of offsets, both the engineers in our capital, or our senior, our strategic operations group, and then our lab will be offset with some of the fees, as well as the fees associated with the same-day backflow testing. And I think I'd just throw this out really quickly. I do want you all to notice that even though we've been struggling to fill positions, we're not looking at paying a cross-connection technician $141,000 a year, or utility line technicians $271,000 over 2 positions. So those include a vehicle. That was a question that we got at a budget meeting the other day. So moving on to capital improvements. This is our capital improvement plan. I know David has gone through our capital improvement plan in terms of just the extent of the funding necessary. A couple projects I'd point out, the $86 million you see under wastewater plants in FY24. That's to replace our primary clarifiers at the Village Creek plant. The $208 million you see in FY25, that's for the construction of the Marys Creek plant. You see $60 million under water plants in FY28. That's to expand our Eagle Mountain water plant. And I will tell you, when we submit the next round of 5-year CIP, we will most likely move that Eagle Mountain expansion construction into FY27. With the demands that we've seen last summer and this summer, they are really putting a stress on our ability to move water to the north side of our customer area. So we think that this is something that is going to be needed earlier rather than later. And this CIP does show that when you look at the 3 rows in the bottom, those are a lot of our PAYGO funds. And we do show that the PAYGO's increasing by about 10% per year over the entire 5 years. So we already have programmed in, Councilmember Beck, increases in our PAYGO. So talking about some of the priorities, we've probably talked about cast iron pipe a lot already, and I'll just show that you talk about tools that we use to prioritize. So we have a risk score for every piece of pipe that we have in our system, whether it's wastewater or water. That's a risk score. But we also have condition scores, and I will tell you that the condition scores align better with our actual breaks than the risk score. But you can see cast iron pipe, 211 miles of the highest score, which means that's the lowest, the worst condition. And you can just see cast iron pipe, there's over 700 miles right there. And when you talk about the unknown is generally cast iron pipe. So we've talked about 800 miles of cast iron pipe, and you can see those generally have the worst condition scores. So weatherization, I do have some good news to report on that. We made a presentation to council in April of 2021 after the February 2021 storm about what we're going to do to improve our reliability in the midst of power outages. And we put together a plan that showed backup generation at our West Side plant, enclosing the outdoor pump station at West Side and Eagle Mountain, putting backup generation at critical pump stations, putting backup generation at our Holly plant, and working with Encore on a substation for the Eagle Mountain plant. So the contract was let to put generators at the West Side plant. Those generators actually showed up about 2 weeks ago, so that's good news. The work to enclose the outdoor pump station should be done by the beginning of the winter. We have the contracts already executed for those 4 critical pump stations, which will include a large generator for each of them, as well as replacement of the switchgear. We've advertised for bid the generator project at our Holly plant. We're coordinating with Encore on that. And we're also working with them on that substation design, which the substation is planned to be located at the Eagle Mountain plant itself. So a lot of good progress in terms of what we had briefed council on back close to 2 years, a little over 2 years ago. So let's talk about rate impacts. So the average rate increase that we need in order to fund this $59.4 million budget increase is 3.5% on the water side and 2.9% on the wastewater side. So what does this increase do? I mentioned that we have a lot of growth in our system. So when you look at that $59.4 million, we anticipate $46 million of that being revenue coming from growth in water sales and wastewater associated with that growth. So that means that these increases will generate about $13 million of additional revenue to get us to that $59.4 million. So again, you had to be kind of wondering, how does this work when the budget increase is 11.5%, but our rate increase is 3.5 or 2.9% water wastewater? And the reason for that is because of the growth that's projected to occur over the year. So let's talk about historical rate increases from the water utility. You know, we take a lot of pride in running a tight ship, and you know, the years following the pandemic, we did everything we could to tighten our belt and provide a no rate increase to our retail customers. But I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't recommend a rate increase when we really need a rate increase. And that's what I'm saying right now, is that we need to do this rate increase. And think about that funding that's generated by this rate increase. So I mentioned 46 of the 59 is coming from our just growth. 13 is coming from the rates. How much is our PAYGO anticipated to grow of that? That's $10 million. So when you look at this, a lot of this is actually going to some of the capital investment. And we're saying that that's needed. So what does this increase do to a typical residential bill? So the typical bill, would be about $2.18 per month increase. This is on, I think, 7,700 gallons per month of usage. There's usage in the first 2 tiers on that. When you look at the efficient user, all that usage is within the first tier, and that's 3,800 gallons per month. And then when you look at a large user, and I will tell you, this is a very large user. We're talking about 33,000 gallons of usage per month. That increases $9.76 per month on their water bill. So we've shown this metric for as long as I can remember. This is a EPA metric on affordability. And it shows, you know, what is considered to be low, affordable, high, and unaffordable. And right now, with this rate increase, we would be 1.29%. But I want to talk about how this has changed over the years. So my first time I presented a budget was 2018, and at that time, the actual number was 1.42%. So when you look at your average water bill to a household compared to their median income, even though we've had one increase since then, our affordability has actually become better per this metric over the last 5 years. So this is my last slide. This is how we compare with other benchmark utilities. I'll say that San Antonio and El Paso, those are groundwater systems, so you know, that's kind of a different cost type structure. The Arlington and Mansfield, they both get their raw water from Tarrant Regional, so they're good benchmarks. I know that Arlington is looking at a rate increase. I think their average that I saw, this is just from the news, was $2.76 for an average water bill increase. I think Mansfield isn't planning on increasing theirs. So, you know, I look at us and we look to be competitive with our benchmark cities. And I'll just throw out one other thing, and that is looking at Houston. So Houston is like a cautionary tale. And what has happened in Houston is that they weren't willing to actually increase rates. So the infrastructure really deteriorated. And they also had growth issues too. But so, you know, there they basically made automatic increases that were based off of population growth as a percentage plus CPI. So that was just automatic rate increases because they were behind, right? Then on top of that, they got into problems with EPA related to their sanitary sewer overflows. So they actually had a consent decree that was tacked onto them where they actually had to pay that. So they've been looking at double-digit rate increases for a few years now related to having to catch up on the infrastructure. So I just put that as a cautionary tale. That's a position that we never want to get into, is where we're having to try to catch up. And before I take questions, I do want to recognize Jan Hale and Matt Thurber. Not only have they done all the heavy lifting related to our wholesale rates, our cost of service studies, our retail rates, but also going all the way back to the bond rating agency presentations related to the utility capital improvement plan. So I want to recognize them, but I also want to introduce them in case you ask me a question that I can't answer.
Thank you, Chris. Councilmember Flores.
Thanks, Mayor. Chris, I'm trying to recollect what you and I had discussed back in 2021 when we had the big freeze, right, the deep freeze. One of the challenges that you had in going through what I imagine you have a checklist of things that you need to get the water department, you know, fully prepared for the next winter event, right? Winterizing your department. Wasn't there an issue with supply of certain chemicals to help you winterize the plants? Is that going to be an issue this time around?
Well, it's hard to say. I mean, one of the problems that happened with that freeze was that actually the freeze extended all the way down to Houston. Mm-hmm. And when you look at a lot of the chemical plants, they're located in Houston. So it wasn't just Fort Worth, it was actually statewide. There was a run on chlorine after that. Nobody could get product. And one of the things that we've said is that we are going to try to increase our storage of that. And there was one component I failed to mention on the emergency preparedness plan, and that is we're also working with property management to add a lot more storage at our Holly facility for unleaded and diesel fuel. So that will help provide fuel in emergency times for our fleet. But also, you got to remember, we're going to have these massive generators there, so there's additional storage for potential extended run for some of our generators. So yeah, I'm talking about storage on fuel, but chemicals is another issue, and you know, it's just one of those things that we really are dependent on the supply chain. And when you have one or two bidders on chemical projects or chemical bids, and one of those vendors loses a plant, it's going to put the whole region in trouble.
I see. So from a capital improvement plan standpoint, storage isn't factored in yet because we need, if we were going to take a step in that direction, we would need storage to have chlorine, you know,
and
for example.
I will tell you that we were in much better position than a lot of utilities. Mm-hmm. So we are fortunate at our Rolling Hills plant where we actually have rail service. Mm. So the amount of chemical you get with a rail car is extremely large compared to, a cylinder or even a tanker truck. So we're actually in pretty good shape on a lot of our chemicals.
Okay.
But there's still just vulnerability to the utilities in general, and not just in Texas, just everywhere.
Understood. Thank you.
Councilmember Bivens?
I would just ask staff, Chris and your team, it seems like you'll probably get a lot of questions about catastrophic events. It'll be helpful if you're able to distinguish what falls within your scope of authority and what could be something that just adds to the problem, but we have no control. For example, during the freeze, one of the apartment complexes that got the most news coverage would not let us on site because they had actually had a fire that did not get properly addressed or reported. And that was part of the reason why we had to take a mobile shower unit there. And so if you can just make sure that people understand, okay, this happened, we could have done this, we want to do this, but if there's something else that's beyond your control, it will help for the benefit of the conversation to know just where your authority stops and starts.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of how to answer that question. I think we have authority related to things that are directly related to delivery of water and wastewater services to our customer base. And, when you get into like private plumbing, so there was, during the February event, there was a lot of just issues related to private plumbing, where you may have a multifamily apartment complex where the service to the actual facility is in normal operation, but because of all the damage related to the plumbing and the outdoor fixtures, the customers actually can't get water. So in that case, what generally happens is that there's a partnership amongst city departments to try to provide avenues to get these customers back in service. But in that situation, it wouldn't be the water utility alone because of the work on the private property that needs to happen.
Thank you.
Any other questions from council? No? Great job, Chris.
Thanks.
Appreciate you. Next up, we have stormwater flood mitigation and maintenance needs. Jennifer Dyke is up. Hi, Jennifer.
Good morning. Good morning. I'm Jennifer Dyke, Assistant Director of Stormwater Management Program. I'm going to be presenting today about our proposed stormwater utility fee increase, along with Stephen Nichols, our Stormwater Program Manager, and Lane Zarate, TPW Assistant Director responsible for streets and stormwater operations. So I will say it's kind of strange to ask for more money when we haven't seen rain for a long time. But we all know that often what ends a drought is a flood. So we want to be prepared as much as we can, and we're using these warmer times to go out there in the field and try to get projects done. We can work a lot more easily in our channels and wet areas when they're not as wet. So every day we prepare for the rain. So that's why we're here today. So basically I'm going to kind of go through the background, why the stormwater utility was created by City Council, what some of our most highest priority needs are, and then Stephen and Elaine will come up and talk about specifically the plan with regard to our capital improvements and our maintenance improvements that would be increased because of our proposed fee increase. So the stormwater utility was created in 2006 in response to city outcry after significant flooding all during the year of 2004. So there were significant flooding across the year. There were over 300 homes and businesses that flooded, but there were also 5 fatalities that happened. And so 3 of those fatalities are shown here on the screen: a young mother, her 2 sons, and it all happened on the father's birthday. And so we think about why we do what we do. It's people's lives, it's people's properties. Super important. So the community reached out, and the stormwater program was created. And so the program and the stormwater utility fee provides a dedicated revenue source for stormwater improvements. So it's super important. That's all the money can go towards, is these stormwater improvements. So the stormwater program works to achieve City Council's strategic vision through our mission to protect people and property from harmful stormwater runoff. So the work we do improves community health and safety, It advances sustainable growth and development and makes our community cleaner and more livable. So the stormwater program, how we do that. We kind of talk about our program in terms of 4 things. So we mitigate or we maintain our infrastructure. Lane will talk about that in a few minutes. We mitigate our hazards, flooding and erosion hazards along channels. Unfortunately, we can't mitigate all hazards, and that's where our warning program comes in. It's very important. So we warn with our high water warning system, the flashers, at some of the most dangerous and frequently overtop locations, as well as flood risk mapping. And we're looking at erosion risk mapping in the future as well. And then we review our development for compliance with city stormwater drainage standards. And we're always out there working with our stakeholders, relooking at our development regulations to look at possibilities for improvements. So really trying to keep the new developments that are going in and making sure that they're built above flood risk, as well as trying to make sure that things are not made worse for existing development. So our program's fiscal year 23 utility fee revenue is not sufficient to address many of our high priority needs. Shown on the screen are just a few of them. So road culverts at channels and creeks, storm drain pipes and channels are just a few of our high priority needs. So our estimated capital high priority needs are 25 times greater than our current 5-year capital budget. And our estimated high priority annual maintenance needs are over 2 times our maintenance budget. And these estimates are based off of known needs. So we don't have a complete condition assessment of our infrastructure. So it's very hard when you've got 1,000 miles of storm drain lines under the ground. So we are actively out there doing a condition assessment, putting that camera through the infrastructure every day, but trying to find those issues before the sinkholes happen, before people's lives are threatened by storm drains lines collapsing. Also, these numbers don't take into account that, of course, the city is growing. And as the city grows, we've got more and more infrastructure that's being put in by the development community that then we're responsible for maintaining. So since 2015, we now maintain 77 more miles of drainage pipes and over 2,000 more inlets. So that's like adding an average of 9 more miles of pipe and 250 more inlets a year that our teams are responsible for maintaining. So what will it take to make our community safer from flooding? One is just stormwater utility fee increases. So looking at increases over time as needs and risk based off that. Also looking at possible tax increment finance district formations and using some of those revenues to help with stormwater improvements in that area. Partnerships, we work all the time with partnerships, especially on the street side of TPW, so we can go out there and improve drainage infrastructure at the same time that they're doing street improvements or water improvements. And then also potential grants. So I will say historically, we don't have a great way to get grants, but we're continuing to look at this. And now there's this, the Texas State Flood Plan is out, and we're coordinating and trying to put potential projects on that list and see if we can go after funding that way. And that's where the project development is going to come in that Stephen's going to talk about in a few minutes. So our proposed fiscal year 24 fee increase, the benefits of this is really to reduce flooding and emergency response, provide for more effective asset management, increase maintenance service levels, reducing those needs for those costly capital projects, so fixing them before they need a big capital project, improving public safety and quality of life, and then saving the citizens and residents money. So what we're proposing is a 15% utility fee increase, split basically 50-50 between capital and maintenance needs. So when the utility fee was established at the beginning, of course, that was based off of kind of the initial thought on what are city stormwater needs. But as time has evolved, we've become more and more informed on what the needs are. Every rain event, we find out we've got more needs that we didn't know about beforehand. And because we don't receive general fund revenue, everything we do is from the stormwater utility fee. It's really important that we're constantly looking at our stormwater utility fee to make sure that we're looking at it and that it can help us focus on our needs and risks. So since the stormwater utilities creation, we've had 5 increases ranging between 26% to most recently 6.5% in January 2020. So we have done some Texas stormwater utility fee benchmarking. Our current fee is just above the Texas average, and an increase would bring us just below the city of Dallas.
Can you repeat the last increases we had and how much? I don't think I caught that.
Right, we've had 5 increases ranging between 26% was the highest one that we've had in the past. And then the last one we had was 6.5% in January 2020. So our utility fee, with this 15% increase, it would just be below Dallas, and we would remain less than Arlington and Austin. So this increase would really help us take a more bold and aggressive step to maintain our infrastructure and delivering high-priority flood mitigation improvements that have really been beyond the scale of our program in the past. So if approved, the increase would take effect in January 2024. It would bring an estimated additional $5.9 million of revenue in 24, so that's just the 9 months since it would start in January versus October. And then in fiscal year 25, the full year, $7.7 million. It would also provide the capacity to issue around $160 million of debt. So that's the fee increase as well as us retiring our current debt over time. So it's a combination. So in 4 tranches for capital and flood mitigation improvements. So how does this impact our ratepayers? So we talked with our stormwater program stakeholder group. We've got their feedback on the fee increase. While it does, of course, have an impact on our ratepayers, especially the larger ones, they felt like that what we were proposing was really important things that the stormwater utility should be doing. So what this table shows right now is the current monthly payment, which is based off of 575 billing unit per month. So the very top line is the average single-family homeowner. So they pay 575 per billing unit per month. The sample small commercial, so around if someone has 1 acre of impervious cover, you know, maybe a small restaurant, a gas station, and then a sample medium commercial. And then we've got the top 20 ratepayers. So you'll see the city of Fort Worth is the top ratepayer. So we are contributing to this as well. Then the next column that pops up shows the monthly payment increase. So the 15% fee increase would increase our billing units from 575 to 661. So for the average single-family ratepayer, that's less than just $1 a month more. So the impact is small, and we found that it's affordable. I'll show that on the next slide. So a little bit more, of course, for the commercials and for the top 20 ratepayers. The next column shows the current annual payment for each of these ratepayers. Then we've got the annual payment increase. And then the final column shows the new annual payment with the 15% increase. We are going to be reaching out to the top 20 ratepayers as well as the school districts and make sure that they're aware that this is in the city's recommended budget. We do have a utility fee credit program where pretty much non-single family residential, so commercial, industrial, school districts, can do certain things and get a credit on their utility fees. So like street sweeping, water quality improvements, student education, so they can get a discount. So we want to make sure that especially the schools and the top 20 ratepayers understand that there are credit programs that are available to them to discount their fee increases.
Can we stop and can we talk about what those credits are? How much are we crediting?
So honestly, there's not a lot that take advantage of this. I think we credit around $150,000 a year. So I think that there's only around 15 to 20 businesses that take advantage of our, I won't say businesses, ratepayers that take advantage of our credit program. So Fort Worth ISD takes advantage of it. I believe FedEx, Walmart, there's a few others. So street sweeping is one, so helping to pick up that litter before it enters the storm drain system, which, you know, can clog the pipes, causing flooding, water quality improvements, so helping to improve the water quality through more filtration. Student education is a big one, so we want to teach students right away that inlets are not trash cans. And turn around, don't drown. So we try to say only rain down the storm drain, turn around, don't drown. So that's really important in terms of how they take that back to their family and their parents.
When did we develop that fee credit structure?
So it has been around since the utility started. We re-looked at it back in 2019. We made a few adjustments, but we advertise it pretty much through development conferences when we meet with developers to make sure that they're aware of it.
It doesn't seem like it's a huge impact to the budget at $150,000. My guess is, as this rate increases and you go to these folks to let them know, there's probably going to be some incentive to try to work to get those credits. And we want to make sure that we are providing some opportunity, particularly for our schools and, our ISDs, to have that. I'm sure the list that you gave us probably isn't exhaustive of all the things that they can do for the credits. And we love education, we love street sweeping, we definitely want to keep the trash out of the Trinity. But what credits are there to encourage, we want clean water, we want trash out, but my biggest concern with stormwater, because at the end of the day, we can pull the trash out of the Trinity. We can't unflood people's homes. We can't bring people back that have, died because of stormwater. So what part of those fee credits do we have that actually encourage all of these folks to structurally change the way they're developing on their property to reduce the actual stormwater that's going into our system, whether that's impervious service, soils or surfaces, or, water capture. I feel like that should really be more of the focus of the credits as opposed to surface level.
And we can go back and take a look at our credit program and provide you the specific documentation behind it. I do believe there is a part of the program where if they can basically take care of all their stormwater runoff on site. That is the maximum amount they can get, I think is 40%. So definitely ways that exactly what you're saying, reduce the flood mitigation above and beyond what they're required to for new development. But we'll provide that information and we can take a look as well if we could do other credits like that, especially in the most flood prone areas.
Jennifer, a question for you. In the prior slide, slide 10, you mentioned providing capacity issue 160 million in debt, right? And in 4 parts. Over what period of time would that debt be retired?
So our next round, I actually have a timeline at the very end of the presentation.
Okay,
so let's just jump to that. Yeah, we'll go to that.
Thank you.
Jennifer, one more question. Just to follow up on Councilmember Beck's comments. You had mentioned that there was a credit up to 40% for folks who handle their stormwater on site. That's correct, right? Is there any cap on that to where maybe if we want to bump it up to 50% or 60% to try to encourage more folks to implement low impact development on stormwater or best management practices for retaining stormwater, or are we bound to that 40%?
The 40% is the cap right now in terms of the amount of credit. But if we can relook at the program and see if it might make sense to increase more. Of course, the more credits we get, the less revenue we bring as well. So it's all a balancing act, as well as in terms of the more participants we have. We only have one person that manages the program in conjunction with a lot of other things. And so in terms of the limited number of participation, if we get too many, then it's going to make it difficult to manage as well. So it's a lot of balance.
Makes sense.
Okay, so this slide shows affordability. So the same thing that Chris got up there, we did took a look at the amount of the new rate on single-family residential properties based off of the median income. So we just did a few examples across the city. We found single-family residents would pay less than 0.4% a year. So we found this to be affordable. Of course, they look at the whole entire water bill, but this in combination with water, it's just a small percentage, as I said, for the median single-family residential rate payer, it's less than $1 a month increase. So with that, I'm going to hand it off to Stephen Nichols, our Stormwater Program Manager, and he's going to talk about what we're proposing to do with our capital, with the 50% of the proposed increase that would go to capital flood mitigation projects.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Stephen Nichols. I'm going to give us a brief overview of our current capital program and then describe the benefits of the proposed large-scale flood mitigation projects. Our capital program is comprised of two components, PAYGO funding and bond funding. This pie chart gives us a breakdown of our PAYGO funding over the next 5 years. I want to highlight that it's the critical life safety needs that are the focus of this spending. So hazardous roadway overtopping, pipe rehab. The reactive 20% there, it's about $2.5 million per year, roughly. That goes towards partnership opportunities, that goes towards cave-ins, such as the West 7th and Carroll Street intersection a few years ago, and small drainage projects, so minor flood mitigation potentially. Our capital program is currently made up of the $96 million in debt that we've issued over the last couple of years. Again, the spending focuses on those life safety components, so hazardous road overtopping locations, 60 projects for pipe rehabilitation, 1.8 miles of highly eroded channels. I do want to highlight the three project development items there on the second bottom row. Those projects to jumpstart the large-scale flood mitigation that I'm about to describe. A year ago this week, there was a large storm system that moved through Fort Worth, 52 flood structures, 22 high water rescues, hundreds of flood vehicles, and these are just the incidents that were reported to us. That storm event really highlighted for us the need for large-scale flood mitigation projects within our communities. With this fee increase, we'll be able to begin tackling these large-scale flood mitigation projects that were previously beyond the scale of our program. We're proposing to implement what we're calling a phase one funding approach with this fee increase to get us started down the road of addressing these flood mitigation projects. I do want to highlight that all of this work is in 2023 dollars, and we're planning out ahead. And so as those projects move out further in the future, we're considering a 5% annual cost escalation to make sure we can deliver what we're promising. After completion of all of these projects, it would benefit hundreds of homes and businesses across the city. It would decrease our response to those flood events, it would increase property values, improve economic vitality, but perhaps most importantly, create a safer, more livable city for our residents. TPW has been working in the Lower LeBeau region for 20 years, delivering hazardous road overtopping mitigation projects and flood mitigation improvements. We've worked our way up to Upper LeBeau. With the FY23 bond issuance, we're funding a detention structure. We've already purchased 33 structures. The detention pond could double as a recreational facility. The overall Upper LeBeau project that we're proposing would improve 8 hazardous road overtopping locations, as well as the channels between each of those locations. Overall, it would produce flood mitigation benefits for 130 structures. You can see in the blue box that we're proposing to deliver those phases over the next 12, or begin design of those phases over the next 12 years, funded with those bond issuances. The Linwood West 7th area, lots of flooding events over every few years. It seems like it's flooding down there. It requires over $100 million of drainage improvements, including 2 substantial bypass systems and new outfalls into the Trinity River to mitigate those flood hazards. The project that we're proposing would deliver flood mitigation for the 100-year storm for about 40 structures, but provide improved flood mitigation, not to the 100-year, but improved for over 200 structures. I do want to highlight that our current funding plan does not include the additional $155 million for a pump station. You can see in the blue box here, we're planning to deliver 2 significant phases over the next 12 years, concurrent with the larger bond issuances that we're expecting, or projecting, I should say.
Can you go back?
Yes.
So when is completion of phase 1, 2026? And then 1B is FY35. In the project benefits to your left, can you break down what phase 1A looks like versus phase 1B to understand what improvements are needed?
Conceptually, it was some of these bypass storm drain lines, but really the details will come out of the project development work.
Okay.
We've already kicked off the contract to begin project development, and what that will do will deliver approximately a 25% design for these improvements, and that will provide more specific details on phasing, specific benefits for each phase. So at this point, it's a high-level planning detail.
Okay. And if you could go back in time, this is a new area of the city, which I think is what frustrates so many residents. What went wrong here? And I realize that that's hard to go postmortem, but at a high level, how did we create this problem in a highly developed area that has continued to improve in the last 10 years?
That's an excellent question. I think at the time, our development regulations do not capture developments less than 1 acre. And so a lot of this is residential redevelopment that doesn't go through the development review process. We're at the end of a process right now to implement what we're calling the city flood risk area policy, which would in the future identify these homes or these new residences that were built recently that continue to flood.
Very helpful. Elizabeth?
Exactly right.
Yeah.
I really appreciate all of the work that y'all have done, specifically in the Linwood West 7th area up to date. You've been really responsive and you've expedited some things, and that has not gone unnoticed by me. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
I totally understand, and I try to communicate this the best I can to the residents of Linwood, that this is a massive project to fix what we at the city allowed to happen. When I talk to my residents in Fairmount and in Ryan Place and we talk about stormwater, I say to them, I know it's an issue we have across the city. The problem is your homes were built before we really knew what stormwater management was in 1905 or 1920. We knew exactly what stormwater management was when the majority of these homes were built. We didn't do our job to make sure that they were safe. I have entire streets that flood, and it's not just every couple of years. It's every couple of weeks when we have an extra particular rainy season. And as y'all know, we send trucks out there to make sure that the lines are clear and that it's not flooding, but they flood again and again, entire streets. I know it's a big project, but I look at those numbers or those years, and I have to tell folks that, well, we probably, your home is going to flood for another 11 years. And that's just, it's not acceptable. And I understand this is not for you, this is for us at this table, and particularly David, and, you know, I know, Mayor, you're an ally in this, and Gina's been screaming about stormwater since before I ever even thought about being on this council. And so I know that she has carried that charge. And so I appreciate the stormwater fee increase, and I know that we are trying to get creative, but I think that we are at crisis level right now in our city with some of our stormwater issues, and I don't know that this is enough. And so I really would like to see something drastically different in what we're investing in this, because we can't wait that many years for people's homes to flood. I mean, it's just not.
Yeah,
It's
and
not
I
gonna
think
fly.
maybe as a helpful point, because I know you're going to also talk about Barry McCart, which is equally as concerning. But let's get through today's presentation about the overall fee, but you kind of have permission to go back to the drawing board on some of these projects. What would it take for us to expedite these projects as quickly as possible for life and safety purposes? And what role do we need to play in assisting you with that, especially if you're going to really need to draw on federal or state assistance to make that happen? So we know that you're trying to do your very best and your team, and we appreciate that. So maybe just come back to us at a quick later date after the budget process is over and see what we can do to help increase that. I think Carlos and then Michael.
Yeah, I won't belabor the point to what you just commented on. You know, LEBO is certainly no different. Even when I came on council, that's been a multi-phase approach. I appreciate staff trying to chip away at the problem, but it still remains a problem. There was even loss of life there in past years, so it's a serious matter. You know, about what's going on West 7th, I totally agree. When I served on the zoning commission, there were talks about that at the time, but there was no requirement for the development community to help out there. We didn't really have a concerted plan to attack the problem. We knew it was a problem then.
And I'll just echo that I know these are big problems now, but I want to make sure what you brought up too is the process, and that we are looking, and that whomever comes after us isn't dealing with this 10, 15, 20 years from now.
And I think that not for stormwater, but the challenge, I guess the challenge to both stormwater and our development services is to really look at, and I know I've mentioned this to Dana before, we need to look at our building codes and our standards to see what we can do to proactively require new developments to help alleviate that. And, you know, one of the things that I think would be very useful that is, I've always found problematic is that in most cases you can pave lot line to lot line. And that's a lot of what we saw in Linwood. You went from these homes with yards to paving lot line to lot line. We allow impervious surfaces until the cows come home. And I think our building code is lacking when it comes to stormwater. And so to the extent that we can be helping y'all in the future with development, I think it's probably a good time for this body to have a conversation on what that policy looks like.
Councilmember Vivens.
I'll just mention this to all of you. I was blessed to have a board appointee named Bob Horton who told staff that they were not really taking in the cumulative impact of what happens when you just look at lot by lot or project by project. The good news for you is we respect what staff is bringing. That's what they're supposed to do. But what they bring is subject to how we respond to it. And it can be done in a very respectful way. Beck, I sent you a text. You know, there are some things that you can get your people to weigh in on and make an impact. And the good thing about staff that I have found is when we lost 4 lives in District 4, staff got on the move. And so they accept the challenge that we are going to give input. We are expected to. So don't think that this is the end all. It is not. It's a starting point. And from there, you see what you want to get done. And I think this council can get a lot done. So, you know, it ain't over. It's just starting.
Thank you. So it sounds like there's maybe opportunity for conversation about maybe even a higher fee increase, or I do also want to mention the cumulative impacts initiative that we've kicked off. We're in a stakeholder engagement process where we're developing a policy around cumulative impacts, including the loss of flood storage as development encroaches on creeks, but also the tougher question of how do you manage paving from lot line to lot line.
Yeah. And I think even throwing out there, I know we wouldn't look to another bond until 2026, but in some of these emergency situations, what does it look like to really focus on a carving out for stormwater projects like this one that involve life and safety? So,
okay, we'll explore that.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. The Barry McCart area has a long history of flooding, and I've always heard about that since I came to work for stormwater. It's also one of the flood-prone areas that help drive the conversation around creating utility. One of the reasons it remains an unmitigated flood hazard is because the 100-year solution to fix that problem is on the order of more than $400 million to resolve that. With that in mind, we're proposing a 5-year flood mitigation solution at a cost of around $40 million. That solution would deliver about 3 foot, it would reduce flooding by about 3 feet at Barry McCart and mitigate the 100-year flooding for 50 structures and 40 structures in a 5-year storm. In the blue table here, we're proposing to begin phase design in 29-32, again concurrent with those bond issuance dates. Overall, when all of those projects are fully completed, 440 structures will be benefited. That's 200 structures with 100-year flood mitigation and 240 structures with varying levels of improved flood mitigation. That's a lot of homes, businesses, and people's lives that would not be impacted by flooding after these projects are implemented. The fee increase that's on the table will enable us to deliver initial phases of these projects. Thank you.
Any questions before we move on to maintenance? Go ahead, Charlie.
So with this fee increase, I mean, it seems like it's a very minimal fee increase, right? Do we have any numbers on what they could actually save in like terms of insurance, right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Because telling anyone there's an increase, of course, there's still gonna be somebody that runs with it and says, oh, look, they're increasing it. It's like, okay, it's $1. But here's what we're gonna get for it, which I think is noble. But do we have any information on the structures that would actually benefit from this? Like what it would do for their insurance?
So a lot of these areas are not in mapped FEMA floodplains, which means they receive a fairly good rate on their insurance. And so I believe that's on the order of, and I'm speaking outside my area of expertise here, so go with me, but something around $300 or $400 a year on flood insurance for a home that's outside a Zone 8
Are you
floodplain.
shocked that places like Linwood are not in the FEMA floodplain? I am. But I'm not an engineer, so.
It was, the floodplain out there is really looked at as a function of the levee and the upstream areas not be able to drain through the levee when the river's up. And so that's kind of like a bathtub type evaluation rather than water flowing to
see.
get there.
Okay, thank you. That was a very simple, that was well done for us that wouldn't have understood you otherwise. Great job.
And just so y'all know, I mean, FEMA's got to map their floodplains nationwide, so they're really focusing on like the big rivers and channels like the Trinity River and so forth and Fossil Creek. And that's why it's so important for our program. We've been working to map these non-FEMA flood risks across the city, and we're gradually rolling them out. We've got a web viewer now so people can see these non-FEMA flood risks, and then they know, okay, I'm going to buy this. There's many people that would still live in these areas, but they know I'm going to buy flood insurance. I'm going to, make sure that I park higher up in my driveway. So they can make a more informed decision, and that's what we're really working towards.
Thank you. Elizabeth?
Well, and so we do have that mapping, and that's the FEMA floodplain mapping and the insurance that they would save. I think what probably the juicier question is our mapping on what we know are the floodplain area, flood-prone areas that we have sent out to residents, and what that increased insurance looks like for them. Because for those folks, they're not required to have flood insurance, but we have recommended that they have flood insurance because the infrastructure is inadequate. And so that's probably a good number to have as we talk about continuing this increase and what that looks like. And then remind me, when we through that mapping process, I know FEMA floodplain stuff is part of the county records, the property records. Are we making that ours part of the property, the official property record as well with Tarrant County, so that when I'm going to purchase a home, I know that I don't legally have to carry flood insurance, but it is recommended by my city to carry flood insurance? Because we're doing a good job of telling people who live there now, but what are we doing to inform people as they move forward? Because I don't know that there's a legal requirement.
Right, it's not like in the legal, like in the deeds or anything
Right.
like that, and that's why we're trying to get the message out. We've been meeting with like real estate groups and so forth, trying to spread the word. And I think over time, as more and more real estate agents and residents realize about these flood risks, we'll help tackle that. I did want to mention too that the city of Fort Worth participates in the community rating system. It's a FEMA program, and so because of the actions that the stormwater utility and the city do, residents can get a 15% discount on flood insurance rates. So that's across the city. So that's really important in terms of all the actions that we do. And we're constantly looking at reevaluating our program to see if we could get more points and we could get a bigger discount for our community.
Well, I certainly do really appreciate that program that y'all are doing. I think it's been really helpful. It's a little scary when people get that notice and they don't necessarily understand it. But I do appreciate y'all doing that. And I appreciate the maintenance that you do, because I know you've caught a couple of potential catastrophic failures in the near south side. So preemptive, thank you.
Okay, I am Lane Zarati. I'm Assistant Director for Street and Stormwater Operations, and I'll be talking to you about the maintenance component of the fee increase. There are several major benefits to the city to have this component in the fee increase. First, by improving our asset performance, we're reducing the risk of flooding citywide. Also, reducing our city costs by spending less to keep our good assets good. And then we're also reducing our contracted work by performing more in-house, which frees up our capital funds. Before I get into the additional maintenance work that we're going to be doing, I wanted to give you an overview of our existing maintenance program. We have 5 key components of our budget. The first group is our proactive inlet, and it's also currently housing our new CCTV program. But they are tasked with maintaining the 30,000 inlets that we have citywide, and they're doing that right now on a 5-year cycle. Our concrete repairs group is tasked with maintenance for the over 1,000 miles of storm drain that we have, and they do pipe repairs, major structure repairs, and some concrete-lined channel repairs. And then our channel group is tasked with maintaining the 230 miles of engineered channels that we have, and they do channel maintenance, channel restorations, and bar ditch improvements. And then our vegetation group is responsible for mowing the easements and stormwater-owned property, and they do about 520 acres 3 times each year. And then the last component of our budget expenses is for emergency response. The last full year in FY22, we had 12 flooding events that activated our emergency response. And so altogether, we spent a little over $7 million. But with this new fee increase, we'll be able to improve our service levels. So we developed a 5-year plan to use this funding, and we're going to use that to roll out 5 new maintenance improvement packages over the next 5 years. And I'm going to go into details on all of those maintenance packages in the subsequent slides, but this slide here just shows you how we plan to fund this within the budget available to us. So the first row is that estimated revenue from the fee increase. The second row is our 50% share, and then this lines out when we would be able to implement these packages and start the operations and maintenance cost within the year's budget. And we don't always use all of the year's budget, as you can see on the bottom row. Anything that is left rolls over to the next year and can be reprogrammed for other capital needs. And I also want to add to that after these first 5 years that we're showing here, the amount that rolls over increases. So the first year in FY24, you can see we're implementing 2 new packages. One is culvert inspection and clearing. The challenge that we face here is that sediment accumulation and blockages in our culverts result in dangerous roadway overtoppings and property flooding. Citywide, we have over 4,000 culverts, but with our current resources, we can only inspect about 200 a year, and we clean about 360 times each year. The other aspect of this is that developers are currently limited to not using medium-sized culverts because we don't have the right equipment to clean them safely. And so as part of this solution in this package, we're going to add a 5-person dedicated team to inspect and clean culverts. And we're going to purchase that remote-controlled equipment so that we can remove the developer restriction. The fee increase funded cost for this is $960,000. The benefits of funding it is that we can reduce the risk of hazardous roadway overtoppings. It will allow us to proactively inspect all of our culverts citywide. It will minimize some of these expensive, time-consuming emergencies. As you can see in the top picture, we were only notified of that blockage when it flooded, and it was 85% blocked. It cost us almost $200,000 to clear it. It'll allow us to safely maintain all of our existing culvert sizes. The bottom picture you can see shows the challenge on some of those mid-sized culverts, too big for a Vector, too small for the equipment and the people. And it allows us to improve economic development because we're reducing our developers' cost, as well as accelerate removal of debris from our system.
What is the piece of equipment you need to purchase?
It's a remote-controlled walk-behind. So it's basically that piece of equipment right there, but remote-controlled, so that someone doesn't have to go in there with the exhaust and crouch down and, risk endangering their life.
Don't be surprised when Charlie applies for that job.
To visually show the increased service level, currently we are inspecting 200 culverts per year, and with this package, we'll be able to increase that to 1,400 culverts per year. And some of those will need to be cleaned. Right now, we can clean 360 culverts per year, and conservatively, we'll be able to increase that to at least 500 cleanings per year. Our next package in FY24 next year is going to be for a pre-CCTV pipe inspection and cleaning. We have a new in-house CCTV program that just started in FY22. It's very cost-effective. It reduces the risk of these unknown catastrophic failures like the sinkhole void shown on West 7th in this picture. But the challenge is that our CCTV operators get into the pipes and they encounter these blockages like you see in the bottom, and it requires them to stop, pull off the site, wait for it to be cleaned so that they can remobilize it to the site. That loses efficiency for us. So we're going to add a 7-person dedicated team to inspect and clean proactively ahead of our CCTV. The fee increase funded cost is $2 million, but the benefit includes that it reduces our cost by 44%, or $550,000 annually. The CCTV assessments that we do in this program also support our storm drain rehab and the repairs needed to these systems. We reduce our risk citywide of these catastrophic failures. It improves our efficiency, increases our only 10% condition information that we have, and it accelerates removal of trash and debris from our pipes. So again, to visually show the increased service level, currently we're inspecting 132,000 feet of pipe per year, and we're going to double that to 264 feet of pipe. And we will be cleaning, going from 5,000 feet of pipe per year to 15,000 feet of pipe per year.
Can I ask a question about the inspector position? And I know we have those awesome individuals now. How do you take care of them appropriately as staff members of the city of Fort Worth? And that's an incredibly difficult job. And I realize technology is a huge benefit to how they conduct their role too. I'm just curious how we do that.
Well, our inspectors have the benefit of, so we have a crew leader and an operator on each inspection crew. And so our crew leaders, have the additional experience and make crew leader pay. And they are able to identify, what needs are and put in work orders out in the field with their iPads. And so they get the benefit of the pay for those positions, which has increased. I mean, we've been increasing our equipment operator pay and our crew leader pay over the past few years to keep up with the market. And, they don't have as much hands-on labor in their job.
Okay. Yeah. And what about your equipment operators?
Okay, well, we've been increasing the pay, as I had spoke about. It's very important to me in my position to make sure that we're taking care of our employees. And we've sent out surveys to get their input and feedback on what they'd like to see. I've got suggestion boxes, and I always follow up to see if there's anything that we can do to provide for them, because they do a lot for our city. And without them, I don't want to imagine what would happen.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, so the next package that we're going to roll out is in FY27, and that's for an additional channel maintenance team. The challenge here for us is that the erosion and sedimentation of our existing channels significantly decreases the capacity of those channels to carry our stormwater runoff, and that increases our potential for flooding. Citywide, we are responsible for maintaining many more channels than our in-house crew can maintain, and so we've been outsourcing that. But the cost for outsourcing that is conservatively 300% more than if we were to bring it in-house. So in FY27, we're going to add a 10-person channel maintenance crew. And we are going to use $4 million of the fee increase funding to do that. The benefits of it is that it will reduce our risk of flooding for property and life impacts, and it'll also improve our cost efficiency. I've given some cost-benefit information here. Visually, again, the increase in service level will go from 26,000 feet of channel maintained per year to 42,000 feet of channel maintenance per year. Also in FY27, we're going to add an additional pipe repair crew. So as we CCTV more of our pipe, we find more repair needs. And that's creating a backlog in repairs. So we've been outsourcing these repairs, but it costs us on average about 584% more to outsource them. So in FY27, the fee increase funding is going to be $2.7 million for this. The benefits of it, though, is, again, it'll minimize the risk of life and property by repairing these locations before they get worse. And then we're going to improve our own cost efficiency by not having to outsource as much. And I've given some of that cost-benefit information on the slide here again. So currently, our in-house crew does 25 locations of repairs per year, and we're going to double that to 50 repaired locations in-house per year. The last maintenance package is going to be in FY28, and at that point, we're going to bring another CCTV crew in-house. Again, we've only know 10% of our condition information, and so we've been outsourcing 75% of it, and that's primarily because we really only have one CCTV truck in operations, and we only purchased that last year in FY22. So we're going to bring another one in-house because our contracted cost is 30% more. And when we outsource it, we're subject to the contractor's availability and schedule, and that has resulted in delays for response to emergency investigations. In FY28, we're going to add 2 people on a CCTV truck with the outfitted truck, as you see in the pictures here. And the fee increase funded cost is $789,000. The benefits of it is that, again, we're minimizing the risk of flooding for life and property citywide. We improve our cost efficiency, and we improve our responsiveness to these emergency locations. Currently, we inspect 5,200 feet of pipe per year, and we're going to double that to 105 feet of pipe per year. So with that, unless you have any questions, I can turn it over to Jennifer for wrap-up.
Okay, thank you, Lane. So this slide now shows everything that Stephen and Lane were talking about on a timeline. So Councilmember Flores said, you know, when will all of this take place? So it is over a 12-year period. So this is just with what is proposed with the 15% fee increase. So not like our current capital or maintenance programs. These are the new things. So the green that you see here is that 5-year maintenance plan. So this is when the efficiencies start to take place when we're adding the new crews over the first 5 years. The pale blue is then when the design of each of these new phases of the large-scale flood mitigation projects starts. So we're kicking off design. So right now for Upper Libo, we're actually kicking off design right now for that detention basin. So we can't do any of those channel improvements without flooding people downstream. You've got to have that detention basin. So we're using our current bond funding that we have right now to design and build that detention basin, and then we'll follow pretty quickly with that first phase going up the channel over time. So you can see here the projected estimated bond payments, so the debt issued over time. So we got 39 million, 22, 23, and then in 35, 76. So that number kind of jumps up there because we're starting to retire our current debt over time. And so there we've got then some more capacity, we can issue more bonds. Of course, all of this is subject to one Stephen mentioned we're doing in terms of for our big scale flood mitigation projects, that project development, that initial 25% design to really define what those project components are and the benefits, as well as over time, you know, changing economic conditions and interest rates may impact the amount of the estimated debt. As well as we're doing the project development, that important part is having enough data behind what these projects are to then apply for grant funding. So we've got to be able to say, you know, this is what we're going to do. This is the benefits to apply for that funding. So if we're able to get grant funding, that could change and accelerate some of these project delivery schedules. So here's just kind of the overall summary of what we just showed. This is really working towards protect people and property from harmful stormwater runoff. So the fee increase is all about public safety, protecting lives, protecting property, maintaining a high quality of life for our community. So really trying to be so safe, so clean, and so green.
Thank you, Jennifer. Council, any closing questions? Go ahead, Alan.
Go back one slide, please.
Yes.
So over the next 11 years, are we contemplating additional fee increases, or is that built into this projection?
Yeah, so it's not built in here, but definitely we're always looking, as I said, for other, you know, fee increases. We're, you know, trying to balance, you know, the impact citywide on our community of raising our rates. But definitely, earlier we talked about kind of the other programs that we're hitting right now. We've when we got the 6.5 fee increase in 2019, a lot of that is tackling the hazardous road overtopping mitigation, the significant channel erosion that can impact the properties along the channel, the storm drain pipe collapses because our infrastructure is getting so old. So once we're done with that revenue bond program, we're basically going to need, either we're going to go back to PAYGO program where we've got around $12 million a year to spend on construction projects. But if we want to accelerate the delivery of more of those, then we would need more fee increases to do that. Or if we decided, you know, in a few years, okay, this is working, but we want to put more money to it, then we would need another fee increase. So that's something that we'll continue to discuss with council and our stakeholders as well.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that this is incredibly important, and it's something that we need to pay attention to, especially as we go in the next few years. Thank you.
Thanks, Alan. Councilmember Hill.
Thank you, Jennifer, for all this. It's a lot of work, and I appreciate it. Do we, and I didn't see it in the packet, but do you have an actual budget with an itemized layout of revenue and expense, and maybe even just look at kind of a 5-year look forward on what we're going to expect with a fee increase?
Yeah, I mean, we can pull that together. I know we've got like our 5-year CIP that's a part of the actual packet. That is with this in mind. So
Okay. What about for 2024? I didn't see an itemized budget. Can
So
we
we can provide the itemized if it's not in there.
Okay, perfect. And I know we need to go back to the drawing board on the mitigation piece, but
Yeah,
would
we
be
can
very
provide
helpful.
what's in there right now.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Sure.
Carlos.
One question, Jennifer, I may have missed it. Is there money set aside for the development of a regional stormwater master plan for the stockyards in light of all that development that's coming? We had last talked about this last year or so.
So we've been talking with the Majestic really about some of the development that's happening out there. And so what we spend our stormwater utility fees are is really focused on trying to mitigate the existing flooding that continues to happen for homes and businesses versus trying to improve or reduce the current flood risk to facilitate development. So that's why we have our development regulations in place. We are working with the Majestic to see if they would possibly like to approach the TIF. We talked to the TIF board and we could go and present to them, and possibly the TIF could fund a study to look at the existing conditions. But right now it seems like that it's pretty clear, or they're looking at their options on what they want to do, but there's a possibility for the TIF to actually fund that. We don't specifically have money in our budget to do that because we're trying to focus on mitigating the existing flooding to existing homes and businesses that continue to flood. So that's one of the challenges out there. Of course, talking about Linwood, that's an area that's been flood prone for years, but a long time ago, it used to be, you know, the industrial part of town. There wasn't people down there like there are today. And so the impacts of that flooding wasn't as great as now we've redeveloped the area, and the risk is still there.
Right. And just keep in mind, Majestic is a valued partner with the city under the 380, but, since that time, there are other, developers that are in that area looking to develop. So this is going to increase and densify pretty quick.
Correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions from council? Go ahead, Charlie.
So I just have two. Back when there was that 26% rate increase. And this may be a question for those that were around then. Was there any like major public outcry over such a large increase, or was it just pretty well received? And does anyone?
Yeah, I mean, that was before my time. So early on when the stormwater program was started, kind of that first 5 years, we really ramped up the program and had a lot of increases. So I honestly, I wasn't here then, so I don't know in terms of how that was accepted by the public.
Okay, gotcha. And then, I guess to that note, with this 15% increase, if it's actually enough or not, based on what's actually needed, I guess my biggest concern is, are the people that are sitting around this table in FY38 going to say that we did enough today, or if it was just more reactive, or if we were proactive enough? So, I mean, hearing a lot of these other concerns, I mean, I know we have like Fossil Creek up there, which we have some issues that we need to talk about later. But I'm just not sure it's enough.
Right,
So-
and there's always that balancing act.
Right.
I mean, this is what we propose, but definitely, if council's willing to entertain more, we can put that to good use. As Stephen was showing earlier, especially these large-scale flood mitigation needs, this is just those first few phases of them, and there's still remaining needs out there. We don't have the funding to complete those, and that's where, we're gonna be looking at possibly using TIFs to help finance some of that, applying for grants to help close that gap. But, a higher increase now or additional increase maybe in a few years out, those could be options.
Gotcha. And then, so last one on the grants, because I know that's a big one. Always good to get that government money. I know you said it was hard. Is it hard because we don't have the capacity for the grant writers here, or is it hard because it's just too many strings attached, or regulations, or what's the biggest issue with getting the grants?
So a lot of times it's what they look at to evaluate it. And so one is you've got to have very detailed information to show this is what we're going to do, this is a cost, and this is the benefit. And a lot of times they look at the benefit and the cost. And so some of these areas, the cost of the project is really, really expensive, but maybe the benefits in terms of the value of the homes is a lower value of the home. And so while we say, wow, we're going to mitigate, flooding to 50 homes, but maybe they're a lower income home, and so it doesn't score as high. So we really look at that evaluation criteria to see. Another one is our hazardous road overtopping mitigation. We haven't seen grants that are focused on reducing the overtopping at road locations specifically, and it's hard to show the benefits to saving people's lives because you don't have that structure benefit per se, but you have a significantly safer crossing. So the project development that we're doing right now, we've got consultants on board that have expertise in the grant programs. And so that's part of their work effort is as they're starting to flesh out that initial part of the design for the project to be able to say, these are the grants that you can apply for with a good hope that we can get some funding.
And just to add to that, we'll do an MITC presentation on grant funding opportunities across the board for infrastructure projects, probably in the October timeframe. This is a frequently asked question we get. In general, we're most successful when we have fully designed projects. These funding applications want a sure bet, something that is going to go into construction. Often in design, you'll find fatal flaws. So what you'll find most often is local dollars are used for design, federal dollars come in during the construction phase.
And that's what's so important about this project development, to flesh it out so then we can actually apply for funding.
Macy?
Okay, one last question. Is there any increase in amount for purchasing land? I mean, the conversation we've had about Arlington Heights and some of the other neighborhoods that have had, flooding over and over and over again. Are you preparing for an increase in that at all?
No, not specifically. So unless we need to purchase land as a part of these flood mitigation improvements proposed for like the Upper LeBeau and the Linwood area and the Barry McCart area. So I know in terms of LeBeau, we will need easements all along the channel from those property owners to make that work. But not right now specifically, unless it comes out of the project development that we need to purchase land for any of this.
Jeanette?
Are any of these like plumbing maintenance costs that the property owners have, could the Texas PACE Authority help fund those? Is that something that we promote?
I am not familiar with the Texas PACE Authority, but I would love some information, so
Okay.
we'll get with you afterwards.
Any other questions, council? Great job, Jennifer. Thank you to your entire team.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Yeah,
it.
big thank you to our team. It wasn't just the three of us that
Yes.
was up here.
Yes, tell them thank you. Council, our next presentation is on solid waste fees, and Valerie Washington's going to walk us through that. Our plan is to power through this presentation and then break for lunch. Does that work okay for everybody? Is that okay with you, Val? Okay.
All right, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Before I get started, I think the code team is in the back, Brandon and Jim Kiesel and Chris Harper. Just be ready if you want to, Brandon, if you even want to come up to one of the microphones and help with questions that come in, feel free. As we start this presentation, and for new council members, we've been working on the solid waste fund for the last several years. Really working on it to make sure that it's sustainable, it's able to meet its reserve requirement, and really able to meet the needs of the department as they're running solid waste operations here in the city, including their capital needs. It's been, like I said, an ongoing conversation. We've been before you a couple of times with fees for this fund. We have a couple today that are included in the fiscal year 24 budget that we want to walk you through. It's important too to know that as we look at fees, and especially looking at residential fees tied to solid waste, it is our mission to make sure that we explore all possible options before we look at raising the resident rates. And this is really, again, part of that effort. We did a financial and fiscal overview, was conducted by Burns and McDonnell in 2019. And they recommended several different revenue options for us to consider. And this is another step in some of the options that they provided to us in 2019. Let's see here. So today we'll just go over, the solid waste fund, the recommended fees, and then our outreach plans with haulers that are impacted by the fees that will be increasing, and residential folks who have overloaded carts and loose bags, how we'll communicate with them about an increase that's coming and a change in how we're handling that. As we look at fees and the solid waste fund, we're looking at it, of course, through the lens of your strategic priorities and understanding and acknowledging how solid waste really impacts the quality of life of neighborhoods and impacts everything else that's a part of keeping a community safe, clean, and green. We've set up some guiding principles to ensure that as we were talking about the solid waste fund, we always had some metrics that we could share with staff, with consultants, with the public on how we're approaching conversations about this fund. And those guiding principles focus on revenue expense balancing, making sure that there's equity as we're looking at different rates and fees across the fund. Landfill preservation, extending the life of the landfill is one of our highest priorities. We have, I think, less than 15 years or so to go, might even be 12 range, and extending that landfill life and working with our landfill vendor is a high priority, and further understanding what waste is going into our landfill. Oops, excuse me. Sorry, I clicked too soon. Again, we talked about residential rate protection. We're not going to look at raising residential rates until we've uncovered all potential revenue options and explored them. Looking at the residential rate would be the last thing that we explore. And then, of course, making sure we have fund solvency, that there is sustainability in the fund, and that we can support solid waste operations and capital needs long-term. The first fee that we want to talk about is our overloaded carts and loose bag fees. This isn't new, it's just we're handling it in a different way thanks to technology. Before, the process would have been where solid waste could issue citations if residents were not following the rules of not having loose bags out. With the process of smart truck technology, we have the camera system, so now we can use technology to determine if there truly were loose bags or overfilled carts. Through that process, they can use the technology. We also have a process where residents If they protest it, they don't believe it, they want more evidence, there's a process for them to appeal and work with the solid waste team to view that video evidence and work through the problem. If they are not satisfied with that step of the process, there is a step to go to a hearing officer. And I haven't heard of that process not working. I believe that there's a process in place already where they're working with the call center and fielding complaints. But we definitely want to stay out of the realm of citations and court appearances. We've worked with our vendor, Waste Management, and they're able to bill the city when they run into those circumstances. And again, we'll work directly with the residents if they're in that situation. One of the benefits to this, and one of the benefits when we extended the waste management contract, was the agreement that they would pick up all bags and trash when they pull up at a site or a home. Before, there were instances where if something was overloaded, or if there were loose bags, they may drive by it and not pick it up. We all agreed that it was best to just pick it up while they're there, eliminate loose litter and trash setting out. So that's the approach that we're trying to take with this one. The next area is looking at the Environmental Collection Center, the ECC. We have offered this service to Fort Worth residents for free. We also offer it to 51 municipalities. It's an opportunity for them to bring household waste to a specific spot. Hazardous household waste like paints and trying to think, batteries and some of the other things that are on that list, oils, fertilizers, light bulbs. It's an opportunity for people to take that waste to a specific spot. Sorry, I keep clicking the button. And one of the reasons that we're looking at this, as we look at data, 43% of the pounds that come in are coming from non-Fort Worth residents. As we look at this, we want to make sure that we're covering the cost of offering this service. In total, there's about 3 million pounds come in, and we are able to divert those 3 million pounds from going into the landfill as hazardous waste. So we really love the concept of the ECC. The solid waste team has already been working with the participating cities and have agreement from them that we would increase the fee from $50 to $95 a household when they visit that center.
Sorry, I missed the statistic you gave on the percentage of non-Fort Worth residents.
43%. Okay. And that was based on the Burns and McDonald's report from 2019.
And currently, do we charge, is there a different charge for non-Fort Worth resident?
But Fort Worth residents are free.
Right, and then.
So for the cities, it's $50 currently. Okay. And the cities pay us for their residents using the facility. So their residents don't pay directly. We have a contract with the city where we bill them for that use.
Got it, okay. So they pay per resident then?
I believe so. Say, solid waste team, feel free to help me out here.
Yes, some do it by the number of, like limit the number of residents is typically how it's done. And what's nice about this particular fee, or doing it as a regional approach, is we get that economy of scale, so it actually ends up being cheaper. It's free to our residents, but it's cheaper to the city to provide it free to our residents by doing this together as a regional center.
And they've worked closely to make sure we understood the cost. It really is a great value. They looked at benchmark cities for comparables, but it really allows City of Fort Worth to offer this valuable city to the 51 municipalities that we get to partner with.
Thank you.
Next, we have two fees that are tied to our landfill. One is the non-GOP landfill surcharge. And to start with, haulers who want to haul for the City of Fort Worth apply for what's called a grant of privilege. And those are haulers that pick up commercial waste in our city. To do that, they pay 10% of their gross hauling receipts back to the City of Fort Worth for receiving that privilege of using our streets to haul. We worked with Burns and McDonald, again, when we did that 2019 fiscal and operational review to really understand all of our fees and really spend a lot of time looking at the landfill and understanding what we call non-Fort Worth waste or non-city waste and Fort Worth waste, and just making sure we understood as our landfill was filling up, what was causing it to fill up, and just having a handle on those different waste streams. As we worked with Burns and McDonnell, we determined to implement a landfill surcharge. Originally, we had first wanted to implement it for all haulers, GOP and non-GOP. After some discussions, we held back on the GOP portion, but in 2019, the non-GOP landfill surcharge was implemented, and we're asking, or suggesting it, or proposing, sorry, that it go from $5 to $10. The intent when we implemented the fee in 2019 was to review it annually, look at our waste, look at our landfill, and then make adjustments as needed. And this is the first adjustment that we're making, and we're moving from 5 to 10. This does require a conversation with the non-GOP haulers. We don't want anyone to be surprised that this is coming, so there will be some outreach to those haulers. The solid waste team, when we implemented the non-GOP landfill surcharge, spent a lot of time encouraging haulers to become GOP haulers. And so I think they've told me they've captured most of them. We can send you a list of the haulers that have the grant of privilege. Most of the non-GOP are some of the smaller haulers that are here in the city, but we will be doing outreach and communications to them so they are aware of that change. And then that leads into our last proposal, which is to implement a GOP landfill surcharge. Again, in 2019, we had contemplated adding this for GOP and non-GOP at the time. We received some pushback from Republic, who operates our landfill, and we promised that we would work with them, one, in understanding their waste streams coming into the city, understanding that what by contract, what tonnage we needed to be aware of, what our royalty payments were, what our governmental rights were in being able to impose a landfill surcharge. We spent time talking with them. We've spent time trying to figure out ways that if we didn't implement a GOP landfill surcharge, how could we strategize to preserve landfill life? And through those conversations, I think we made a little bit of headway, but not much in a way that we were really going to see our landfill life being preserved, which again is one of our high priorities. And so we're proposing implementing at the $5 rate a landfill surcharge for our GOP haulers. Implementing that will help us as we're on our mission to preserve landfill life. It helps with fund solvency. We will be working with Republic and the other GOP haulers on a communication plan and timing so they can be clear. We want to make sure we give them a forum to ask questions and even offer potential alternatives, which we have offered in the past, that if there's something that you can bring to the table that will tangibly help us preserve landfill life, we want to listen. As we worked through this, we did want to make sure we understood what the impact was going to be to the hauling community from a cost standpoint. If you are a non-GOP, so if we start at the bottom, the increase for the $5, moving from 5 to 10, you could see the impact of what that would be on their bill, and then the same impact for the GOP haulers. Many of the haulers will simply pass down this increase to the customers that they have contracts with. And again, we'll have those conversations with the hauling industry as we work through this. We wanted to show a slide just to point out how these new revenues will impact the solid waste fund, and also calling out that the fiscal year 24 solid waste fund is able to meet its 25% minimum fund balance requirement. Here we just have a chart with summary. We plan to implement the GOP and the non-GOP landfill surcharges and the loose bag and overloaded cart fees January 1st. So we've shown the impact of 9 months of revenue versus 12 months. We plan to implement the ECC increase effective October 1st. And again, that's been communicated by our partner cities. And the solid waste team has an outreach plan that we can share with the mayor and council that lays out their communication plan and their timing. Again, it'll be educating on the status of the fund. We want them to understand our key goals of preserving life at the landfill and fund solvency, so we'll make sure that we share that with them. Again, our next steps will be communicating. We'll implement the fees January 1st for the 3 that I mentioned and October 1st for the ECC. Also wanted to mention that on a fall work session, we'll be back to talk about landfill gas and provide an update on that, and also to continue the conversation on how to plan strategically as we get closer to landfill life at our landfill and what those options look like in the future. And if we decide to use transfer stations as that option, just understanding what the difference in cost is when you're able to transport to a landfill for disposal versus having to transport to a transfer center and then get transported for disposal, that there's some extra cost associated with that we want to make sure mayor and council understand as we start getting into that point. With that, that's all I'd have. I'm here and I have the solid waste team available if you have questions on the fees.
Thank you. Councilman Larsdorf.
So mine is about the smart truck technology, so maybe it might be for Chris.
Chris,
but-
can you come on up?
So is this gonna be where the truck operator, they're gonna have to flag that house, like, hey, there was 2 extra bags in the overfilled cart, and that camera is just used to back up that charge? Or is it an automatic, like, hey, it's like a red light camera, just detected overfilled cart? I mean, how does that actually work?
So that's correct. The truck actually has the cameras on at all times. That smart truck, if it went to my address and I had an overfilled cart and a bag outside, that's going to come to the solid waste department. That charge, or both of those charges, will actually be billed on the actual water bill itself. And so, as Valerie and Brandon mentioned, they can actually do an appeal on that, and we'll look at it. The nice thing about Smart Truck is if, again, it was my house, I can call the call center. I can actually get a link that will show me what my cart looked like and the fact that a bag was outside.
Gotcha.
Now, normally, if you had just moved here, and this is the same with bulk or yard, any sort of solid waste violation, we are more than happy to educate that resident and say, okay, you know, obviously you have other things on your mind when you move in. Your solid waste is probably not top of mind. You have extra garbage. We'll do a courtesy and remove those charges. But going forward, any overloaded cart or bag would be billed.
Okay, so you know the all the emails that we send you about all the complaints we get with the new contractors and missed trash, and then now the contractors are saying, we won't come out tomorrow, but we'll come back out next week. What are we gonna be able to do to mitigate those extra charges hitting their account? Because if you're like me and everything's auto pay, I won't notice an extra $3, $6, $9 at a time. So how do we, without them having to go through the appeal process and say, hey, this was contractor's fault for missing it in the first place, why am I paying for it, or even spending my time filling it? So
yeah, so excellent question. So within the system, that's called a contract issue. So if you call in and we've missed you, right, and we say you are allowed 1 to 5 extra bags that following week, when we get that charge from Waste Management, it goes into the system, it bounces up against your contract issue, and we don't pass those charges along to you. So
Okay.
there's a mechanism in place to take care of that.
Gotcha, okay, thank you.
Charlie, I'm just curious, have you had a lot of those problems in your district recently?
Recently, we've seen a pretty big uptick in them.
Okay.
And then we've had a couple issues where it was not a matter of like, okay, we'll come back out. I mean, like we have one that's a whole side of a street in one neighborhood that's completely missed, and they were told, yeah, we'll come back out next
And
week.
have you communicated that before now to code, and they've been working?
Oh, absolutely, 100%.
Because that feels out of the ordinary. I would think typically
Yeah.
they're pretty quick to respond. We should make sure we fix
Yeah,
that.
they were great about it. Going back to the contractors, because there was a change, and this is even my own neighborhood, there was a change in contractor, change in kind of schedule. I think there was a breakdown of communication, but the contractor change, there was a noticeable difference. So, no, that staff has been doing excellent.
Thank you, Charlie.
I've had
Alan?
the same issue happen
did.
in my
I'll
district.
just put a little bit of color on this. Chris and I have dealt with one particular resident in one particular community, Village of Woodland Springs. 5 weeks in a row, their trash day was missed. And so, that's a significant for a large community. to see things like
They
that.
bring all their
absolutely.
trash to your house, Alan?
Not yet,
Okay.
but I'm worried it may happen.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Any other questions from council I missed? No. Thank you.
Mayor and council, thank you. And thank you for Mayor and council for sharing complaints and issues when we see them. The team works closely with Waste Management daily to make sure those issues are resolved. So thank you for your time.
Yes. Okay. Okay, I think that's the conclusion of presentations. Let's break, and we're going to convene again at 1 o'clock. So you have time to eat, return phone calls, reprieve, and then come back. To get started? Okay, I know Miss Gina's going to join us again. Okay, we can reconvene here. I believe next up is our plan to implement the fire ad hoc staffing recommendation led by Fire Chief Jim Davis.
Thank you, I appreciate you. Good afternoon, Mayor, members, council, Mr. Cook. Fire Department, we are here to chat with you about the plan to implement the fire ad hoc staffing recommendations that are built into our 2024 budget. We're going to talk quickly about the recruit class sizes and our authorized strength, and then the action plan for how we're going to get to the recommendations and how we're going to get them implemented. So overall, the unanimous consensus of the ad hoc committee was to add 70 sworn positions and 6 civilians in the 2024 budget. That helps us to establish the baseline minimum staffing specifically around fire non-operational areas. So the fire department, if you take a look at this graph, you will see at the bottom here, just above the total sworn, you will see fire operations. That is everything that goes on in the street responding to emergency runs. So fire engines, ladder trucks, heavy rescue vehicles, and et cetera. The positions above those are all in the support role of the men and the women that are on the street taking the emergency requests for service. So that includes the Fire Prevention Bureau, where 11 additional positions will be authorized in order to bring their staffing to meet the demand and the growth of the city. The Fire Investigation Group adding 9 authorized strength positions. The Fire Training Division, we've been using overtime as our class sizes increase. We've been using overtime. The Training Division adding 15 positions will help to reduce that need for overtime use. The Alarm Office, with the increase in volume and the increased number of calls that we're taking specifically around not just the growth of the city, but supporting the other 911 functions in the city, such as the primary answering point for the police. We're adding 6 additional positions. And then out of my office, the chaplain position and the public information officer will be added as a authorized strength position. The Executive Services Bureau for our professional standards and our hiring will add 2 additional positions, and then administrative support around the operations and street, which are more back behind the scenes, managing certifications and the different things that go on with equipment and et cetera. And then from a community risk reduction strategy standpoint, we're adding 1 supervisor for the fire side of the HOPE program that works in conjunction with the police and other social service agencies to try to reduce the social impacts and the disparities in care throughout our community. So that gives you the 70 total sworn positions, and then the 6 civilian positions are in the administrative support role that add to a total of 76. Typically in a year, we average about 25. It fluctuates somewhere between 25 and 30, but the average is about 25 positions where people attrition out through retirement or separation of service for other reasons. So we expect that the 23 attrition class and the 24 attrition class will be approximately 50 folks. We currently have 14 vacancies based on attrition, and we're planning for 50 total. So then you add in the ad hoc staffing recommendations of 70. The fire department is looking to hire, train, and onboard 120 in the 2024 budget. So our timeline for that is really compressed. And so we have a class scheduled to begin in September. We're anticipating a minimum of 50 people. We're trying to get to 60. The reason that we feel that we can do that is because some of these folks come to us with certifications already. They come from other agencies and other organizations, so we can fast track them through our academy since we don't have to get them the certifications. So that's approximately an 8-week onboarding process. And so that's where we anticipate we'll have 10 in that class. And so that's why we're pushing for a class of 60 in September. Then the remaining eligible candidates on the list will begin to be processed for a class that is expected to occur in February. And we will get really close, if not completely exhausting that list. So we've been working with HR and civil service We've been working with other city departments to try to find a location to give another entrance exam. And again, with a compressed time, I will tell you that everybody in the Metroplex is hiring. Arlington's hiring, Dallas is hiring, so everybody's giving tests at the same time. So candidates have a fair amount of agencies to test for and to choose. So we're hoping to capitalize on that as well. So in February 2024, we anticipate we'll start another class to get us to that 120 that we are committed in 2024's budget to have. The first class, full class of September, will graduate in May. And our anticipation is the second class that starts in February will graduate in September, which if we pull this off the way I'm pushing to get it done, then we will have it completely completed in the 2024 budget cycle. That will take our full authorized strength to 1,049 from a current existing 979. This is a history, and you can see that with the classes in the orange and then compared to our authorized strength in the blue, we have struggled over the years to stay at that authorized strength. Part of the reason is the attrition. The other part of the problem is that it takes us an average of 8 months to onboard a fresh candidate that comes without any certifications. So through the ad hoc committee, through the conversations with Ms. Washington, Mr. Cook, fire has been pushed and pushed and pushed to make sure that we are hiring to our authorized strength, and we feel that we have been able to get that done with their support and their encouragement, and now we are planning on pushing hard in 2024 to get that, to maintain that authorized strength so we don't fall below that line. Our next steps are to complete the hiring process. They're interviewing today. They I have signed off on 30 packets already, so they are now going through they've completed all the process except for their physical. We will be looking and monitoring, continuing to monitor the attrition and what happens with our recruits. We do typically lose a couple recruits during the course of a class. So if that happens with the September class, we will hire them back, the next group, to maintain that 120 number in the February class. And we're working, like I said, with the other departments, Harold and his team, Deanna and her team, to make sure that we have a place to test. We also, we've got some labor conversations we have to have with Michael and 440 to make sure that, if we have to give more than one test, that we figure out how to do that without disrupting the process. So there's some labor management stuff there going on with testing. There's also the facilities, and we're working through all that right now to plan on giving a test towards the end of the year so we can stay on track. I just want to tell everybody in the room that there's a lot of folks around the table here. Councilmember Flores chaired the committee. My team sitting in the back of the room. Everybody's rallied and worked really hard, and I really appreciate everybody's work. I appreciate everybody's efforts, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Chief, I have just so everyone reminds, just to remind everyone, the attrition rate on average for your class size, I mean, yes, you're bumping it up. You do have additional capacity to do so, but that's also not only to capture what I would refer to as lateral or already, potential firefighters that come in that you can, ramp up very quickly. But what's your attrition rate? Because I'm assuming that 60 takes that into account, right?
Yes, sir. On average, our annual percentage of attrition rate is less than 2% of our overall department. But on average, we average about 20. We have budgeted every year a class of 24. We average about 25, and we make that up for not just through salary savings, but we keep our authorized strength up with the class sizes. That's why our class sizes, sometimes you see 25, sometimes you see 35, sometimes you see 40, and that's why, because we're balancing that budget with the salary savings to maintain bigger classes where needed.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Jared.
This question might be for David, but will the 70 positions be funded October 1 when the new fiscal year starts?
So, thank you, Chief. If you go to that one slide that shows that other one.
This one?
Right there.
Okay.
So if you notice this chart, the positions are all added on September 1 and funded. So the challenge then, as the chief mentioned, is making the orange line as close to the blue line as quick as possible.
Right, so when we approve the budget, the funds will be ready October 1, 2023, right? Okay, got it, thank you.
Chris?
Yeah, I just want to add to that, because when I look at the, I guess your proposed budget that we have here in the general funds where it says discussion and significant changes, it says in here that the 70 approved positions increase, but 35 will be partially funded in 24 and the other in 25. Is that something different than what we're talking about here?
Yeah, I'm not aware of that language.
Valerie,
right
Chief,
there.
you want to offer clarification on that?
Councilmember, right before I came up here, I anticipated that question could be a possibility, and so I did verify with Val and with Mark McDaniel here that it's a timing issue, but that it is funded, as Mr. Cook just said, so.
Yeah, that is correct. We want to validate that on the record. It is funded. In 24, correct. Yeah, there just might be timing. When we originally started talking, we weren't sure if the chief would be able to complete the training in 24. So that is old information. After working through the ad hoc committee, we found a way to, if we start the classes in September and February, to actually wrap up everything before the end of the fiscal year 24 year. So we're trying to keep it nice and compact the way we set it up to ensure that it's done in fiscal year 24, the funding and the hiring.
Sure, so this is not accurate, but we're going to have the funding October 1.
Correct.
Correct, thank you.
Councilmember Bivens?
Yeah, I just want, okay, sorry.
We got double Gina. Hold on.
Can you hear me okay?
Oh, yeah.
I'm so sorry. I'll let it go. I just want.
We can't hear you, Gina. You're muted. Sorry. Unmute the other one. Okay. Oh, boy.
There it is. Never mind.
Text me your question.
Yeah, I was going to say, text one of us your question, Gina. We'll make sure it's covered. Any other questions for Chief Davis? Yes, go ahead, Charlie, and then Macy.
I just had one, but the, one of the things you just mentioned about the other cities, everyone's hiring. Are we doing something more aggressive to take those recruits, especially those that already have certifications, to fast track it, sort of like our lateral program for the police?
Yes, sir. There's a couple different things. First of all, we have a list of recruit candidates that we have been staying in constant communication with. We get, our team frequently gets requests to be put on the list and the mailing list and stuff like that. We just don't do that. FAD stays in touch with them. We offer them, we have continual contact with them to let them know what's going on, more than just the typical social media messaging and stuff like that. Secondarily, we have been working with Tarrant County College. We currently have a class of students from the Metroplex that are actually engaged in learning at our facility. So we've got that opportunity to work with people. And then the fast track program, like you said, we bring people in who have got a couple years of experience in other departments and have their certifications. We put them through a skills assessment to make sure that, you know, they can actually do what their cards say they should be able to do. And then if they pass that, then we put them into this fast track class and we basically indoctrinate them to the policies, procedures of the city of Fort Worth, the Fort Worth Fire Department, and skill verification, and then we get them out on the street about almost 22 weeks, almost 24 weeks quicker than we normally would if we have to if we put somebody through it's a blank slate. Yes, sir.
Charlie, you stole my question.
But if I can be.
We can hear you now.
Okay. The last budget, I need Val to get to the microphone. The last budget, I left feeling hoodwinked because of the way we were funding fire. And so I just need Val to state it simply, clearly, that this money is in from day one. The chief has a good problem to have. His problem with attracting staff is not unique. That's nationwide, city, government, local, federal, corporate. Everybody's looking for talent. But Val, for the record, because I don't want to go back and come here Monday and figure out there's some double talk in here. Describe this funding and when it's all going to be let loose, when it's all in the budget. I don't want to see half now, half later.
Yeah, understood. So the funding, the full funding for the 70 sworn positions and the 6 civilian positions are included in the fiscal year 24 recommended budget. And that funding will be available for the chief and the fire department to hire the recruits beginning on October 1st. We have a plan, and we're starting ahead of October 1st so we could meet the deadline. So we're starting that class in September. And we have the funding for that, and the chief has funding in his budget to hire the class that we plan to start in February. That it is 100% funded. There's no confusion, I believe, between me, the chief, city management, and the budget office. We validated that information. We support the chief's plan, and we're proud that they found a way to hire 120 firefighters between 2 classes. And again, we'll have it completed by the end of the fiscal year. So we are here to support them. I also would want to add that I see the chief continuing to find ways to make sure we don't lose recruits throughout the process. He's going to be working with the Civil Service Commission here soon to find a way to change the way they're looking at the physical fitness evaluation and maybe change the timing of that process to allow for recruits to more successfully complete that part of the requirements. So more to come on that, but yes, Mayor Pro Tem, the funding is available for all 70 recruits day one.
Now, for those physical requirements, I still need to have somebody who can drag me out of a building. So compromise.
Yeah, no compromises on fitness, just making sure people understand the fitness requirements. But I agree, you need people on the team that are going to be strong and can be capable when you're in the situation of a fire. So I agree, and the chief and his team are not doing anything to compromise the integrity of that fitness evaluation.
Macy.
Okay, well, I'm going to tag on to Charlie's question. Do we have any funding set aside for recruiting to make sure we do have the highest quality candidates with the competitive nature of the market?
Yes, ma'am. We have a budget, an annual budget that helps us cover recruitment campaigns, going out and doing on-site, during college job fairs and things like that. Our folks, they do specific events. They go to different colleges. They work really hard with the athletic departments of different colleges to try to attract the best qualified candidate of every race, creed, and gender.
I didn't know if there was
reflect our
anything
community.
special we're doing so we can make sure we fill those 2 classes.
I'm sorry, ma'am?
I didn't know if we're doing something special to fill those 2 classes, anything in addition to normal procedure.
Well, so right now we're working overtime to make sure that we process the folks as quick as possible. We've streamlined one of the things that Val started to mention there that was, I don't want to say it was a barrier, but as part of the hiring process, there was an agility, a physical fitness agility test that was really job functions, but yet a lot of the folks have never been trained or taught how to use some of the equipment that they were being, a sledgehammer as an example. So the idea was, and 440 was at the table, and I got to give Mike Oritz credit. He threw it out there and said, well, can we do this? And I was like, I don't know, let's look at it. And so, in a good cooperative relationship with him, we have decided to try with this program to work with civil service and HR to embed that into the training program, with that having to be one of the 3 tests that you have to successfully complete to get out of the academy. You have to have a fire card by the state of Texas. You have to have a National Registry emergency medical technician card, and you'll have to successfully complete this performance test that is both endorsed by the International Association of Fire Chiefs and the International Association of Firefighters. What they'll have is an opportunity, instead of being not allowed to start the academy because they can't pass it, they'll be trained during the academy, and they'll be built basically, and then they'll have an opportunity to pass it at the end with different benchmarks along the way that they can pass it. And so I do believe we're doing some things differently to encourage additional people and to actually train them to be successful through the completion of the academy. Yes, ma'am.
Chief, aside from this fiscal year and adding positions, what does your typical application pool look like as they go through the process? Have you traditionally had a recruitment problem in the application process, or has it been pretty strong?
No, ma'am. Traditionally, it's been very strong in the fire department. What we did see with this last test is we saw 2,000 candidates sign up to take it and only 1,000 show up to take it.
Okay.
So we have to find a facility that's capable of housing 2,000 applicants, and we have to prepare for 2,000. So that's kind of the issue that we're dealing with right now with Harold and Deanna, trying to figure out how we manage those type of challenges. But that was an anomaly in my 5 years now being here. It's been well above 1,600 every test actually showing up. Would you agree, Harold?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. Elizabeth?
So as part of the new positions, I know you're adding to your recruiting staff, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
As part of our effort to diversify the fire department.
Yes, ma'am.
Are those positions, and you might not know the answer, are we hiring them internally? Are they external positions or?
No, ma'am, they're internal positions.
and
They're opportunities to transfer into the role.
Okay, perfect. So, so we have folks already here. My question is, will they be online before we start the recruitment process for these upcoming classes? Or what's the timing on that?
Yes, ma'am, they're in a position now where that was part of the ad hoc committee's conversation about a lot of these positions have been in place through us borrowing or loaning people out of operations in order to complete the work such as you're talking about. And that was one of the tasks of the fire department to the ad hoc committee, was for us to explain and justify each one of the positions that we had in a loaned environment, why and the need. And at the end of the day, I believe that there was unanimous consensus on that. So yes, ma'am, to answer your question directly.
Perfect. And then I had one more, but this is what happens when I don't write it down. Oh, you mentioned earlier about possibly the civil service exam being, there might be some labor issues there. Can you just kind of briefly touch on what that might be? Are there constraints? Are there?
So there are some constraints. Part of the hiring process is laid out in our collective bargaining agreement, and with the area of the collective bargaining agreement silent on, the Texas Local Government Code speaks to. And so what FIRE's current hiring process is a annual written examination that has been done consistently, one time, one location, on one date. Unlike the police, who Harold and his team have worked with, that actually have multiple tests over multiple days. And I don't want to speak because I'm not an expert on how they do it, but I understand that that's what they do, and they use the Bob Bolin complex frequently to do that. We have been, we've had to use Will Rogers or the Convention Center, those type of places, in order to have the space to accommodate 2,000 applicants. In order for us to change, to do something similar to what the police are doing, it will require either an MOU with the local, a change in the in some form of discussion with 440 in order to accomplish that. Michael is aware of that conversation. Zach, his vice president's aware of that conversation, and we have entered into how can we do that to make sure that we keep moving, we keep hitting the ground.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions for Chief? Go ahead, Ellen, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Chief, this has been a great presentation. You have a big challenge ahead of you to get 120 new firefighters trained in a year. Earlier, well, I guess it was late last year, we revised the pay schedule for the Police Training Academy. And I know we had some early conversations about doing the same with fire. Where did those end, and is there a reflection in the budget now?
Councilmember, I don't think that those conversations have ended. I think they're ongoing. Ms. Washington has put together an email asking Deanna and myself to survey other like-sized cities and departments to figure out where the starting pay of these other cities are currently at, and where we may have an opportunity to right-size our starting pay to make us to keep us an attractive organization for folks that have multiple opportunities. So I believe that work's ongoing, and unless there's an additional question that maybe Val or Deanna can help me answer, that's all I have for you at the moment.
The only other follow-up would be timeframes on that when they're available. Thank you.
I will work with them as soon as I leave here, and I'll get you an answer to that. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Anybody else? Thank you, Chief. Appreciate it.
Thank you, ma'am. Again, I appreciate everybody. Thanks.
Okay, next up is our Park and Recreation Department FY 2024 budget. Jessica's going to kick us off. I should say Jess. It feels weird to call you Jessica.
Whichever.
Either one.
Either one. I know I had somebody ask me yesterday, well, which name do you really go by? And most people call me Jess, but professionally I always say Jessica. Doesn't matter, either way. So thank you so much, Mayor and Council. I'm excited to get to run through the Park and Recreation Department proposed budget for next year. As you know, I came here in August of last year, so I came on the tail end of budget, and this was my first year to really get to work through the entire budget process. And it was really great to work with all of this staff this year. To go through their budget, we're first going to cover just a very brief department overview of what the Parks Department maintains. We'll talk about their goals and priorities as they prepared their proposed budget. We'll talk about some of the new priority initiatives that they've put together that align with your strategic vision, and then we'll touch on their capital plan. So the Park and Recreation Department right now currently has 297 parks comprising just almost 12,900 acres. In those parks, there are 213 playgrounds, 210 miles of improved trails and paths. They manage 14 community centers, but as you know, there are additional 7 community centers that are managed by the Neighborhood Services Department. There are 11 athletic complexes, 3 golf complexes, 4 aquatic facilities, with one of those, the Forest Park Pool, being under construction, and then 7 special use facilities. Within those areas, they actually maintain just under 8,000 acres of parkland, 225 acres of athletic fields, 229 miles of traffic dividers, 339 miles of rights-of-way, 10 acres of corner clips, 210 miles of trails, 57 acres of other properties. That includes libraries, some police facilities, some other city facilities, 104 miles of alleys. Last year, they worked on almost 300 playground inspections. We try to get to some of those twice a year and others once a year. The Forestry Service Division took care of a little over 3,000 requests, and then they abated almost 7,000 sites of graffiti last year. We currently have 2 MNCs that are in the works to add additional 2 more parks to our network, so that will take us to 299 parks. And when those are accepted, it will bump us just over 13,000 acres of parkland, and those are coming very soon. This chart right here shows you the growth in the number of parks that we've had over the last 10 years. So you'll see we've gone from 269 parks in 2014 to 297 parks today. We're about to change that to 299 parks. And what this shows you is that we've grown in our park quantity by 10%, while our population has grown a cumulative 18% over those last 10 years. And so that shows us we've done a great job of adding parks, but we need to do better. The goal is always to have parks within a 10-minute walk of residents. And as we've grown quite large in some of our areas where we have this spread, we have not achieved that. So we're about 2/3 of our residents within a 10-minute walk of parks, but we're still looking for additional parkland to bump that out to the entire area. This chart shows you that our acreage size, though, has done well. We have grown by 9% in acreage compared to the city's land geographic size growing at 2.6%. So again, we've added several very large parks to our network, and we really still need to keep focusing on those neighborhood parks as well. Putting together the fiscal year 24 proposed budget, our Parks Department focused on 4 main priorities. The first of which we're calling fulfilling existing commitments. And you've heard about that with all of the other departments as well. That's keeping up with the cost of inflation. Just everything we know is more expensive today than it was before. That's also keeping up with the contracts that we have for the Fort Worth Zoological Association to take care of the zoo and the Fort Worth Botanical Garden contracts as well. We've got the Northwest Community Center that's going to be coming online very soon, additional mowing and asset maintenance as well. We've done a focus this year. We've had a focus this year on our staffing resources. So like all the departments, this budget does include additional money for pay for performance increases. We also have some realignments in this budget just to respond to the needs of the community, whether that's reclassification of positions, reorganization, or consolidating some positions as well. We've got managing assets as a top priority this year. So again, focusing on acquiring additional parkland, conserving open space and natural areas. We have some golf and athletic field renovations that are in this budget, the new aquatic operations with Forest Park Pool that will be coming online, and then acquiring some vehicle and equipment for service delivery. But most importantly, and probably most excitedly for me, we have raising the bar on service delivery. And so with this, you're gonna see as we get into this proposed budget, a significant amount of resources that will be attributed to increasing our mowing frequency in the budget, increasing our litter abatement activities. So we're really working on beautifying our parks, our right-of-ways throughout the city. And then we also have a focus on enhancing our community service programs and hours as well. So touching on the increased activities this year, the first one we're calling enhanced maintenance. We're proposing to add 2 crews, which will be 4 additional personnel that will be focused on median maintenance and litter abatement. So this is both picking up trash, this is taking care of our plantings along the medians and the rights of way. This would also include when one of our roundabouts gets hit and either the bricks or the landscaping need repair. This includes that crew that will be focused solely on that. The bulk of their work will be scheduled out, but this will also be a hotshot crew for us to have them respond where needed for the unplanned maintenance activities. We're adding $2.8 million to increase our contract mowing frequency, and this is during the growing season, which is usually February through September, but those times change each year depending on how wet or dry it is. Right now, we mow everything about every 2 weeks, so this could increase that frequency as much as every 7 days where needed. One thing I'll mention too that the Parks Department has already started working on is redoing all of our mowing contracts so that when we don't need mowing activities, we still have those contractors that can be working for us, clearing litter, doing other needed work and improvements in those areas. And so that's been a big change that has helped us. They started that last fall. We've seen that all through the winter season where when we didn't have the mowing, we still had them helping us to improve our parks and right-of-ways. We're proposing to add 3 personnel for maintenance. This will be primarily to take care of all of our new assets that we've added each year. You might remember in a lot of the M&Cs throughout the year when we build new playgrounds, we add new trails, shelters, trash cans, all of that in the M&C, it's noted what additional maintenance costs that comes with, and here's where 3 of those people are that we're adding in. And then we're also proposing to add $100,000 for additional contract tree trimming. This will start primarily on some of our highway corridors, and then as the program expands, we'll branch it out. But this is really going to be focused on trimming dead tree limbs, removing dead trees altogether. Again, it's the beautification, but it's also a safety feature, especially when you have a dead tree limb that extends over a roadway or a sidewalk. Let's get that out and take care of it. And then as you know, tree trimming, those dead limbs off of trees really contributes to the overall health of trees long-term as well. For community center enhancements, we are adding into the budget this year 8 personnel as well as the annual operating expenses for Northwest Community Center. You all know that this community center is under construction, so here's the budget now to open it once we're done. We're also adding 5 personnel at these community centers listed, so that's Chisholm Trail, Southwest, Highland Hills, Eugene McRae, and R.D. Evans, to extend the hours into the evening. You heard about this on Tuesday at the CCPD board meeting with their budget. These additional personnel are funded through the CCPD budget. And then also we're adding 8 15-passenger vans to better serve our communities. The vans are used at the community centers to pick up kids from the schools and take them to the community centers for the after-school program. We also use the vans for citizen senior citizen programs as well. Right now, today, we lease vans, and they're five passenger, not vans, I'm sorry, we lease SUVs, 5-passenger SUVs. And so you can imagine when we're picking up kiddos or taking senior citizens, we're doing multiple trips in order to transport everybody. By purchasing these vans, it really exponentially increases our efficiency and also reduces that cost. We have several master plans and studies that are underway that started here in fiscal year 23, and they are anticipated to wrap up in fiscal year 24. The athletic field study is one that y'all are going to be getting an update on very soon, but that is a citywide look at all of our athletic fields that we have in the city, as well as looking at the condition and the location of the existing facilities. Where do we have deficiencies? What types of facilities do we need more of, and where should those be located? We have a dredging and erosion study that's currently underway that is looking at all the bodies of water within city parks, and that will help us prioritize where to spend our dollars that we have in the budget for dredging. We already have some locations identified, and then there's additional money that's reserved pending the outcome of this study to tell us where do we go next. We're doing the master plans for Gateway Park. That kicked off very recently. We also have master plans in progress for Oak Grove Park, LeBeau Park, Martin Luther King Jr. Park, West Haven Park, and Timberland Park. In fiscal year 24, we'll be kicking off an additional set of plans and studies. The first one you're very well aware of is the Aquatics Master Plan. There was an IR that came to council several months back that explained to you in the fiscal year 23 budget, we did include some money to do a refresh or an update to the Aquatics Master Plan, but instead we've realized in talking to the community and the council that we really just need to do a whole new plan. So this budget includes additional funding to put with what's already there to do a whole new Aquatics Master Plan. We also are including money to do a community center facility study. That study will look at all of our existing community centers. It will do a needs assessment, but it will also identify where do we have a need or, again, a deficiency where we've grown and we don't have a community center located today. Both of these plans will include significant community engagement and outreach so that we really ensure that we're putting together a plan that responds to what the community wants. The 2025 Park, Recreation, and Open Space Master Plan will also start. For those of you who don't know, we do this Park and Recreation Open Space Master Plan every 10 years, and then we do an update to that plan every 5 years. So this is coming up on the 10-year mark, and it's time to do a new plan. This is really the driver for the entire department. So it's a needs assessment, it's a visioning exercise, again, significant amount of public engagement for this plan. We just had a planning meeting with our consultant last week to really establish what is that look like, and it will include going to every single district and a lot of special events as well, trying to get the community response. And then we will do master plans for Rock Creek Ranch Park, which is one of our newest parks. It was acquired in late 2021, and we'll do a master plan for Glenwood Park, which is one of our older parks that was actually acquired in 1927. So quite the range there. Looking at the Parks Department capital plan, they're going to spend $6.3 million this year for their capital plan. You'll see the bulk of that funding comes from their pay-go, a little over $3.4 million. Park dedication fees are contributing another 35% at just under $2.2 million. Park gas lease capital project fund is contributing about $700,000, and then we have a little bit for the tree mitigation fund. Now, where those dollars are going to be spent are shown on this slide. The bulk of that is going towards maintenance and replacement. So that could be maintenance and replacement of playgrounds, trails, shelters, benches, just any amenity that is in these existing parks. We're doing a little over $1 million towards new park facilities. Again, it's those same amenities, playgrounds, shelters, benches, but these are going to go in places where they do not exist today. There's $650,000 that will go towards the community tree planting program, $230,000 that goes towards staff that's managing these capital projects, $300,000 going towards roads and parking lot improvements at our city parks, $275,000 going towards some of the studies that we just talked about, and $183,000 that goes towards center maintenance, bank fees, urban village tree remediation, et cetera. Now, while these initiatives are not led by the Parks Department, I wanted to take an opportunity just to highlight them. These are some other green initiatives that we have staff across the city working on. The Open Space Plan, Open Space Program that you know was funded through bond funds in 2022, I think $15 million to start this program. So far, the Stormwater Department, which is leading this activity, is acquired 206 acres of natural areas. There's another 216 acres that are currently in the works that are pending, and so that will bring us to a total of 422 acres. We are continuing that program. That's really a collaboration of 4 departments: it's Stormwater, Parks and Rec, Property Management, and TPW, that are constantly looking for additional land to acquire and evaluating what's in the best interest of the city. The Water Department is planning landscape improvements around several of their facilities right now, and that could be inclusive of trees, plantings, just general landscape to provide that buffer. The Property Management Department is currently going back and evaluating all of our city facilities, particularly the older facilities that were built before we had landscape requirements, to identify where are those buildings that don't meet our landscape requirements today and what do we need to in order to meet that. This is an example right here of Reeby Carey Library. Of course, it's one of our newest facilities, so it was constructed in compliance with the landscape requirements that the city has today. If you walk outside City Hall, for example, or some other facilities, you might notice there is a difference in the look. So we're going to see what we can do there. And then Property Management is also leading the charge at looking at acquiring some other strategically located properties. And again, this is in collaboration with Parks and Rec as well as some other departments. But one of the examples that you're probably aware of is they're working to acquire some of the Lakeland residential properties. That is a neighborhood that is located surrounded by the Fort Worth Nature Center and refuge land. And so they're being very creative in how they're acquiring those in order to eventually eliminate a neighborhood from being in the middle of one of our fabulous facilities. And then last, this budget is proposing to add an open space dedicated position. You might remember when the open space program was started, again, it's led by Stormwater. It's one of their Stormwater senior planners that is trying to do both programs. They're trying to handle their Stormwater position as well as lead the charge on this open space acquisition, planning, and development. And so by adding a position, it will work together with the Stormwater Department, but to really have a sole focus on, again, acquisition of our open space areas, but also, and more importantly, seeking out grant funding. How can we expand this program from what we're doing today and make it even better? And with that, I've got the Parks Department leadership team here so they can help answer any questions. They're in the back corner, but I've got Dave Lewis, our interim director of Park and Recreation. I have all 3 of our assistant directors here, so Sandra Youngblood, Joel McElhaney, Kelly Picard, and then also Christina Ashton, who I want to mention. She is their Senior Administrative Services Manager. She is really the glue that pulls this budget together and helps them make it look as polished as it is. And so we're here to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Jess. I think I saw Jared's hand go up first.
Thank you. A great presentation overall. 2 specific questions. With the vans, I'm glad to hear that we're looking at that. Our office got a couple inquiries this week with back to school time. And I know the Chisholm Trail Community Center is struggling to make multiple trips for after school. I think it's like 3 or 4 trips. What community centers are getting these vans, and are the vans sufficient enough for the amount of kids that they need, or are they still going to have to make multiple trips? I know that affects timing of programming and that kind
Absolutely. That's an excellent question, and I don't have the specific list. Let me look and see if they have it back there. Hopefully Kelly does.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Kelly Picard, Assistant Director. For those vans, what this will do is provide a van for all of the facilities that do not have one. So Chisholm Trail does not have one. Victory Forest is currently our only community center that does have a van. This started with bond programs, building these new facilities. 2018 was when Victory Forest was completed. Sorry, I rushed up here too quickly. So the next facility coming on board will be Northwest, which was included as part of the first year of operation for that facility. Fire Station will be the one coming up for design. Diamond Hill as well, that's under construction, almost completed. So those will be part of those first year operating expenses. So this will cover all of our other community centers in the Park Department.
Excellent. Do y'all anticipate needing additional vans in the future? Because I know they're currently making multiple trips, and I mean, it could take 20 or 30 minutes to make 2 trips.
It does. It takes away from the programming time, which is why the SUVs are definitely not beneficial for that usage. We will still have to make, for some of the larger facilities, especially like Chisholm Trail, additional trips, it will not be what they're experiencing right now.
Okay, great, thank you. I look forward to working over a series of budgets to kind of help meet that need. I know it's really hard, and we want our kids in the program and not necessarily waiting for the van. So I look forward to continue to work with you on that. The second question I was related to mowing. I know the slide, it said more frequency, but is it necessarily frequency in terms of mowing the same spot multiple times? Or is it about us being a growing city and having more miles and more acreage to mow?
Little bit of both. So as we add on land, we always incorporate that into what we're doing. So the base budget actually included a little bit of additional funding to cover the cost of inflation. And then this 2.8 million is even on top of that to increase that frequency so that we're really not seeing the tall grass quite as frequent in areas.
And not all tall grass is bad, right?
Correct,
We're in a
correct. There are
prairie.
certain areas that are very intended to be natural grass and that kind of thing. These are those areas that are not
Right.
intended to be that. And I want to make one note too on the vans. I think you're all well aware of this, but I'll say it anyway. Once this is approved, of course, we will put in the order for the vans. As with most vehicles right now, there is a significant lag time that we used to not experience. So we will continue to rent the SUVs until those vans are available, but we will get that order in ASAP in order to try to get them here. We're excited to get those on board.
Great, thank you.
Elizabeth, then, thank you.
Can we go back to when you just talked about how we're growing as a city and the parks, you know, kind of that graph that you showed, and you gave a number and I missed it. Was it within 10 minutes of a park?
Right, the goal is 10 minutes, 10-minute walk.
Okay, and then for community centers, recreation centers, do we have some sort of goal in that?
You know, I did not even have that conversation, so I am not sure. Kelly or Dave? There we go.
Good afternoon, Dave Lewis, Interim Director. The standard in our PROS plan, our Park Recreation Open Space Master Plan, is to have a community center service radius of 1.5 miles. So again, as we do that study, we'll see which areas of our city currently do not have a center within that, and this will create a long-term plan for us to get to where we're serving the community at the right level.
Okay, I really appreciate that. I want to challenge y'all when we're talking about this metric. I think the 10 minutes or the 1.5 miles probably works really great for some parts of the city, but the central city operates a little differently. It's a little more dense. It's harder to find space. You carve it out, it's smaller, but maybe there's more of it. And so I think that this policy potentially has some harm to those more urban villages that we're creating. And a great example is the West 7th area. That went from strictly commercial to now almost, you know, not exclusively residential, but it is trending more residential, but we don't have a facility, whether it be a library, there's some parks, but not a community center. And so how is that policy, particularly when we move forward and we start to see not just District 9 having that densification, but across the city as development moves on Evans and Rosedale or down, you know, Las Vegas Trail and how we move. And so I don't know that that gets to that if we use only that metric.
I can add to that too.
Go ahead, Gina.
I got fouled up there. There's a red card.
Go ahead, Gina.
Yeah,
Sit out the next
well,
game.
no, you didn't get fouled. The 10-minute walk is something that Fort Worth has never really lovingly embraced, but it works very well. It works very well in residential communities, and you're talking about neighborhood parks. If you look at the inventory and the budget that you saw, you'll see District 5 and what's in there for the budget. That includes things that we were able to bring. And so, yeah, I encourage all of you to make sure Parks tells you where that 10-minute is in each of your locations, because in the residential area, not your 7th Street, you know, Elizabeth, but it will benefit your people if they can get to a park within a 10-minute walk.
Yeah, a little bit of detail on that. As we go and we map that 10-minute walk, it has to be barrier-free. You don't, you know, just because there's a park across the freeway, that's not helpful. And so it really is a barrier-free 10-minute walk, and it's not just a park, it's any area that could serve as a park and the family could see it as a park. It could be a church, it could be a school. Part of what we're working with the Trust for Public Land is, do we need an interlocal agreement with the schools to make sure that their playground is accessible and open and unlocked during hours? Because quite frankly, most people don't care if it's a park or it's a school. If it's a green space that they can activate, that's part of how we work together as a community to create those spaces.
Sure, I know, I appreciate that. I think my concern is, if we're only using that 10 minutes and not potential users within the radius, as, you know, if our model is our more traditional neighborhoods, the number of people, right, that 10-minute walk, like, there's some metrics behind that. But do we need more but smaller in our more urban areas? And so I'm not asking for an answer today, but what I'm looking for is for us to kind of think about how that policy maybe should be looked at as we developmentally change the city.
Sure, and for clarity, is your concern that it maybe the park gets too crowded because it's serving too dense, even though there's a lot of people within the 10 minutes? Is that what your concern is?
Yeah, I think that's one potential issue, and so.
Yeah, sounds good.
And also a development question too, Elizabeth, because when you deal with development services, you know, the guidelines that they spell out as to what's going to be where, I think it's going to require coordination really with development services and parks to make sure you get what you want for your people.
Yeah. And one differentiator on these two graphs that Jess talked about, one of them is the number of parks, which really provides access and locale. The other is the size of parks and what portion of our entire land. So one is about kind of quality and the size of parks, and the other is on the location. The metrics can get confusing on that.
Michael?
Can you flip back to the slide that talks about the aquatics master plan, that slide?
Yes.
Thank you. I actually want to go to the community center facility study. Will that include all the community centers?
So one point I didn't make, and Dave really did already. So both of these plans, the aquatics master plan and the community center plan, are looking at both city-owned facilities and non-owned city facilities as well.
Great. So it'll include the RISE Community Center. That seems to be left off lists all the time.
Yeah, and yes, to the CCPD conversation that we had the other day about the 5 community centers that we've selected and funding through the parks budget, we did hear the request as well for LVT RISE. And so I think other staff are trying to check that out.
Perfect. And what I don't fully understand, I can't speak for my colleagues, what services are available at neighborhood services facilities and what are at parks. So I'd love to see as part of that a good inventory of here's what you can get at each place, here's what's available, et cetera, as part of that overall study. So us citizens, everybody can understand what's available.
Yeah, that's very important to have that current inventory, but also do a lot of outreach to understand what is needed that we may not already be providing.
Perfect. Thanks. I appreciate that looking forward. And the other thing, I know there's lots of great programs, et cetera, that aren't necessarily drilled down here, but I want to make sure that Bomber Spur project is still on there as part of the overall master plan.
It's absolutely on there. It's and in fact, I think there's an MNC that's coming very soon on that one. So it's making progress, and we're excited for that one.
Thank you.
Charlie?
So first of all, thank you. I'm super excited about the community center facility. I'm sure Dave will tell you that I'm in his ear all the time because that's a major need we have up north other than just a gym.
Yeah.
But I had a question about the mowing, and you were talking about the dead season. Will those contractors be able to work alongside code since code is so heavily, I guess, taxed with the homeless camp brush clean out type stuff to kind of improve our line of sight in some of those like high trafficked areas?
Absolutely. So in fact, I'll start and then you can add on anything I miss. So Parks already supplements what code is doing through the contractor. So code is your primary entity that focuses on litter abatement, and we supplement where needed. And this continues that effort of helping them where needed. So I don't know that we send them on the homeless camp cleanouts. I think code still does that, but I think if there's a need, we can take care of it.
Yeah,
I
not
don't
so
think
much
it's a
the
problem.
actual camp itself, it's the areas
It's just
that
the
are
brush,
camped frequently that, just need to be cut back because it's not a park yet, but hopefully one day we can convert them to parks and so.
Yeah.
Carlos?
Thanks, Maddie. I guess this question is best directed to you, Dave, in light of what we've been talking about recently with the athletic fields getting affected, specifically their irrigation systems, by the excessive heat. You know, I don't know what the current state of the art is in irrigation systems. I mean, I've put some PVC type, irrigation systems in myself, but do you use PEX or any other more flexible piping to kind of at least resist, you know, the movement of the soil, so you won't have so many failures?
Yeah, the current situation we have going on both at Rockwood and at Harmon are both kind of unique in that at Rockwood, it wasn't actually the irrigation on the fields, but it was more the lines coming in. And then that was exacerbated by a construction project outside that one of the lines was actually ruptured. There were 3 different incidences that led to a period of not getting irrigation that created that. Harmon's a little bit different because it's so low in the floodplain. It does flood a lot, so then the grass doesn't grow and it's not as healthy as we would like it to be. So then it's more prone to having heat stress on it.
Separately here, I'll communicate with you about some issues that I've been getting about some youth soccer fields related to the irrigation matter.
Sure.
Thanks.
Jeanette?
So I wasn't here when the aquatics master plan first began, but now that it's coming back, so that means there'll be opportunity for public meetings and all. Okay, wonderful.
Significant public outreach around all of these. And we've already started planning what does that look like and how are we the most successful. And we know that there has to be multiple methods of trying to reach out and connect with your citizens. So absolutely.
Any other questions, council? Chris?
I had 2 simple questions. On the slide that talked about the capital plan projects, the maintenance and replacement funds, have we already determined where these funds are going to go, or are we going to be working with the local community centers or parks?
Yeah, and when we create our 5-year CIP, a lot of that is from input we get either from council or communities, but we do have a list of the exact parks and the exact projects that adds up to that amount, and we can share that if you'd like.
Okay, that'll be great. The other question I had was the community center expanded hours. I'm going to assume that each community center that's listed is going to get 1 individual personnel. And I'm just kind of curious, how is it going to expand the hours with just 1 individual? Because I think normally when you go to the community center, it's still 2 employees that's there at all times.
Yeah, so we'll change the program mix and the staffing but that's the amount that's needed to go ahead and extend it. And some of them will be at night to accommodate teen programming, but some of it'll actually be earlier where that community has a higher need for like senior programming as well. So it's a combination of both.
When we extend it, we're talking about to 10 p.m. Do we know that?
I'll get back to you on that to know the exact hours. And again, it varies by center and by their individual need, but we can get more details on that.
Sure, thank you.
Any other questions, council? No. I'm just going to provide a little bit of context, maybe updates to you since I have you all in one place, and I'll give Jared this update as well. The 10-minute walk to park, whatever, you know what I'm talking about. They put a lot of emphasis on this, especially from mayors, and I've joined that initiative along with other Texas mayors. Dave did a great job. It's not the end-all be-all metric, and it's complicated the way they measure it, candidly, especially in a sprawled city like Fort Worth. It's 350 square miles. I like the measurement because I think we should be held to a national standard of other cities, but I'll just point out that, you know, we're very different than in San Francisco or Boston. And I just want us to keep that in mind. And we're also, an older, more established city. There's always a lot of emphasis on wonderful cities like the city of Plano, but they're a master plan community that's arguably a new city in terms of their growth trajectory. In addition to that, I think this is one of the greatest urgencies we should have as a council because our land is being developed so quickly. And when I think about things I would regret as a public servant, one of them would be if our beautiful landscape, our parkland is gone in the next 10 to 20 years because we didn't preserve it, which is why all of our city staff departments deserve so much kudos for establishing the open space program. I think one thing that is missing that I am working on now and will update each of you on is where does the private sector play a role in how we preserve open space conservation in the city of Fort Worth. To give you some statistics, as a city, we're only half developed. And we have over 100,000 acres left to develop. What are we gonna look like? And we need to establish incredibly bold goals. And frankly, I think it's more than just city policy that all of the folks here presenting today already know. I've already been on my soapbox with them. But I think additionally, what would be very helpful to me as well is each of you know intimately your districts, the parks that people care about, the ones they're frustrated about, where there's needed investment and maintenance. and for us each to take ownership of our areas of the city to say we all want to be better, and how do we partner with the Parks Department and others to enhance the efforts, especially if we're adding additional budget dollars that are much needed into the program. One thing that I've also think is needed, and I know that Dave and the staff have heard me talk about this, is how we communicate what is already available. So if you get on the city's website right now and you look at parks, imagine yourself as a mom with 3 kids under the age of 8, and it's August and it's hot and you're trying to figure out which park to take your kid to. It's really hard to do that. So what do? You defer to the same park over and over again, which is fine if it's a neighborhood park, but that's number one. Is number two, so many of these efforts in my mind, and I love to see, like, for instance, the community center expansion is coming out of CCPD, but I couldn't tell you as the mayor of Fort Worth how many basketball courts we have in the city of Fort Worth. And if we don't have an emphasis on that, that frankly should come out of CCPD, right? Making sure you have places for people to play and be outdoors, maybe not right now in 110, but you get my drift. So I won't go, I'll get off my soapbox a little bit, but I want you to all kind of go back and think about how could you individually help me contribute to this cause and elevate this across the city, because otherwise it'll be gone and we cannot keep up. And our open space program is not enough. $15 million is wonderful thanks to the voters, but it's not enough. And we're all gonna have to commit to this. When a developer comes in your office and says, I wanna do this project, you say, that's great. I want a 1-acre park beside of it. And I also want you to pay in our park maintenance fee above the fees. You have to be really prescriptive before you approve these projects, or we'll all regret that. And that's not just me as a mother, as a parent that relies on our community park that I go to, but each of us have an opportunity here to truly create equity and opportunity across the entire city in a way that I think is obviously nonpartisan, very popular. I joked recently that if 96% of the people in a survey tell you this is important to them, it might be the only thing in America we can agree on right now. So let's do something about it. And I really appreciate Dave and Jess and everybody really contributing to this conversation. Michael?
Is it worth to, in that same vein, having a conversation about we can't keep building single-family homes? I mean, I'm probably making a lot of developers right now, and we can talk about that later. But as that mix comes in, looking at what those mixes are, that saves the space.
Yes, I think
So,
every idea should be on the table. And importantly, it's not just building it, it's also maintaining it, because it's very expensive to keep up with. So anyway, Elizabeth, yeah, please, both of you.
Yeah, I want to add to that, Mayor. I really appreciate your comments on that. I just experienced that with the Hope Global project with Evans and Rosedale. The community came to us and said, we need a park. And so I told Hope Global, I said, can you guys build the park next to your development and the city maintain the park? We worked with Robert Stearns, we worked with management, and we was able to get that done. And so I really believe that we can do that all over the city of Fort Worth when we have developers want to come and develop in our neighborhoods, making sure that we have that green space and having that partnership and that open dialogue talk. So thank you for your comments.
Yeah, absolutely. Elizabeth, do you have something else to add? You're good.
I appreciate that very much. And I agree that I don't think we're preserving space. I think it is, when you talk about that, it goes back to what I mentioned earlier about specifically in the central city, we don't really have a policy on how we do that, those infill park situations. And so I look forward to trying to figure out how we do that. And Michael brought up a good point as well. And I think that all of that is probably food for thought as a policy perspective, for us as a policy, when we talk about growth. I think parks are a big part of it, and it's why a growth policy would be incredibly helpful for the city of Fort Worth, because it would help us really navigate these long-term issues.
Yeah, absolutely. Anybody else? Thank you, Jess and Dave. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thanks, your team. Okay, next up is Neighborhood Services. Fernando Costa is going to kick us off to talk about housing and homelessness initiatives.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, council members. We're pleased to present highlights of the FY2024 budget as it pertains to neighborhood services, and particularly so for a couple of reasons. First, it's not usual for the council to be discussing neighborhood services at a budget workshop. In part, that's because much of our work in neighborhood services is funded by state and federal grants, mostly federal grants. And in the past 3 years, since the onset of COVID and the passage of federal legislation, CARES Act and ARPA, the American Rescue Plan Act, the Neighborhood Services Department has delivered more services with federal funding than ever before. So much so that many other local governments who have not been able to deliver those services have returned a portion of their funds, and the federal government has funneled those funds to the city of Fort Worth by virtue of our demonstrated performance in delivering those services. I want to take this opportunity to congratulate Victor Turner and his staff for their exemplary work in ensuring that Fort Worth not only makes good use of every dollar we've received, but also earning additional funding for the benefit of our residents. So that's one reason why we're happy to share with you this story about the city manager's recommended budget. But also, the timing could not be better, because at your last city council work session, just last week, you received a presentation from staff and consultants about our neighborhood conservation and affordable housing plans. This is coming at a time when the council is more engaged than ever before in discussions about what it means to have vital neighborhoods. It means everything you've been discussing throughout today's budget workshop. It means everything you've been discussing in the Crime Control and Prevention District Board meeting and other discussions that you've had recently. This council understands the importance of investing in our neighborhoods. It's a key part of the budget theme about so safe, so clean, and so green. And so we'd like to share these highlights with you, revolving around 7 recommended decision packages. The first 2 are the biggest. $4 million to expand our neighborhood improvement program by adding a second neighborhood to be designated each year. And some of you have inquired about the priority repair program, doubling the number of units that we can support through this program by increasing funding in the amount of $2 million. The other programs are important as well. We have programs that relate directly to addressing homelessness, not just managing homelessness, but as much as possible ending homelessness in Fort Worth. And that includes a rapid exit program, additional funding, close to $500,000. Case management for permanent supportive housing. As you know, that's been critical to our success in reducing the number of folks in Fort Worth who are chronically homeless. That is to say, they've been on the streets for a year or more and they have one or more impediments or disabilities that prevent them from functioning effectively. We have funding for cold weather shelter to replace some expiring federal funds. And we wanted to mention as well additional funding for the Homeless Outreach Prevention and Enforcement Team, the HOPE team, which is actually an effort led by our police department in cooperation with fire and MHMR, and hand in hand with code compliance, for which the city budget recommends additional funding to support the cleanup of homeless camps. So you can see these are thoughtfully conceived efforts to address the goals the city council has identified to make our city safer, to make our neighborhoods vital and more attractive. And so we wanted to relate these 7 initiatives to the policies that you have embraced from the neighborhood conservation and affordable housing plans. In respect to neighborhood conservation, one of the top priorities of the neighborhood conservation plan, as formulated by your own Neighborhood Quality and Revitalization Committee and discussed by the full City Council, is doubling the neighborhood improvement program. And that's shown directly in the summary of the neighborhood conservation plan. The other 6 improvement packages relate directly to housing affordability goals, which you have identified, and you can see them outlined on this slide. So if we may, we'd like to say just a word or two about each of the 7 decision packages and entertain any questions you might have. First, the neighborhood improvement strategy. You've heard from our staff and consultants that we want to focus on those neighborhoods that we have classified as distressed or challenged and try to bring them to a higher level of vitality so that they don't require as much investment to redevelop those neighborhoods. We want to catch those neighborhoods before they decline any further, and that's a key purpose of the neighborhood improvement program. We've also discussed with you the idea of restructuring the program somewhat into several phases because it does take more than a year to improve a neighborhood in the way that we want to improve them. So step 1 is to go through the process of selecting the neighborhood. In year 1, we would make some short-term improvements and engage the community in formulating a long-term plan for making the neighborhood better. In year 2, we would expend most of the designated funds for that neighborhood in accordance with the plan formulated by the residents of that neighborhood. And that would set the stage for future years in which we might fund more transformative projects, many of which might be funded in bond programs. So large-scale projects that build upon those short-term successes would be the subject of those long-term efforts. So that's the strategy that the council has embraced. You've also talked about expanding the menu of activities that we could undertake to improve our vulnerable neighborhoods. And you can see on this graphic a depiction of many of the activities that we can pursue at the initial stages to make quick improvements to the neighborhood. Then what we call resident-driven projects funded by the $4 million to each neighborhood. And finally, the transformative investments that we've described to make the neighborhood better in the long run. This graph shows the way in which we have funded various neighborhoods. So already 7 have been funded. We began several years ago and stopped 6. At the time, it was $2.5 million per year. It's risen gradually. You can see we are actually expending these funds. In the Ash Crescent neighborhood, Councilmember Nettles, you know we have a park project that remains to be completed, but we're working with the Parks Department. They're making good progress on that front, and that will bring us to 100% expenditures in Ash Crescent. But you can see we've made good progress in expending most, if not all, of the funds for all of the early neighborhoods. You can see that the Historic Marine, which is the most recent neighborhood designation, we're only in the early stages because we're working with the community to help them determine how they want to allocate those funds. You can see that not only are we investing the funds and making improvements on the ground, but those improvements are having the intended effect. We want to be sure that as a result of these investments, we generate outcomes in improved public safety and in greater private investment within these neighborhoods. I'm glad that Councilmember Bivens is on the line because I think she'll be the first to tell us that Stop 6, beginning with the designation of that neighborhood as the first project for neighbor improvement, has been attracting more private investment in recent years than they had in decades previously. Would you agree, Councilmember?
Absolutely. There had been a gap of housing built for about a decade from 2006 to 2017, where we had fewer than 300 homes built. And recently, I think maybe 2020, we had seen a 66% increase in new housing. And it has been a big success for us. And I'm glad that we were the pilot. But the whole idea is making sure your community is in on what you want to see happen for them. And community engagement here continues to be strong in that area, thanks to the leadership of a neighborhood president, Michael Moore, and the partnership with Fort Worth Housing Solutions.
Thank you, Councilmember. Stop 6 really set the tone for what we've been doing in all the other neighborhoods, and we've set the bar at a high level, and we intend to remain in that mode. The priority repair program has also been successful in helping homeowners with limited income to make needed repairs and allow those homeowners to remain in their residences. We are proposing a $2 million investment in the FY 2024 budget, which will assist an additional 200 households, bringing us from 230 to 430 households who are able to be recipients of this assistance. You can see before and after pictures of a typical repair to a bathroom. This is a unit in which the floor had collapsed, and we were able to make some quick repairs to make that house habitable again. The priority repair program receives a great deal of attention, but it's not the only program. We have a weatherization program and a lead safe program that helps homeowners to rehabilitate their residences. All told, you can see we're investing over $9 million in the FY 2024 budget to rehabilitate housing in Fort Worth. And finally, I want to speak about our efforts in homelessness and how we're upgrading those activities in large measure, because I think you know well that homelessness is a bigger problem today than it has been in recent years, largely because we have seen the eviction moratoriums being lifted that were in place during COVID. A lot of the federal funding and emergency rental assistance has diminished, if not been exhausted. And we've seen a high degree of inflation in housing. Housing rents have gone up considerably. Housing prices, it is much harder to afford a home today in Fort Worth than ever before. So we're seeing homelessness no longer concentrated primarily on East Lancaster. It is not uncommon to go out on Camp Bowie Boulevard and hear folks talking about homelessness. It's not uncommon to go out on North Beach Street, Councilmember Lorsdorf, and hear folks talking about homelessness. Now, that's a part of town that historically has not had to deal with this issue to that extent. Now we do. This is happening throughout Fort Worth. It's not concentrated in one district. And so it requires a citywide effort to address it. One of our most successful programs, and it has had a high success rate, fewer than 20% of folks who participate in the Rapid Exit program ever return to homelessness. This is a good way to help folks move into housing quickly, and we're proposing to put close to $500,000 in the FY 2024 budget to support the Rapid Exit program and assist a total of 360 households in emerging from homelessness back into suitable housing. You can see some of the performance measures for rapid exit. We're projecting for the current fiscal year some 180 households being assisted. And in the next fiscal year, with the funding that's being recommended, our intent is to double the number of households served. You can see on the graph at the right side of the screen how rapidly we're seeing growth in the number of homeless families in Fort Worth. It used to be the homelessness were mainly individuals. But now we're seeing a lot of families living in cars and otherwise experiencing homelessness for the first time. A lot of our Fort Worth families are just one paycheck away from homelessness, so we want to help them to attain housing as quickly as possible. Probably the cornerstone of our efforts to eliminate chronic homelessness in Fort Worth has been permanent supportive housing, or PSH. And that means suitable housing for folks who have been homeless, along with support services. And that's where the Directions Home program enters into the picture. We want to provide case management for 175 households in conjunction with new state housing vouchers that have been made available to us. So the vouchers work only to the extent that we can provide the support services, and we can do so through case management under contract with DRC Solutions and MHMR. So that's part of the FY 2024 budget as well. You can see, again, performance measures. We had a high level of success in 2021, then some reductions in 2022 and 2023, reflecting sharp increases in occupancy rates and rent in Fort Worth. But our goal is to get back to 90% of clients housed in less than 60 days through this case management. But again, we're addressing rapid increases, not just in family homelessness, but overall homelessness as well. During the peak of the winter, when we have the coldest weather, a lot of our folks need emergency shelter, and our regular emergency shelters may not have suitable capacity. We need cold weather shelters for those occasions. And as we see some federal funding expiring for the cold weather shelter, we're requesting $200,000 to provide 200 extra shelter beds and literally save lives that might otherwise be lost by folks being out in the severe cold. And finally, in respect to homelessness, the HOPE team, we're proposing to add an evening team staffed by the police department and the fire department in their sections of the city budget. This will go a long way toward addressing the needs of folks on the street. This is a form of mitigating homelessness. It won't end it, but it will make life much better for those who are experiencing it on the street. And hand in hand with that effort, cleaning up homeless camps, an effort of the Code Compliance Department, we want to ramp up that effort by adding 3 additional authorized positions for code compliance with an increase of just over $500,000. So you can see we have a coordinated effort to improve neighborhoods, improve the availability of affordable housing, and get folks out of homelessness and into permanent residence. Madam Mayor, we'd be happy to entertain any questions about the neighborhood services budget.
I just have a couple of quick questions. Let me just get on the record and say the work that y'all do with Directions Home, Tara, and everyone there, it is such a small staff, and they do so much incredible work.
As a staff of 2, you think it was a much larger staff for the work that they do. Thank you.
Yes, you would think it's a much larger staff for the work I'm glad you brought that up. So then my first question is,
We're not asking for a larger staff, but
do we need a larger staff? I mean, as homelessness has become such a huge issue for all of us at the table, and I know I keep Tara's super busy. I'm sure other folks do here as well. Do we need additional staff to do the work that we're adding here? Is it more appropriate? Can we do more? Is there more we should be doing? It's just, we've added staff across so many different departments, and we talk about homelessness here at this table so frequently that it's a little alarming to me that we aren't proposing additional staff. And maybe we don't need it.
Well, I would say we're blessed to have the small staff that we do have in Directions Home. It is leveraged substantially by other staff in neighborhood services. So Directions Home is not acting alone. They're acting as part of a larger team led by Victor Turner. And I think we're doing a good job, and I think that the budget provides adequate funding for that purpose.
And then just two small questions. The 175 households, the case management that we're adding funding to, does that project the number of permanent supportive housing? We invested heavily last year. Does that account for the new units that'll be coming
The
online?
new units that are being constructed, yes, ma'am.
Okay, awesome. And then last question, the rapid exit program, I'm thrilled to see that we are doubling that. That is huge. My question is, does that match our need, or is our need much greater than 360 people? And the reason I ask is, when you look at per person, or when you break that down, it's not a tremendous amount of money, but it seems to, based on your statistic of only 20% of the folks, there's a
Return to
20%,
homelessness,
yeah,
yes.
recidivism rate. Does 360 match the number of calls that we need for those people?
This is what the staff has recommended, but I would see if Victor or Tara would like to comment.
And really, it's just to help me better understand the scale of people that are requesting. So we're really excited about 360, but if we get 600 or 700 phone calls, I'm less excited about 300.
Tara Perez, Directions Home Manager.
Hey, Tara.
Thank you. So there is quite a bit of demand on rapid exit, and this year we were able to add some unallocated funds to boost the program this year, and they're going to be expending all those funds. One of the things that is a hard question is rapid exit is great for those that are employed at a certain level, whereas we can help them one time and not need to help them anymore. But what we're finding more and more of is the families coming into our system are receiving notices, your rent is increasing by $400 a month. Your rent is increasing by $500 a month. And those are not appropriate families for rapid exit, because while that will get them into a unit and assist them for the first 3 months, they don't have the income to maintain it. And so I think we need a different strategy for those folks.
Okay. And so do you have an approximate number of the people who request and meet that qualification that you just distinguished for us? Is 360 getting us? I don't anticipate we'll ever be able to get to all, but is that closer to the goalpost once you sparse that out?
I think it's closer because we keep funding the program more, and as much as we fund it, we help more and more families. And that also includes some case management. It's very light, but a lot of those people are cycling in and out very fast. It does depend, though, and sometimes it shifts on where we get folks where there's a lot of them that one time help work. But the trend we're seeing, it's needing more long-term assistance.
Sure. I mean, to me, it would make sense if they're already in a home, that we want to keep them in that home. We can't necessarily control for their rent increase, but what are some potential strategies that we can look at? Because if we know that that's a bigger issue, I don't think it's appropriate for us to say, well, we don't know how to do it.
Right, right. So one thing about the rapid exit program is the contract is written where it covers diversion, rapid exit, and something called shallow subsidies. It's to give our system maximum flexibility. So the diversion can take someone who came here to get a job, there is no job, they can't find housing, and return them to a family member. So those are relatively cheap, right? After confirming, someone can stay in a permanent place for a while. The bulk is rapid exit, but what we've started doing more with families is what we call shallow subsidy, which is an ongoing subsidy. This is for folks who they were making it with their rent, and then it went up $200 or $300, and we're paying that $200 or $300 to enable them to continue to stay housed. And so that is a program we're leaning into more with families, shallow subsidies.
And is there a time frame that we give that, like, we'll do that for 3 months, 6 months? I mean, my guess is they're signing a year. Most of these folks are signing a year lease.
Yes.
And so they're stuck there for a year.
Yes. We are doing the shallow subsidies program initially for 1 year.
Okay.
The idea is within that year to find ways to boost income so that once that shallow subsidy is gone, they will be able to sustain it on their own.
Thank you. I appreciate everything you do.
Any other questions? Yeah, Jared.
Thank you for those questions. Tara, I have a follow-up on that, actually. And then I have an additional one. That was a great conversation. It's alarming in a lot of ways because we talk a lot about affordability issues, and with folks rent going up $200 a month, that's a big deal. Are there any laws, either at the state level, federal level, or something we could do as a city to help protect folks from, astronomical rent rises? Because ultimately we'll have to pay for it on the back end if we're not doing something about it while they're there.
In Texas, I don't think so, but I can research that and get back to you with a definitive answer.
Okay, great, thank you. I know that's not something we could tackle in this budget, but maybe over the next year, it would be something worth exploring.
Okay.
The follow-up I had for you, Fernando, thank you, that's it, was just to say thank you for all the hard work that you, Victor, and the entire team have done on this budget. I just want to put on record that I'm particularly excited about expanding the neighborhood improvement strategy. I know we talked a number of years about we'll never get to the vibrant city that we want to be in if we're only improving one distressed neighborhood a year. So thank you all. I also want to commend the NQRC, Councilmember Beck, Councilmember Nettles, Flores, and Blaylock, and also the mayor for putting together that committee. Y'all worked really hard to pull. Councilmember Blaylock was an alternate, so he pinch hit a couple times that allowed us to actually have a meeting to get to this point. But I just want to commend y'all for all of the hard work. It's a really big deal, and I know we have more priorities in the strategy that aren't funded yet, but this is a good first step.
Thank you, Mr. Williams.
Macy, I think, has a question.
Tara, you mentioned the unallocated funds diverted to the rapid exit. Do you know how much that was last year?
Last year, I think it was around 300,000 that was added.
Okay, so the 500,000 that we're adding this year, that will cover the deficit we had pretty much for fiscal year 2023 is when we had the 300.
So that what it does is it doubles the original amount. The original amount was like 778,000.
Okay.
That's what we were able to do with 180 households. We were able to add in a little bit at this year from some unexpended funds. And so that's hopefully going to get us more, but then the doubling is the 778 to the 1.5 million.
Okay.
And the 180 to 360.
Got it. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Mayor, I have a question.
Yes.
Fernando, when I'm looking at the homelessness cold weather emergency shelter, I'm excited about that. I have a question about the facility itself, because I know that we have had the last 2 winters been very difficult, and the
Yes.
weather is cold. Are there improvements that needs to happen? It looks like that Sycamore wreck. I don't know that picture right there, but are there improvements that need to happen to certain recreation centers to house the homeless or anyone in these shelters, to the bathrooms, access for people who are disabled? So I'm kind of concerned there.
These are facilities that were not specifically designed for that purpose. So Tara may wish to comment.
And one question to add to that, have we made partnership with other locations that maybe can partner with the city of Fort Worth? I know some of the churches, but maybe like the YMCA or the ACH. Okay.
Okay. So, there's not a set, permanent cold weather overflow location. So we hustle and find different locations every year, because it's just a tough thing to do, because it's unpredictable days, right? When it's really cold weather and that, and then not all locations, as you were saying, are equipped. And so we move around a lot. So we've been at Riverside Community Center, we've been at Sycamore, we've been at Calvert, we've been at Broadway Baptist. And so we're continually trying to find an overflow space. This past year, we had some overflow that was in our regular emergency shelters, but that wasn't sufficient. And so then we had to use Riverside. This year, we're looking at another location we haven't used before to see if it would work.
Okay, and I think what also is an issue is going to be transportation, because if you pick in these different centers across Fort Worth, so in all disclosure, before I became a council member, and I think the convention center was closing down, and the city asked churches to open up their locations, and our church opened up our location for 2 or 3 days to provide shelter for, and at that time, I believe the city actually bused those individuals to our church location. And so I think we already know that we're probably going to have 1 or 2 days that take place. So is it, for us to be ahead of the game, should we purposely have a meeting or a committing to, so we don't put all the pressure on you and one person? And with that being said, here recently with the hot days that we have had, like last Sunday was, I believe, the hottest day in Texas at 109 degrees. Are we going to start preparing for hot days to support individuals not being out in the heat and fainting, passing out?
Okay.
Sorry.
No, it's okay.
Would you get your extra staff person if you say you need it?
I'm going to resist disclosing my wish list right here. So, like today, we were working with Broadway Baptist. This is not public yet. That to be. Sorry, Broadway. To have an overflow family shelter. So right now, cold weather is a big concern, and we are working on location for that and getting some assistance. But the more immediate concern is family overflow. We've got 46 families in cars, and as you pointed out, super hot. And so we've got to get a place secured. And so we're working with Tarrant County Homeless Coalition and Broadway Baptist to make that an overflow. That will take care of about half, and then we're pursuing a second location.
Last question. Would it help are we financing or giving them money to do this, or is it just partnership?
Okay. So with the Broadway overflow operations, the Homeless Coalition had some money they needed to expend by the end of August. So they're going to pay for the bulk of it. There's a grant we got from TDHCA. It's small, it's only about $54,000 for sheltering services. And we're going to work with TDHCA to use that for family overflow so we can support the sheltering staff.
All right, so I know we can't do this in this budget, but I think it may be beneficial if, when we get to this point, this cycle, and we figure out how many shelters we need, how much assistance needs to go into that, what that dollar amount is, and next budget cycle, if it's feasible, to add to this money to make sure that there's some type of incentive. I mean, we know there's great people out there that just want to help people, but then sometimes if you add a dollar amount, we may have more people that's willing to help. And that's just my food for thought. So thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions for Tara Fernando? No. Thank you very much for a great presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks to Victor and Amy and the whole team. I don't know where they are. Okay, rolling through, council. Next is economic development with William Johnson. Robert's going to do that. Hi, Robert. And just as a reference for y'all, we are not doing long-term infrastructure needs today. So we're going to go economic development, workforce initiatives, and end on new environmental and services department.
Well, thank you, Mayor. Oh, here's the. Okay, thank you all. Robert Stearns, Economic Development. Now, I'm not William Johnson, even though I was mistaken for William at a meeting last week, so I don't know if we're starting to blend together a little bit. We'll see. Don't tell William that. But I want to talk about economic development in our FY24 budget request. And as we get into this, I wanted to make sure that we didn't bury the lead. And so you'll see just on my intro slide, I talk about our current organization chart and our department headcount as it sits today, which is 19 authorized positions, 4 of those funded through a state grant. So I like to say that we're a small but very active and busy group. But that org chart directly relates to the budget request that was submitted this year. So when the City Council had their retreat, we heard loud and clear that economic development and community investment was a top priority, if not, maybe not the #1 priority, but very high up on the scale. But when you ask people what is economic development and community development, that could be any number of answers, just going around this table. It could be business recruitment, could be business retention, could be community redevelopment, could be workforce development. I've heard infrastructure is economic development. Could be entrepreneurship. But even if you say it's entrepreneurship, you even have to split that out, because entrepreneurship could be venture capital and life sciences, or it could be mom and pop, neighborhood serving retail or restaurants. So there's a broad kind of scope of things that we're engaged in. And it really is relying on us to make sure that we have the staffing and resources in place to accomplish the priorities that the City Council has set out. So you all have seen this chart before. This is from our target industries, our strategic plan. So these are the revised target industries. And it's been really interesting as I go back and I'll talk about the changing environment as it relates to economic development. You know, when we originally did our strategic plan back in 2017, it was all about corporate headquarters, corporate office. That was the big driver. Even 5 years ago when we updated the plan, that was still a big part of our strategy. And now we're sitting here post-pandemic. Corporate offices are shrinking, consolidating, in some cases converting to residential. And so there's a lot of changes that are kind of continuing to happen in the commercial development landscape. And we've got to be flexible and have the ability to respond to those changes as they continue to occur. So to talk about the staff and the number of things that we do. So there's a lot of stuff that happens kind of behind the radar. We get up here and we have our presentations to talk about economic development deals. But we do have a number of other things that we oversee. So we have 6 component units or committees that meet fairly regularly. The Forward Local Development Corporation, in fact, meets almost monthly, but the Central City LGC, Lancaster Corridor Redevelopment, the Lone Star LGC. We have a newly established Research and Innovation LGC, which was put together for the Texas A&M project, and then the Entrepreneurship and Innovation Committee. So all of those things require budget development, board meetings, coordination, accounting, special projects that we bring forward. And so there's a timing issue related to just those 6 areas. Then you layer in, there are 12 tax increment financing districts that we oversee. The newest one being TIF 16 Ville Ranch, and that one will be fairly significant. So that is a capital PID with a TIF overlay of about 5,000 acres in West Fort Worth. And again, same situation, lots of boards, lots of meeting development, lots of presentations, lots of special projects. And then finally, there are 14 public improvement districts that we oversee. 3 capital PIDs, Quail Valley, Rock Creek, and Ville Ranch, then newly established, and then our tourism PID. So again, there's a lot of activity that just those 19 folks are trying to keep a handle on top of going out and being proactive and strategic about recruitment. And then finally, I am serving as the de facto landlord / property manager for the James E. Gwynn Entrepreneurial Campus at I-35 in Rosedale. And so there we have to work on programming, tenant relations. We have about 22 tenants on the campus. We have 11 service providers, leasing, rent collection, all of these ancillary things that go along with being on top of the property. And even with the James E. Gwynn School, we're kind of trying to figure out what that looks like going forward, because everyone went online during the pandemic, and most of those services have continued online. So the foot traffic is still not as robust as it was prior to. And a lot of discussion is, well, what do we do to kind of re-energize that campus and make it as effective as it can be? So I wanted to spend a little bit of oversight on our operating budget. And this is FY23's budget. So when David puts the list of city departments up there, and you see economic development with this huge number, I think we're in the top 5, I think David told me that. So you see that huge number, and I think there is some assumption, maybe not among this body, but those out in the community, that we're just sitting on a pile of cash that we don't know what to do with. That is not the case. So of that 44 million in our adopted budget, 95% of that is for incentive projects that have already approved incentives by this body. So the department is really serving as a pass-through. And that was a very strategic and I think open move by David, because previously these were kind of sitting in non-departmental. And David wanted to make sure that there was transparency about how much we were actually spending on economic development incentives. And I think that's a very positive move. But if you, again, going back, so 95% of that is just money coming in the door and going out the door for projects that have been approved. That leaves about 5% for an actual operating budget. So you see there's about 1.9 million, which is salary and benefits, and the remaining, $300,000-$400,000 is our operating budget. So it doesn't really give us a lot to work with. Pretty lean operations overall. So looking at FY23, when the credit market started tightening up earlier this year, we really anticipated that we were going to see a slowdown in economic development projects. That has not occurred. We have been extremely busy. So some of the announcements: MP Materials, GKN Aerospace, BD Manufacturing Solutions Corp., Gulfstream, I won't go through all these probably monsters, Clear Fork Phase 2, Siemens and DrinkPack, which you just had a presentation on, and McMaster Carr, which was approved by City Council just last night. So those collective announcements are representing about $1.7 billion of new investment being brought to the city and about 3,400 jobs. And from our standpoint, we're always looking at kind of a 20-to-1 private to public ratio. So for every dollar that we put into a project from the standpoint of incentives, we're looking for something around $20 of private investment to make those projects happen. I will say that these projects have met that criteria. But these are also very time-consuming initiatives. So an individual project may last anywhere on average 3 to 6 months. Some of them may last a year or two. McMaster, we were just talking about the fact that we've been talking with them for about a year. So it's a very drawn-out process, a lot of coordination from a lot of people on the staff and on the team just to bring these developments to the front for discussion. So there's additional programs that we have underway. The Main Street Pilot Program, which is funded by the Local Development Corporation. So we had a 3-year pilot program for Main Street. They're wrapping up the first year. So we have Polytechnic, Wesleyan Corridor, and the North Main Corridor. We are working with Fernando on various initiatives around the proposed cultural centers like the Juneteenth Museum, continuing to look at development opportunities in the Central Business District, particularly as Texas A&M comes online. There is a lot of undeveloped property in downtown, and we need to be strategic about how we look at those individual parcels and ensure that we are getting what we want to see and not just what the market is delivering for us. The Stop 6 Transformation Plan, which we work with Fernando on. There's increased focus on grocery store recruitment and food deserts. This is something that we've been talking about for a while and doing some research. We've had some success, for example, in attracting the Super Walmart in the Southeast Fort Worth, but we need more than just that one center. We need more neighborhood serving retail We hope some of our developments like Evans and Rosedale and other areas will be able to facilitate that.
Real quickly, stay on that topic for a second. What does success look like? I mean, we know where our problem areas are, and I'm not asking to put you on the record and we're gonna stick you to it, but, you know, a year from now, when it comes to establishing more success in these food deserts, what do we need to be doing differently, and what tools do you need that we're not giving you?
That's a very good question, Mayor. It's been really interesting, the feedback. So we've been talking to a number of developers and consultants in that space. And as I talked about how the commercial market is changing, the grocery market has significantly changed, you know. So, you know, previously they were operating at margins about 3%. Now it's around 1 to 2% if you're lucky. And they are focused on volume. So it's not, no one is doing small neighborhood grocery stores anymore. That's not the trend. Everyone is doing to these larger scale grocery stores. And so success for us, I think, is going to be able to, we have to identify locations where these types of larger stores can happen. So there's one point of that would be looking at the Krogers and the HEBs of the world and those larger developments. And then I think there's a real opportunity for what I would call co-op types of neighborhood grocery stores. And I've seen several examples of those that are more neighborhood driven, so not the brand names, but they're established by people from the neighborhoods, and they have a vested interest in being there. So I think it'll, in my mind, it's a combination of kind of both of those activities, and then having the available incentives to try to bring some of those forward, and that's part of our request that we'll be talking about.
Okay, thank you.
Jared,
sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, that's a good question. I just wanted to dovetail on that a bit. Two questions. One, I think it's worth exploring this conversation. Have we had thoughts about, I guess, hosting listening circles in communities where food deserts are to talk with them about the solutions they like to see?
That's a good idea. No, we haven't thought through that. Mostly we've had some internal conversation with different development groups, but yeah, that probably makes a good idea to bring them out and have them get some feedback as to how we can do something like that.
Yeah, it sounds good. I mean, who knows? They may say we want a garden, which is a totally different model than trying to incentivize a grocery store. Not saying that's a alternate substitute, just saying it's worth asking them.
Right, yeah.
The second thing is, I know that several grocers are looking to expand their footprint in the home delivery market. And I know cities, you know, potentially will play a role in
just following up on this slide, so there's the Global Fort Worth Initiative. So we've been talking for some time about the fact that Fort Worth has not really had an international business development program for some time. We used to have the International Center. I think it was maybe 10 years ago, the last time the International Center was open. And so when we have international visitors or companies coming in, it's very ad hoc. So sometimes it's sister cities, sometimes it's economic development, sometimes Carlo, I think he was in there earlier, Carlo kind of takes the lead. There he is. Carlo is kind of our brand ambassador. So it's really having a true process to not only welcome visitors that are coming to Fort Worth, but to understand what that import-export market looks like and what the business opportunities look like.
Robert, can I ask you a quick question? How is the city's economic development coordinating with Fort Worth Economic Development Partnership? So we're talking about a global scale and bringing in large companies and making sure they see the best Fort Worth has to offer. What are we doing to coordinate that relationship? And how can we leverage our relationship, not just with the chamber, but also the Fort Worth Economic Development Partnership?
I will get to that discussion in just a minute.
Okay, thanks.
All right. And then I will also note that over the past few months, we have been looking at, you know, tax increment financing. I think you heard Jennifer talk earlier today about utilizing TIFs to deal with some of the stormwater issues that we've been having across the city. We've got certain areas like Alta Mesa McCart that we've been looking at. We have existing TIFs that we've been talking about expanding to deal with some of our infrastructure needs. So that in itself requires a lot of activity. So these are very intensive programs that I think are much more long-term, but have some significant impact on the overall city. And then if you go to projects, obviously the Panther Island project, Texas A&M, Evans and Rosedale, the Walshville development, kind of cram those together. 1300 Gendy, which is the Community Arts Center, Central Library, Goldenrod, this is the mixed-use development in West 7th, Trandy Lakes, Stockyards. These are all projects that we may not necessarily be the lead on all of these projects, but we're definitely engaged in the discussion and how to move some of those things forward. And as much as I would like to clone myself to be in all of these different project meetings, that's really not possible. And so part of our budget request kind of ties to how do we continue to address these major initiatives that are coming down the pipeline. And so I just wanted to provide some context on a few of these. So obviously everyone's very familiar with Panther Island and the large scale development that we're looking to do there. We've been working with HRNA and working with Dana quite a bit in a multi-entity partnership to look at how we redevelop Panther Island. HRNA is our consultant that's going through a study right now on the market conditions and how we advance development in the Panther Island district. Texas A&M Fort Worth, again, obviously you all are very aware of what's going on with Texas A&M. Roger Venables, who is our aviation director, is kind of taking the lead from a project management standpoint, but from an economic development purpose. We are working on the financing for their overall project, and then working in partnership with the Fort Worth County Innovation Partnership, which is chaired by John Goff, and looking at the private investment that could occur as part of the 2 additional buildings that will be part of the campus. The Crescent, again, this is John Goff's project in the Cultural District that will be delivering their garages here in the next couple of months. And so that was an agreement that had the Central City Local Government Corporation owning those garages in order to facilitate the development, and we'll be bringing that forward here in the next couple of months. And then Evans and Rosedale, which I briefly mentioned, our large-scale mixed-use development in Southeast Fort Worth, $70 million. We have struggled mightily with our development team and our neighborhood association to bring this project forward, getting very close to getting permits finalized for the development, and we're hopeful that we'll be able to break ground on this project soon. But again, this is a project that we've been working on for 20 years plus, and I feel that we're getting close to seeing the types of catalytic development in Southeast Fort Worth that we all want to see. And this will be a very nice complement, obviously, to the Juneteenth Museum, which is right next door to this development. And then Veal Ranch, which I just mentioned, is the capital PID with a TIF overlay. So again, 5,000 acres, a little bit over 5,000 acres. The parcel is known as Veal Ranch. And so this represents a significant investment and opportunity. And so this represents a really good opportunity for us to attract those types of projects. And so that really leads into our FY24 goals and objectives. And so, and Councilmember Hill, this will get to your question about how we are coordinating with the Economic Development Partnership. So obviously we want to continue our efforts on growing investment and attracting jobs. I think the deals that I outlined before you earlier for FY23 had an average salary of about $70,000 across the board. Our policy, if you all will remember, has a minimum threshold of $55,000. And we've had a lot of conversation about whether that number is too low. And I think that that's a discussion that we'll be bringing back to council later on this year in a policy discussion to talk about what number does that need to be, where do we need to raise that to, and what makes the most sense for us as a city. But really, we're looking at attracting jobs with wages over the Tarrant County average wage of $66,000, almost $67,000. And that comes into how the city and the Fort Worth EDP are working together. So it is a very strategic discussion around how we recruit and attract companies. Previously, before the EDP was in existence, there was a desire to respond to just about everything that came in the door. And you spent a lot of time just responding to RFPs. And it really didn't give us a lot of time to be proactive and strategic about what we were doing. It didn't give the chamber at the time a lot of time to be proactive about what we were doing. Robert has taken the stance that we are only going to be responsive to projects that make sense for us as a community. And so I think we have probably turned down or just not responded to more projects this year than I've seen in quite some time. And that for a number of reasons. It could be a wage issue. It could be it's not really in our target industry. It's not the type of thing that we want to attract to the city. And that's very important because I think we're at a point now where we need to be more selective. Even some of the deals that we did 5 years ago, if they came forward today, we might look at them a little bit differently. We should not be a city that is doing a lot of warehousing jobs. That shouldn't be our focus. So we want to continue to focus our efforts in our target areas and in the attracted industries and the jobs that we want to see. Continued investment in our target areas, again, the community investment piece. We've been working really well with the neighborhood services team, Amy Conley in particular, on the Evans and Rosedale project. And as we talk about driving investment in some of our areas, particularly our neighborhood improvement areas, we're going to be working hand in hand with Victor to make sure that as they are developing different housing opportunities and doing neighborhood cleanup, that we are in that discussion to talk about what are the commercial opportunities that can come along as part of that investment into the neighborhoods. We want to continue to focus on entrepreneurship, innovation, broadband, and technology. We want to energize these small business efforts at the Gwynn campus, talked about kind of the shifting to online and what that looks like. And then we really haven't had a true workforce development initiative as well. And so one of the things that we've talked about many times with you all is that talent is a key driver for these companies that we're talking to. But we have to continue to work with our educational institutions to develop that pipeline. And so we need some dedicated resources to really drive that home. These are our revitalization target areas. So this is our RTAs adopted by policy. And again, these, if you kind of lay over the map that Fernando was showing earlier about the distressed areas of the city, these are right in those areas. So again, we want to focus on catalytic mixed-use development projects, again, attracting grocers to food deserts and attracting neighborhood serving retail. So let me drill back to Councilmember Hill's question about the partnership with the EDP and how we're working together. So again, our pipeline continues to grow, and you know, Robert and I talked quite a bit about the pipeline. You know, there used to be a lot of discussion in economic development circles about, yeah, we want to talk about the pipeline. We got 80 projects, we got 70 projects, whatever. That is not a metric for us. We shouldn't be gauging success by how many projects are in the pipeline. Our success be driven by how many projects we close in the areas that make sense for us. And Robert is really in the point of not only standing up the EDP and its governance structure over there, but with Steve Montgomery at the Chamber, they are kind of figuring out what their lanes are going to be. So I would say from the standpoint of our relationship with EDP, very strong. Robert and I talk almost weekly, sometimes daily, about different projects that we have in the mix, strategy, things of that nature. We're kind of giving Steve a little bit of a lead up time to get his staffing in place, but the three entities anticipate working together very well. Really, the EDP is almost primarily focused on the recruitment side, and the Chamber is going to get back to, at least from my understanding, more of the business retention and the small business, the historical things that chambers have always done. And so we are, you know, kind of look at a triangle. You know, you got the EDP doing recruitment, the Chamber on the retention, small business side, and then the city is working with both entities to make sure that that's moving forward. But obviously with the things that Robert has in mind, and some of the projects that I've talked about, we've got to be much more proactive. So it is about being strategic about the development opportunities that we have before us and not just taking things that come through the door. As the Chamber and EDP continues to ramp up their efforts, their funding opportunities, we need to be able to, if not match them, at least be in the same space with them on some of our opportunities. And so that's driving some of the funding requests that we have as part of our budget proposal this year.
Will you describe that a little bit more? I mean, we want to be competitive, but we also want to work with the EDP, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So when we talk about, you know, recruiting, I just don't want to be duplicative, and I think that's where my head is on this. I want to make sure that we're leveraging relationships and we're not duplicative in dollars. If Robert Allen's raising private funds to help bring in and recruit talent that we don't have access to currently or haven't had the ability to, because we've had a different focus or whatever the reason may be. I just don't want us to be doing the same things, the same efforts when we could be leveraging each other.
Right. Yeah, so Robert's funding that he is raising on the EDP, I mean, they're not getting into the incentive business. That's not their role. Their fundraise is really on the operations side of the house. So our role will always be in the standpoint of negotiating and structuring the incentives on the deal, helping with the site selection process, which we kind of do jointly, and really help to close the project. So it really is a partnership where the EDP is kind of out there. It's the forward-facing role of the city in some aspects. Robert, with his connections, both on the government and private business side, is very helpful in that regard. But truly, when it comes down to actual negotiating the deal, that is still us, and that will always be us.
Any other questions? Keep going, Robert.
Okay. All right, so our budget proposal for FY24 includes a addition of 2 assistant directors. And again, this is really to just provide us some senior leadership on these various issues. So on proactive business recruitment initiatives, working closely with the EDP and the Chamber, on business development, retention, expansion, and then an additional assistant director to help us on our revitalization areas. So again, tied to your specific council priorities of economic development and community investment, those two positions will be directly linked to those two areas and ensuring that we have not only a creative, strategic recruitment process, but also a very strong revitalization and placemaking opportunity as well in our revitalization target areas. And again, this will also provide just some coverage for myself and for Ori to allow us to also continue to focus on other areas like Panther Island, downtown, cultural district, et cetera. So it really is just to provide some additional manpower on a senior level to help us manage some of the projects and workloads that we have. We would also add one business development coordinator to help us on the small business and workforce development side. So again, I mentioned we haven't had a true workforce development person in the department. And so this will be able to do a lot of the coordination with our educational entities, our workforce partners, and begin to work on the talent development pipeline, and then to continue to help develop opportunities at the Gwynn campus and around the city as it relates to entrepreneurship and small business development. And then I'll talk about this increased funding to the Economic Development Incentive Fund. So the proposal that we have in FY24 is to increase the funding levels by $3 million on an annual basis. So this is a policy that was actually adopted back in March of 2023. That policy really just spoke to the fact that the city at the time had a number of TIFs that were getting ready to expire, and that would be new revenue that would be coming back to the city that had previously been diverted into the tax increment financing fund. And so our proposal was that as those dollars started to come back to the city, that a portion of that could be dedicated towards economic development purposes. And so that was a policy that was approved earlier this year. And it was fairly just laying out the process of how that would happen. And so the first TIF that didn't completely come offline, that was TIF 4, the near South Side TIF, but we did reduce our investment in TIF 4, and so that allowed us to consider adding some funding to this Economic Development Initiative Fund. And as we continue to see TIFs expire over time, that would be part of our annual budget discussion of bringing some dollars into that EDIF. But really, this is designed to do two things. One, it is a large portion of that will be set aside as reserve funding for future economic development projects. So I talked about the $40 million or so that is tied to incentive agreements right now. And most of those are long-term incentive deals. And so having this fund allows us to do two things. One, to be more competitive with our smaller communities that have 4A, 4B sales tax dollars tucked away for economic development purposes. Everything that we do is kind of built on the back end of projects developing increment. And so this gives us a funding source to do some upfront projects. And it also allows us to do some shorter term projects. So instead of doing a 15-year Chapter 380, for example, maybe that's a 5-year funding proposal out of the EDIF. And so it allows us to kind of free up some of those dollars over time. So a large part of that will be tied to future projects, particularly the mega projects that I've talked about as it relates to these large-scale sites. We want to utilize some of this funding to provide catalytic projects in our revitalization target areas. Again, these are projects that typically are not necessarily generating a whole lot of upfront new ad valorem to the city, but need a boost to get that project off the ground. And so the catalytic project could help in our revitalization areas. We have 2 innovation districts, both the Medical Innovation District and the Mobility Innovation Zone of Alliance. And so we're looking at how do we continue to drive investment in those areas. We took a tour of our Medical Innovation District just yesterday. I know Councilmember Beck was able to join us just to look at the assets that we have within the area. And then a local film incentive program to continue to leverage the investment that is being done by the local film community and Taylor Sheridan and others to make Fort Worth the next Hollywood as it relates to film production and media production. And then there will be a small portion of this that would be allocated toward programmatic funding. So we want to enhance, build up the Main Street program, add a few more corridors to that. There are organizations, interagency partnerships that the city has not had funding to be a member of, 2 in particular, the Texas Economic Development Council, which is the governor's economic development group, and the Texas Innovation Alliance. Those are 2 areas that we really should be a part of. With the Texas EDC, I think we are the only large city in Texas that's not a part of that entity, and that is the governor's team that goes around the country looking at economic development opportunities. So we need to be engaged in that. And then we'd have some set aside to continue some of the marketing and PR efforts that we've been accelerating over the past 3 years. And so that would be kind of compromising that $3 million. But as I said, we'll be bringing back a specific policy as to how those dollars will be allocated and spelled out. Because again, this is not a free-for-all fund for us. It has very specific uses, and we want to make sure that we are tying it to those specific uses. Is there a question?
I have more questions.
Okay.
Sorry, Robert. This is what I was going back to. And for the record, I think it'd be very helpful, and this is not directed at you, but maybe David, just to have itemized budgets when we're going through these workshops for each presentation. Not just the summary, but actually having kind of more of an itemized budget on for, you know, what they're asking for. But particularly at this, the $3 million, but can you break down each bullet point and give me a guideline of what you plan on spending? I mean, and this goes back to my question about being duplicative on efforts. Are we making sure that the chamber's also not members of those organizations?
Yes,
And we're making
yes.
sure Robert's not a member of those organizations? Because those can run $300,000 to $500,000, which could take away from other efforts.
Sure, right,
So-
yeah. No, that's a constant conversation that we have with Robert and the chamber. So, you know, whether it's memberships, whether it's partnerships, whether it's software that they're using, there's no reason for us to be doing the same types of things. So if they're already buying into it, yeah, that's not something that we'll look at. But really, like I said, the vast majority of that would be tied towards future economic development projects. So we haven't got a full split on it, but I'd probably say at least up to 80%, maybe a little bit more, would be tied to specific economic development project that we would bring forward for discussion by the city council. And then the remaining 10 to 20% would be some of those programming elements that would also be part of a contractual arrangement that they would bring forward to you. So the outcomes that we're expecting from the EDIF funding, again, I talked about the proactive recruitment of our large-scale projects. I want to have a land use strategy, particularly for our city-owned assets. As we are moving into new city hall, we have to start thinking about some of these facilities that we're going to dispose of and what makes the most sense. Continued growth in our entrepreneurship areas, growth in film projects and production facilities, establishing innovation and ideas and products through our innovation districts, and then continued recognition of Fort Worth on the national and international stage through some of our marketing initiatives that we've been undergoing for the past couple of years. And these are just some of the key performance indicators that we would have for new staffing. So you see the numbers projected for FY23 related to capital investment, total jobs in our target industries, working on a goal to have $25 million in capital investment within our RTAs, and we reached that, or projected to reach that in FY23. We want to continue to have increased investment in our RTAs, tracked by commercial value permits, commercial permits value, and then increased appraised value in our RTAs and in our urban TIF districts. And so we want to see increases in all of those areas to ensure that we are driving some of these initiatives forward. And with that, I will answer any questions or comments you may have.
Great presentation, Robert. Jared, go ahead.
Thanks, Robert. Overall, awesome presentation, and I'm really excited about the direction of your department. Two quick questions. They're probably related. I know we focused a lot on revitalization. Can you speak to whatever degree it's appropriate in this meeting to the efforts or how this budget helps with areas like Alta Mesa McCart and also with Como, Horn Street in particular, and as well as Camp Bowie?
Yeah, so, you know, I mentioned kind of these catalytic type projects that we're talking about. So again, most of the development opportunities that we've been seeing in some of those areas have been really more smaller scale developments, but they need, like I said, they need some funding to kind of get them over the hump. So that's really what we're envisioning, having that EDF funding for, to ensure that those types of projects can move forward from the standpoint of attracting grocery stores. Most communities where I've seen that as a success, the city is putting in some level of funding up front to help that project get off the ground. So those are the types of things that we're kind of thinking through as it relates to the catalytic redevelopment, and that's how we would continue to drive investment in those areas.
Questions for Robert? No. Thank you, Robert, very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you all.
Okay, our next presentation is Workforce Initiatives. Deanna is going to kick this one off.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Deanna Giordano, I'm the Human Resources Director as well as Civil Service Director. And I get the excitement of talking about workforce initiatives. And so you've heard a lot of discussion about stormwater and infrastructure, both on the water and wastewater side, as well as in transportation and public works. And so I get to talk about those employees that are actually making the city so safe, so clean, so green. I feel like we've not used that tagline enough, so you might hear me say it a time or two. So, so here's kind of just the agenda of what I'll cover. I'll go over the group health fund, some proposed pay and benefit changes, as well as some workforce analytics and pay proposals, and then just what we're doing to attract individuals to the organization. So group health fund, just kind of looking at our 5-year claims costs, this summary gives you kind of a good indication of what we're experiencing. I'll share with you, we have over 11,000 belly buttons on our claims, on our insurance, and so that just kind of gives you an indication of what we're experiencing here with those 11,000 individuals. And I'm trying to keep you awake. I know it's kind of at the end of the day, end of the meeting. So you'll see we had a sharp decline in 2020 in claims cost experience. A lot of that was related to COVID and just delayed care as it relates to that year. We started to see it uptick in 2021, so individuals going back to physicians and seeking medical assistance, and then it trended upwards in 2022, and we're continuing to see that trend in 2023. And so what we're seeing is just delayed care as it relates to COVID. There's also just long COVID, so the symptoms associated with individuals that experience that condition, increase in complex medical conditions, so we do have high claims as it relates to diabetes, cancer, autoimmune disorders, and even mental health conditions that individuals are experiencing. There's also increase in specialty drugs, and so we're seeing that on our claims, on our program as well. And then just general increases. You've heard it throughout the day, inflation. We are also seeing inflationary increases in the medical field as it relates to our claims. So what does that do to our group health fund? We're looking at proposing in the 24 budget increases to both city contributions on premiums as well as contribution increases for employees. Just to give you a history of the group health fund overview, prior to 22, the city employees did not have a premium increase for about 5 years. City did not have premium increases for 4 years. We had a premium holiday as it related to that COVID year, that 2020, where we saw declines in utilization. And then in 2023, we did see premium increases. And you saw it just from the graphical display. Costs were going up, utilization was going up. The experience of our employees was continuing to increase. So what does that translate to as we talk about premium increases? This chart gives you a breakdown of what that includes. And so on the consumer choice plan, that remains for employees only, that remains a free option for employees. We have over 1,100 of our 7,100 employees on the consumer choice plan. On the health center plan, this is where the individuals will see an increase. So employees only will see an increase of $1.49 per pay period. That translates to just a little over $3 per month. On the most expensive plan, the employee and family, so that means their spouse as well as their dependents, and it can be multiple dependents, they'll see a $10.30 per pay period, translating to just over $22 on a month for those individuals. You'll also see the increases to the city contributions that are going up as well. And just to share with you, a shared consumer choice plan that remains free, 1,100 employees on that plan, 1,600 employees on the health center plan, employee only. About half of our active employees that are on our health plan are on those two plans, so they'll see a nominal increase to group health premiums. Here's some additional benefit enhancements that we're making or proposing for 2024. So consumer choice plan to remain free for employees. On the health center plan, the health center visit, so we have dedicated health centers for all of our employees here in the city of Fort Worth. They'll continue, for those that are on the health center plan, to have a zero-cost copay for primary care visits to our health centers. We are also proposing a copay reduction for the primary care visits outside of our health center plan. So you saw our claims costs were going up, specialty drugs were going up. That gave us an indication that people are delaying care. We do not want our employees to delay care. We are decreasing the copay from $60 to $30 to encourage them to have early detection and get the treatments and the visits that they need. The copay reduction for specialists, we're proposing a decrease from $75 to $50. And that's to just be mindful of all of the variety of pay that we have for our employees to make sure that they can afford to seek specialty care when it might be warranted for their individual situations. We're also proposing a maternity recovery leave policy. This is a new program that would provide 6 weeks for individuals postpartum. This is in addition to the paid parental leave. Just so that you know, currently today, we do not offer any postpartum short-term disability coverage on any of our plans, so this would help offset that situation for those employees. We're still working out the details. Our proposal for these changes, as well as premium changes, would all be effective January 1 of the new calendar year in 2024.
Real quick, can you explain the paid parental leave? How many weeks is that on top of the 6 weeks?
Okay, yeah, 6 weeks for paid parental leave, and that's for bonding, and then 6 weeks for the maternity leave.
Great, that makes sense. And then one last question. Does parental leave include paternity leave as well?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Yep, parental leave is for all eligible employees for the purposes of bonding. This gives you an indication of workforce analysis, just what does our workforce look like? The first table there is just turnover. So we are dealing with significant turnover, much like many employers in the metro area and just across the nation. I want to point out, we are looking at that data both by fire, police, and then just general employees. Our general employees, calendar year end of 2022, we saw a 24% turnover in our regular employees. Police and fire trend a little lower, although police is trending higher than we've seen in years past. So we're very cognizant of that and kind of monitoring this data. As we look at retirement eligible employees, for police, it's 25 and out. For fire and general employees, it's the rule of 80. And so we are looking at that data, and what we're showing there by the end of fiscal year 23, 11% of our workforce will be eligible to retire. That number increases by 3% over the next 3 years. So we're looking at a 20% eligible population that will be eligible to retire. Not everybody leaves at the point that they become eligible. We do have the drop program that employees participate in. There were some significant changes in 2021, so there was an incentive for employees to enter the drop program on the pension side in 2021, gave them up to 6 years to continue to be employed to have a lump sum at that end of the 6 years. So we'll probably start to see that individuals take advantage of retiring over the next few years.
Yeah, and I have a question for you. I know you don't break this out as a category unto itself, but how do the city marshals compare with, say, police as far as retirement eligibility, turnover, that kind of thing?
Yeah, we have it broken down a little later in the presentation. So we have voluntary separations, municipal courts trending about 12%, police is trending just under 6%. So we're looking at it. The percentages are a little odd because it's also, you have to take into account the total workforce. And so for the marshals or municipal court, that translates to about, we're projecting 16 individuals to leave by the end of the year. They currently are sitting at 8. On police, that trends to about 132 of what we're forecasting for police. So we are keeping track of it by department and sharing that information both on voluntary separations as well as retirement eligible, so departments can take steps to plan for successors for those individuals that may leave.
Right, and not knowing off the top of my head what their current complement is right now, 16 seems a bit large. I don't know how much of that is attributable to retirement or, you know, parting ways for some other reason.
Yep.
But maybe we can do a deeper dive on that. I'd like to know more about also compensation and how they compare, you know, say with other law enforcement, because they are law enforcement officers.
Yeah, we can certainly look at the marshals and bring back information. This is voluntary separation, so these are individuals that are electing to leave. And then we have similar data for retirement as well. So we'll share that. I'm going to go back to this slide and kind of go into employee tenure and just show you what we're seeing. It's changed. So looking back 10 years in 2013 to 2023, we now have just about 60% of our workforce that's less than 10 years in terms of tenure. And so we're seeing the transitions of individuals out of the organization and kind of a newer generation coming to the city of Fort Worth. Here's our demographics as it relates to race. You'll see the minority groups are growing. The other category that's there in the yellow is also growing, and that's associated with individuals that identify with more than one race. Gender category, we are seeing more females in the workplace, which is a good move, and we're seeing that both in the police and fire side as well. And then by age group, so this is interesting, looking at 2013 to 2023, we saw an exit of the silent generation in 2013 now, and looking at 2023, we're seeing Gen Z, that 12%. The Bureau of Labor Statistics shows that Gen Z is kind of trending in terms of workforce availability at 13%. So we're trending nicely in terms of attracting younger talent to the organization. And you'll just see kind of the demographics of how that changes over, or how it's changed in the last 10 years. With new individuals or individuals of varying ages, we're always trying to balance what does it take to attract individuals and retain individuals in the workforce. So we're mindful of the different groups. Here's the voluntary separations that we spoke of relating to municipal court, but it's showing you that we're still trending in terms of separations. We're forecasting a trend in about 10%, which is what we saw in 2022. On the number side, still kind of trending nicely with what we saw in 2022. But I'll share with you, you know, I think we all see it, or we've all heard it, the Great Resignation. You can probably look back in 2020 and we saw voluntary separations almost non-existent. So high unemployment, layoffs, voluntary quits where people were leaving their organizations, that was almost non-existent. 2021, it increased. We saw the Great Resignation. Individuals had more opportunities, there were more job openings, there were more choices, and employees were taking advantage of that. We saw it here in the city of Fort Worth. It's not quite ended, that trend, and so we're doing everything that we can to attract individuals, but also keep the talent that we have in the organization. This gives you the breakdown by retirements. You'll see that retirement number, we're forecasting that to increase, primarily in the police department. And what we're analyzing is, I think we had a large hiring boom in the mid-90s with police that became retirement eligible, and they're actually utilizing that benefit now. And so looking at that information and just trying to kind of pulse and forecast what we can project in helping them with their attraction and recruitment efforts.
Across departments, Deanna, do we have a pretty uniform exit interview process?
What was that? I'm sorry.
Across departments, do we have a pretty uniform exit interview process to get information as far as why, you know, folks are leaving?
Yes, and so we collect that through survey data that we send to individuals at the point that they notice us of an exit, or at the point that they exit the organization. Police actually does a hands-on. We do kind of a survey with everyone else. What we're seeing is about 50% of the employees are leaving for another job. Right behind that, it's leaving for just other choices, other options, either relocating, dissatisfaction with their boss, or kind of your traditional reasons of what you see in other organizations. Nothing that would be glaring or concerning other than the competition that we're seeing. Our unemployment rate in the metro area is still really low, so we are still fighting talent and fighting to keep talent with all of the other major employers in other cities in the metro area. Here's some, I'll go over just kind of workforce pay proposals. So what are we doing as it relates to pay to make sure that we can stay market competitive? One of the things that we are proposing in the 24 budget is the third consecutive year of pay for performance budgeted at 4%. And so that's an average 4% increase based on performance that has been demonstrated in the previous fiscal year. It applies to all general employees. And the range of increase actually begins at 1% and upwards of 7%. This graphic here on the right-hand side shows the 2023 pay for performance. It's a really nice distribution. Having worked in two other cities in a county, I've never seen a distribution reflect the bell curve that you see here. So the city of Fort Worth has some great processes in place to hold employees accountable for their performance, but also to reward and recognize those individuals that are contributing satisfactorily to the roles that we expect. We're also looking at maintaining market competitive in terms of our pay structure. And so one of the things that was done in mid-year fiscal 23 was we made a pay adjustment to hard to fill positions. So we constantly are monitoring those jobs that are hard to fill or either have high turnover, have low applicant pools, or where we're having to make multiple efforts to recruit and attract individuals. We identified 1,500 employees and provided a 2.5% base pay increase to their pay in May of 2023. That is going into the fiscal year 24 budget. Again, we are including or proposing the pay for performance of 4% for fiscal year 24. We're also proposing to adjust our pay structures by 3%. So our pay structures, meaning the minimum entry point and the maximum point of the pay grade, of associated pay grade, to adjust those by 3% because that allows us to be more market competitive. We also conduct a biannual benchmark survey. We do that every 2 years. The salary survey results were provided to us this year, and we're recommending those results be implemented in fiscal year 24. I'll share with you, we have over 500 classifications. We benchmark about 150. From that, we only identified about 41 classifications that had fallen below market competitiveness. So the city has done a really good job of making sure that we maintain that market. And this proposal for fiscal year 24 will adjust those 41 jobs to be average, to be market competitive. Police and fire annual pay increases are based on their meet and confer in their collective bargaining agreement. So here's some talent acquisition. So what are we doing to attract individuals to the organization? This year, we are proposing in fiscal year 24 to host our 3rd annual job fair, as well as some host hiring events. And so last year, we hosted 10 hiring events that included a citywide job fair. When we host these events, we're actually doing on-site interviews, and from those 10 events, we actually had 170 hires. So the departments have been excellent partners to make sure that they provide the resources to attract individuals, but it's very specific to CDL drivers, maintenance workers, those types of activities. So individuals that come to our hiring events, they have an interest in those areas, and so they have the skills, competencies, and related licenses, so it makes it for a really good win-win for both them and us. We also are looking at expanding our military and university partnerships. And we have a code that has provided the willingness to partner on the military initiative skill bridge, and we're just kind of getting that underway. We introduced a sign-on incentive for hard-to-fill jobs. We also introduced an employee referral program that was just introduced in June of 2023. We're going to create a CDL training program. CDL jobs have become hard to recruit for, and so we have an entry-level driving training program that we are introducing for both current employees and new employees to be able to get them licensed to become CDL drivers. And then lastly, we are proposing a shift differential to go into effect second quarter of the calendar year, increasing the second shift differential pay from 50 cents to 75 cents per hour. And then third shift, those that are working through the middle of the night, from 75 cents to $1.50. So those are the pay proposals, the pay and benefit proposals that are being recommended for fiscal year 24. If there are any questions, I can take them now. And I've got a team of individuals that are just as passionate as I am as it relates to human resources and making sure that we are an employer of choice.
Thank you. I know over the past, I guess, 2 years, we've talked a lot about kind of the floor of our salaries, and I know you mentioned a little bit on, I guess, this maybe the third to last slide. The 41 positions or 40 or so positions that you mentioned, where were they and where are we taking them market competitive wise?
Yeah, so the 41 positions were throughout a varied group of jobs. They weren't just entry-level roles. They were kind of throughout our entire classification system. And so they are adjusted either by 1 pay grade or 2 pay grades and moved up. Our floor, because we are moving our pay structure, which is what's listed there, by 3%. So we are moving our entry rate up by 3%. And so the lowest jobs that we had were $15, so those will be adjusted by 3%.
What is that dollar amount for people not
And I'll
good
have
at
to
math?
look at Harold to tell me. 1545.
Yeah, and I know part of what I've brought up over the past 2 years is the reality that $15 is hard, especially after the earlier conversation we've had with affordability. I mean, knowing that $15, according to the Alice report, isn't a living wage. And I know when I brought that up, we've been waiting on the benchmark study to, and I know it's a challenge because once you bring up the floor, you got to start looking at all of the other scales as well. That still gives me heartburn, and I know we may not be able to get fully where we need to go in this one budget cycle, but I want to state that for the record because as a city, especially addressing affordability issues, I personally believe we need to lead the way in terms of where that floor is for our entry level salary. So 1545 isn't high enough in my opinion.
Maybe Deanna come back to us with an IR on who is filling those positions, how many people that is, what department's heavy in that area, just to help everybody kind of have some idea, if you don't mind.
We can certainly do that.
Thank you. Charlie.
So almost on that topic, you know, going back to, I forgot which slide it was about the pay, but I think Robert's actually working against us and bringing all these amazing jobs to Fort Worth. And it's kind of hurting you because you look at folks like, well, the new, the kids coming to the workforce now, they're not the same that we all came up with. It's like, let me go get the same job. I'll stay there, work my way up, retire after 25 years. I mean, the average, I think the entry-level code job is $22 an hour. And you go to Buc-ee's right now and make $19 an hour in food service or the car wash, $2 an extra if you work nights. So it's like, okay, you either have code, which is like as popular as an IRS agent, and then you have food service at Buc-ee's, which is like a hero, right? So it's very hard to compete with that. And so
Brandon's going to throw something at you, but very reserved, Brandon.
we talked about it. We talked about it. So with those that are actually getting the fines, people like me, I love code because they're helping me clean up District 4. So I was trying to get you more, for the record, trying to get more money for code. So
there you go.
You can calm down back there. So on that, as far as the new job force and the things that those, I guess, folks are looking for, and I'm sure you're learning about at these job fairs, like what makes you more attractive, and getting that younger force, so, you know, we get them in, train them, keep them longer. Are we working with, you know, third parties to say, hey, here's what the rest of the cities are doing our size, or here's what other large organizations like McMaster is doing to recruit those folks? Because if we can't compete on salary per se, are there other areas that we can compete? You know what I mean? So it just it's a whole different workforce, I think we all know. So.
Yeah, it certainly is. And I think the things that interest them are slightly different. I think pay kind of tends to lead the list. And so it looks like we're doing a really good job with attracting individuals to the organization, particularly the younger generation, when you look at the statistics that are listed there. But their interests are different. And so it's not only what we give them in terms of pay, but it's how we treat them. And those are things that have a more lasting impact. And we really work to make sure that we build our supervisory team, our managerial team, to be able to demonstrate compassion and empathy as it relates to the individuals. It's quite the balance, because sometimes that can be frustrating for individuals. But we really are looking at how do we deal with those different concepts. We provide training and development programs. We looked at data that showed, you know, we had about 1,400 promotions, internal promotions in a 3-year period. And those individuals that tend to promote it took our classes, took our Fort Worth University courses and training content. So they're developing their skills, they're developing competencies so that they can balance all of the interests of the varied individuals and generations that exist in the workforce. But we are very mindful of that and working with different entities to make sure that we aren't just addressing pay, but looking at the picture holistically.
Elizabeth and then Carlos.
That was actually my question, worded a little differently. Can you provide some of the soft benefits? Like, I appreciate you going over pay and health insurance because those are two huge. And also, let me just say, I really applaud, I don't know how y'all did it, to get those premium increases to where they are and also have the lower, you know, co-pays, but bravo to however that happened because that was really exciting to see. But the soft benefits, is there anything in this year's budget that we're adding to or doing a little differently that aren't okay?
Yeah.
And-
Yeah, so one of the things that was added in this year's budget or in the proposed budget is a organizational development manager that's really going to concentrate on everything from succession planning to training and development to our employee value summit that we host annually to supervisor forums, that we can make sure that individuals have the soft skills they need to be successful leaders for the organization and to continue to promote the efforts around so safe, so clean, so green.
I know, she does. Okay, I appreciate that, thank you. And then when you gave the breakdown of tenure and where we were 2013 and where we are today, we're definitely a much younger workforce than we were. My question is, how does that compare to other cities? If you have that information, I don't expect you to have it today, and you can email me. But is this what we're seeing across municipalities? And really, I'm only worried about municipalities just because there is a different track. A lot of people spend a certain number of time at the city, and then they bounce to more lucrative private positions. But I'd like to just know where we are in comparison so that we can make sure we're staying on track.
Okay, we'll have to research that data and get it back, get back to you.
Jared.
Sorry, I'm gonna add on to the earlier request because I think it's really good. I think it'd be good to know how many people also are at that $15 rate. It's given me a lot of consternation because it's $2,000 a month, and knowing where we know rents are in the city, I mean, that's really tough, especially for a single parent. And so that's giving me a lot of heartburn right now, but I want to know how many potential people are in that circumstance so we can maybe look at that again.
Okay, and the IR will give you a breakdown kind of by
Yeah,
those
and
different
I'm
bands.
thinking back years ago, I remember at one point, there was a healthy number of lifeguards that were very part-time seasonal employees. You had employees that were community center students, a lot of them. So I think to your point, we need to know, and even age ranges, because to Jared's point, if they are trying to raise a family, that's not sustainable. But if we're employing young people in the summertime, it's a very different conversation and it is more competitive.
Completely agree,
Yeah, okay, helpful. And who did I miss? I'm sorry. Go ahead, Carlos.
And Deanna, just continuing on my question about city marshals, I know that, I've considered this before, so has CM Beck as well. I think it might be helpful if we get some kind of market analysis or survey specific to them, because they are law enforcement officers. And I know that they don't have collective bargaining, I'm not talking about that. But when you just consider their scope of duty, compare that to other marshal, departments or agencies, in peer cities or, around Texas. I want to see how they compare, because I want to make sure that they're getting, equitable pay for the, per their scope of duties. Does that make sense?
Yes, yeah, and I'm fairly certain, but we can confirm that that classification was part of our benchmark study. If it was one of the family in the marshal classifications was part of it, but we can pull that data and make sure we get it to you.
Okay, thank you.
Who else did I miss? Anybody? No. Just want to again publicly say thank you to Deanna and her team, especially around the maternity leave. I know that it's an expense for the city of Fort Worth, but I think it's absolutely the right thing to do. And I think it puts us on par with some other private employers to keep people in place, especially as we try to enhance female participation in our workforce. So thank you, Deanna, for your tenacity there. Okay. One more, y'all. New environmental department. Here we go. Last but not least, Val.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. We do have a brief slide presentation to talk to you about a new department we're structuring and will have in place October 1st. And I guess I want to start with saying, when we look at our city departments and make decisions about restructuring, we're very deliberate about those. We take time looking at synergies. Take time looking at initiatives. So know, as we're having this conversation today, it actually started at least a year ago, probably more, as we looked at maybe some better ways with how to organize code enforcement. Brandon, you've heard him say many times before, it's the junk drawer department. And I appreciate that. They do a lot, but I think it doesn't really put enough credence into the importance of code enforcement and the role they have in the community. To me, it's one of the most valuable departments. They have a lot of touch points with people, with health, and as we talk about being so safe, so clean, and so green, they epitomize that. And I think as we walk through the presentation today, you'll understand that we want to put additional, kind of shine an additional spotlight on environmental issues. We want to make sure that we're shining issues on solid waste. And as we talk through having environmental solid waste grouped together, I want you just to understand some of the synergies and partnerships we want to continue growing. Also, the other pieces of code enforcement, the actual code enforcement and animal services, also very critical. And this will also allow us to make sure we spend time and attention on those departments. And before I start too, I have to commend Cody Wittenberg and Brandon Bennett, Jim Kiesel, Chris McAllister, and Shannon Elder. And if there are questions, y'all feel free to come up. We've been working with them. They've put in the work and have helped understand and help show us the best way to divide up this department. So I appreciate the code team's help along with Fort Worth Lab. As we start, again, we think that this structure change really fits into the mayor and council's strategic initiatives, especially quality of life. That's what code is all about, is really making sure that all of our communities have a good quality of life and community. Our current code department structure is just listed here. I won't go through that, but just wanted to make sure you had this in your packets and you can watch as we divide up the department, how we're going to do it. I want to say too that as we do this, we're very cognizant of positions and people. We don't go into departments trying to get rid of people. We really tried to keep things whole, and this division literally is going to be kind of a split, give or take. I mean, we're going to have to do some shoring up. It really is splitting off two sections and creating a department, and then leaving the other two sections in code as their standalone department. Many cities already have an environmental services department. They have them organized in different ways. We believe that having an environmental services department, again, will allow us to shine a spotlight. It elevates our environmental goals, cleanup issues, keeping the city green. The environmental services department will be involved in open space initiatives. They might not be the owner of those initiatives, but the director and that team will work closely on open space. The department, even though it will be standalone from code enforcement, they'll still be able to work closely with the code officers and animal services, so we hope to maintain some synergies. Those teams have been working closely together for years, and we expect some of those synergies to remain. People say with time, things change. They do, but I think as time goes on, the synergies will define in different ways, and we'll find better ways to work with each other. And again, it allows us to have a really strong focus on keeping the city clean, litter abatement, and I'd say also keeping the city safe. When you look at the consumer health department and the work they do with inspections, there's a huge safety component to that as well. The code compliance department, as we work through that, they're going to be as strong as ever. There will be a continuity of services. It will really allow them to focus on their core missions. And again, we have Chris and Shannon in the audience. If you have any specific questions on deployment or how they'll work together, I'd love to call them up and they can talk you through that. I think with all of our city departments, we encourage not working in silos. So this is another opportunity for two departments to work together, break down silos, and become part of our 27, I guess now 28 city departments that we have. The new environmental service department, I just wanted to include sort of the breakdown of how and what functions we'll be going over. In the environmental health services, you can see that that's all the consumer health, air quality, street sweeping, vector management, litter control, and then you can see what's under the solid waste, which is our residential collections and landfill management. Illegal dumping abatement, like I said, they have got other things in here, the environmental collection centers, but we wanted to show that just so you can see how staff is being divided up. Same with the new code enforcement, our code compliance department. It'll be animal services, and it will be the code enforcement officers. So you'll have Chris McAllister and Shannon Elder, and Brandon will be over this, this part of the department. Right now, the code enforcement had set up sort of a centralized admin structure where they have about 34 positions that centrally served all of code's divisions. We're working with HR and code enforcement and the new department to make sure that we're allocating up the admin resources appropriately. Really sitting down, we don't want either of the departments to not have what they need from an administrative and support standpoint. So administrative assistance, purchasing, just those administrative operational tasks that they'll need assistance with. Here we just have a slide and it shows, again, just the division of the department by numbers. There's really the +1, we're gonna have 425 employees and not 424, but that's the addition of a new director position over environmental services. Next steps, code is continuing to work, current code department, on making sure this division is successful. We'll work with human resources, make sure we have job descriptions. Anything in the PeopleSoft system, Questica, we'll make sure all of those things are shored up. Fort Worth Lab is helping with the budget framework, and we'll work with them again on making sure both departments have the resources they need. And then the city manager's office will work on naming an interim director for that environmental services department. And I said that's all we have. And I would just stress that the So Safe, So Clean, So Green really is captured in this presentation. Just from looking at the consumer health and the public health and safety that they provide to our city, and looking at Chris McAllister and his team on the animal side, Shannon and all of our efforts with safety and building codes and building standards. I really think that this will set the city of Fort Worth up to continue to be successful in the safe, clean, and green efforts, and we'd appreciate your support.
Thank you, Val. Elizabeth.
Thank you for this presentation. I personally really appreciate it. Just anytime we talk about adding a whole new city department, I think that just leaves a lot of questions for our residents about, are we growing government, or, you know, what are we doing? So thank you for that. The only question I have is, have we ever done a staffing study for code specifically? Do you know when that was?
Yeah, we did. Actually, a couple of years ago, when we did the first report, police staffing report with Matrix, we also, Matrix did a code staffing report at the same time. We can pull that report and share it with the council members. Some of the recommendations, we're still working through that. In fact, some of the recommendations for adding staff to the animal shelters came from that Matrix recommendation.
Okay, I really appreciate that. Because when I look at the breakdown, and we certainly want to take care of those animal shelters. We don't want to be responsible for substandard conditions. But the number of code enforcement positions is significantly lower when you look at it. And when I look at the scope of what we're asking code enforcement to do, and we've continually added to that as well through STR regulations, boarding homes, you know, we are doing more to enforce around our city. And so I just want to make sure that maybe that's appropriate for this budget, but again, like with homelessness, we all kind of seem to talk about code a lot, and they've got big territories, and I think it's probably hard for them to be as proactive as maybe we would like them to be.
Now, I will make sure that everyone gets that report. I think code enforcement and Shannon's division specifically, they do get stretched thin. And I appreciate their efforts. We've also got them involved in the neighborhood improvement efforts, and they're heavily involved. Like I said, I'm always proud that code is one of the first people at the table to try to make some positive changes in the neighborhood. They are involved in the interdisciplinary crime prevention group that Fernando's pulled together. So that is it. So I do understand they are pulled in multiple directions. We will share that report, and we'd be open to having further conversations.
Thanks, Val. Macy and Chris, if you don't mind coming up, I'm gonna have a few questions just to kind of give.
Yeah, oh, I may steal your questions,
Okay,
I don't know.
go ahead.
Chris? Yes. Not that Chris. My questions are about animal control. What is our live release rate currently?
Right now, we're just over 80%.
Okay, so we've improved a little
Yes,
bit?
ma'am. We've
Okay, great.
improved About 6 points for July.
Okay,
Yes.
well, and I understand it's a big issue. It's not just about code compliance, and it's just a department, but it also affects economic development and just the perception of our city in general. I know 90 to 95% is kind of where we need to be, ideally.
90 is my goal.
Okay.
That's when we reach the no-kill status as a shelter.
Yes.
Even more importantly, we're not chasing the number. We're just trying to get to that point where, like you said, we show a community that loves the animals, and we're taking care of them like that, yes.
So does the budget for this year allot enough money for spay neuter programs so we can get ahead of the birth rate and reduce the amount of animals in the shelter?
Yes, ma'am. And we got a fair amount of grants. Grants have been approved, and they're coming in, so we're going to target programs like that.
Okay, perfect. And are we leveraging our relationships with philanthropy? I know a lot of private dollars and donations come into the shelters to help with fostering and rescue programs, but are we working with any other organizations to help leverage?
We do. We work with some outside organizations like some of the 501s, Saving Hope, and some of the bigger rescues. And again, PetSmarts, your Petcos, Better Cities, we work closely with them as well.
And how many, I know the spay neuter surgeries are very specific.
Yes.
And it's hard to find vets that will do that because it's a specific talent.
It is.
Do we have some on staff currently that
So
do
we
that?
have one full-time vet on staff, and then
Okay.
I work with 4 contract vets that come in. One of those is through a company that we contract. The other 2 are just individuals we've contracted with.
Okay.
Right now, we are keeping up with spay neuters, not as well as I'd like, but we're keeping up. In fact, we did just this year, and I wrote these down because I wanted to share them. We're over 6,000 at both locations for this fiscal year. So
That's great. Thank you.
thank you.
And Chris, before you go too, I think one of the new positions you're getting this year should help you do more outreach with partners and philanthropy organizations. So I think they work really hard. I think they're trying to put things in place to even tap into those dollars more. And I think some of your new positions will be able to help you with that.
And so, thank you, Val, for that. So specifically, she's talking about a media services specialist, which is kind of more the outreach, education, just more awareness for the program. Additionally, the volunteer coordinator, it's going to be for the North Campus. Right now, I have one, and it's the South for the entire city. So it's not been a struggle, but it's been a challenge. But with another one, we can reach even more people because the city's just continually growing north. So it's an untapped population for fosters. And so, yeah, thank you.
Chris, while you're up there, on the live release rate, do you, in achieving the no-kill percentage that you set out, which is 90%, I know COVID was really difficult because you saw a number of adoptions and then people returning those animals. Is this a trend you've seen across the country with our other partner cities in animal control?
It is.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. And even with the overcrowding, it's almost like it's spreading. It was really more of a southern thing over the last few years, but just reaching out to locals, or organizations further in the north, they're having the same issues with the overcrowding. Even the rescues, we've had a pretty robust transport program, and that has kind of dwindled down because even the rescues are full. So.
And what about your communication strategy around some of these goals? I know y'all been working maybe with some external partners too on some work within the department.
We work closely with Renee's team, and we have our own internal communications. So again, with this media services specialist, it's going to kind of open up the program for us, and we're going to be able to do more, communicate better.
I'll speak for myself.
Okay.
There are many people around this table, I'm sure, that share this, that we are perceived as these evil, dog-killing, cat-killing council members, and that could not be further from the truth. And I think we all do our part. And so whatever we can do to change that perception in our shelters is incredibly helpful. Thank you. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Jared.
I just want to commend all of y'all for being able to, rework the organizational chart to create such an important function in the environmental services department with only adding one human resource. I think that's well done, and I look forward to the work that they'll do.
Thank you. And I do want to be full disclosure as we're working with the team, and we've said, splits are messy sometime. There might be some growing pains, and so we are trying to make sure, again, on the admin, purchasing, and, all of those duties that we are set the right way.
Right on. We're a growing city, so growing pains are expected.
Anybody else? No? Thank you very much,
Thank
Val. We did it.
We did it. I want to thank everybody for their patience and focus. That was a 2-day agenda accomplished in 1 day. I know some of you had conflicts for tomorrow, so this now frees you up. Let me do a couple things, though. There are still 2 other work sessions that are scheduled. That's September 7th and September 8th. I'll work with you and the mayor about the agenda for September 7th. But the questions about the budget don't need to stop. If you have questions about anything you heard today, anything you've seen in the budget before, we're available to answer all those. And you will also get today the budget responses from the questions that have already been raised. And so you'll get peer tax rates, you'll get tax exempt properties. So some of the things that we talked about before, you'll see some of that information today, and that might also spark additional questions, so feel free to reach out to any of us. And again, we'll provide that information to all council members. But you'll get more information today. Next scheduled budget work session then will be September 7th.
Perfect. Any questions for David? Schedule? Okay, we're adjourned. Thank y'all.